Believe it's already December. It's December the 4th today, and it's been, I think, about a month since we've done one of these shows. So, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to yet another episode. This is episode what? 33, I think, of Wrist Shot Week, and an amazing show. I think the selection of watches this week, well worth talking about and getting into. This is a big delay between. Okay, we are live. Good. Right, let's get into the chat and say hi to you before we get started. There's tons on offer, some amazing selections. I can't thank you all enough for sending in pieces. We'll get into that in a moment. Ben, welcome. Sam Ray, Marco, welcome. Underachieving. Hi, Paris, Watch Matrice. Chili Badger, Eric, Javier. We have Seif, we have Chili Badger, many more. Vintage Boy, Design Atelier. Oh, it's great. Welcome, everyone. I hope you're all doing well, kicking back, looking after yourselves. Neil, just as you hop into the chat, I want to feature this, which I thought was hilarious. Coming from a bit of a graphic design background, I had a laugh. I don't know if you can see this properly. That might do. He sent me this. I think he must have gone into a graphics program and used the JLC typeface and put this together. I love it. I love the way the JLC does their typeface. I mean, this is the kind of thing you would see on a headstock of a guitar, you know? The symmetry is beautiful. So Neil, thank you for sending this in. I see you are in the chat, so it's pretty good. Welcome again. I see Shaitan and Turbo, Carlos, Ashley, all of you. Thank you so much for joining in. Al, the Chidge, Rob, yeah, it's so good. You guys sent in some amazing watches, and this week, funnily enough, I was actually quite nervous. I'll tell you that in a sec. Let me get into the chat one more time. I see Mike, Maynard, Demetrius also. I so look forward to chatting about the watches you've shared. This was great, Neil. Thank you for this. Really funny. The watchmakers YouTuber, I don't know so much about that. Definitely not, but good try. What does it say? Zhuzha le guy. Thanks for that, Samurai. Yeah, it's been ages since we've done one of these shows, and yeah, it's crazy to think it's been like a full month. Just to mention what I am drinking tonight. Let me zoom this up a little bit more. I had a birthday the other week, I think last week, and for the first time experienced a 16-year-old. So this is the Aberfeldy 16, and it's superb. I did recommend the Aberfeldy 12 last time we did the show. Aberfeldy 16, I can fully recommend. It's like nectar. So I've got a drop of that, and I'm wearing the Longines Big Eye. This is in part how this development of the show came to be. So I want to talk about this in a second. And yeah, just before getting into the show, I'll say hi to a few more of you before getting on. Let's see, Valera, welcome, Mooseman. It's so awesome having you here. Thank you, everyone. I really hope you're all well, enjoying this weekend, kicking back. Chrono Craze, your submission of that Zodiac, you know how close I was to using that as the cover? It was so... You were tied for first place. It was so good. I know, Chaitan, I did say that, and I'll be sure not to say that again. I actually said to myself, I shouldn't say that live on air, but there we go. That was a mistake. Okay, let's get started. Just an amazing selection. I first want to start off a bit of a somber note because, I haven't been doing this for a while, been off air. Most of us know, the community knows now that our man Bruce, he lost his battle to cancer a couple of weeks ago. And it's heavy. I mean, for the last, I don't know how long, just thinking about it all, about how much he was a part of this community, how much he was always here. He was always a presence, always supporting us. And I distinctly remember this watch. He sent this in, I think it was either January the 14th or December the 14th. He was one of the first guys in the US to get a two-tone Submariner. And this bluesy was everything. And the outpouring of love and appreciation for the man, I think, yeah, he was a great person. That's just not a good way to start the show, but I think wherever he is out there, he's in a better place after what he went through. So, Bruce, this watch, I think most of us have all agreed now that this is going to be the Bruce, the two-tone sub, especially the 1-2 variant. And yeah, I think all of us need to say, just keep him in our thoughts for the next while. It's going to be a big hole. He has left a big hole in this space. The fact that we can't have him here anymore. He was always so much joy and so much fun to talk to. So yeah, big loss for the community. Anyway, Bruce, wherever you are, hope you're doing well, brother. Next up, let's get into the subject. and chat about the theme, which is what have you learned about your relationship with watches? Okay. This is the I'm bringing up the damn big eye one more time because why not? Just want to mention this whole theme and this subject. Let's see. Sorry, that everyone's saying their wishes for Bruce. Yeah, I agree. The Chidge, only Rolex I buy. Respect. Yeah, that's for sure. In a better place. Yeah, he struggled. He really struggled. There's no way to sugarcoat it, I'm afraid. Good man, really good man. So we have Chili Badger saying currently about to open a can of Death Star, 12% ABV, chocolate, peanut, and caramel stout. That's amazing. That is amazing. I don't know. I mean, stout I love. I'm such a fan of stout. It's a goodie. It's a goodie. And I see Hans in the chat. Many more that I've missed you. Sorry about that. Tag me in the chat if you want to get my attention and we can banter about whatever. I want this to be quite a cerebral discussion. If we can make it that way, I don't know. But this whole subject of what have you learned about your relationship with watches, this was the watch that defined my year. I've got to just preface by saying I'm not a chronograph guy. I've never been one to love them, even really appreciate them very much. I like them, but I never saw myself as someone wearing a chronograph. And that's bizarre. I mean, after Speedmasters and everything, like what is that, Lunga Datograph and what else? Just amazing chronographs, getting hands on time with some cool pieces and never actually sitting down and thinking, would I wear a watch like this? Something about the big eye was always sitting in the back of my head. And, I think the watch came out in 2017. So I picked it up like March, April time. And it's the watch I've worn most this year. It's so damn versatile. There's no other way to describe it. And it's made me rethink a lot about this hobby. And the whole theme around the subject we're going to see today is we're hardly going to see any Rolex, surprisingly enough. The variety is incredible. Cartier, Panerai, just everything. Girard-Perregaux, Aragon, Seikos, I'm just reading the list, Doxers, JLC Master Controls, everything you can think of in a condensed place. Mind blow. And I feel like it'd be nice to actually hear your thoughts. If you have any feelings, I'm going to get to the chat in a moment, about how we have reinterpreted our relationship with watches and collecting over the last 12 months, seeing how prices of certain watches are going in different directions. So we are looking to other brands like Turbo, for example. His Cartier Santos was featured in the community post earlier, and it's a beaut. So I look forward to chatting about that. Okay, let's get into the chat and see if I can catch up with you all. Should I leave this on the screen for a sec? Maybe. There was a question, I think, from Samurai. Thoughts on switching out the band on the big eye? Yeah, I have a few, Samurai. I have about 4 different straps, and they all have quick release spring bars that I swap out. I do it so often, and it's brilliant. It is so brilliant. This watch, the one downside about the big eye is that it always asks for strap changes. It's there. Whether it's on a NATO leather, it's never satisfied. So get yourself sailcloth and whatever you can. Yeah, it's an amazing watch. Difficult to put into words how much this piece has influenced. Valera is saying, what I learned is that my expectations do not match reality of experiencing a watch on wrist. Sold the Speedy today. Oh, well, Valera, I had it. It's lined up. I think I had it right at the top. Here it is. I had your photograph saved because I wanted to talk about it. So maybe we can start here because that's a pretty good little segue. Beautiful shot, by the way. This is one of the highest resolution photographs that was sent in. Valera has a cool story about this. He's lusted after an Explorer 36 and decided to bite the bullet and go after a professional. This is the 1861 with the Heslite crystal, superb looking watch. I love the strap on it, by the way. But it hasn't. I want to hear more about this since I wanted to chat about it at the beginning of the show. I'm eating craisins. I've never heard of what is it? Is that like a chocolate raisin? Owl? I don't know. Okay, catching up with the chat again. Sorry that I'm missing you. I'm slowly but surely getting there. It's been weird. A full 3 weeks away from the page. You have to relearn a couple of things. Seiko Saab 017, this is from Samurai, has been one watch I've worn most this year. Not because of the green dial year trend, but it seems to be bringing out the good energy when I wear it. Going to get to the green dial thing in a moment too. Yeah, there's lots to talk about. Shaitan says, I honestly lost my desire to get new watches. I've been mainly sticking to G-Shock, my Zodiac Super Seawolf. Good point. Very good point. And this is something else that was in the back of my mind. Juan, welcome. You have an amazing selection this week that we're going to chat through. It's been fun, good fun. I am cranberry raisins. Thanks, Al. Yeah. So before the show even started, I had about 77 images on backlog in the emails. Thanks to you all. And it was a bit worrying. I thought, what's going to happen if I then promote the show? Suddenly there's going to be like 140 submissions and, we'll be here all week. But it was so good. Just such an interesting selection. I think we're going to have a lot to talk about today, which is nice. Okay, so where to even begin? It's going to a guy in Ireland, his father, at least will be loved. Yeah, so Valera, the whole story is that he wanted the Explorer. He picked up the Speedmaster and didn't gel with it. I don't know if it's to do with the size of the watch, that it's a bit too sterile for your liking and everything there. I don't know. I mean, like with all of us, we have our own personal preferences and tastes. What an amazing. And this strap, I'd like to know more about this strap, if you could share, Valera. Some of us just can't gel. It's very interesting how one man's trash is another man's treasure, right? How people love the Speedmaster for its significance in the watch world, but it's not one for everyone. Like between the choice of a Speedmaster and a Seamaster, I'd probably go Seamaster first. That's me. Lots of others prefer the Speedmaster any day of the week because of what it represents and what it means for all of us. So yeah, amazing. And I mean, you're now back on the Explorer hunt. And the question is, Valera, do you think the Explorer will scratch that itch? That's the question. It's a great strap, right? Great strap. Hitting the coffee. Yeah, it's been a time. What a crazy few weeks. I can't believe it's December already. The year is over. It's a nightmare. Are we shooting for 5 hours? Rob asks. I don't know. I really don't know. I hope not. I've been talking now for like 12 minutes and we haven't even started the show. Yeah, lots has been going on behind the scenes. I picked up a new camera last week. So over the next week, I'm going to be learning how to use it. I haven't had a camera for 15 years. So it's going to take some practice. It's pretty funny. Doing a watch prediction vid. Underachieving. Am I doing a watch prediction vid? About what? Oh, what I'm going to be getting? Or I'm actually interested in knowing. Something that influenced me quite a bit about this whole Big Eye purchase was spend money on a great watch, one great watch every year. And all of a sudden, you feel like you've like hit a mark somewhere along the lines. So happening next year, I'm definitely pursuing one watch that came out recently, and that's going to happen. I'm going to sell off a few pieces, and that'll be the next milestone. So get a handful of great watches in the collection that you know are going to work. Fahim, welcome. God, Fahim, I still want to do a video about that Apple Watch article that you wrote. I'm going to put that down on my list. It has to happen. Welcome, Fahim. It's great having you here. What camera? It's a Sony VZ something. It's one of these vlogging cameras. It's supposed to be easy. I'm not a tech person, as most of you probably know. it's been a time getting used to it. Okay, let's get started. One thing I want to do a shameless plug. Made a video this week about the Green Dial watch and the problems with following trends. Russell has kindly donated his Nautilus for us to rip into at the beginning of the show. Luke, welcome. Happy Saturday. Yeah, it's awesome. It's so good being back. It's nice to talk. I haven't thought about watches for 2 days, so now I'm getting into it and just going to banter away for a couple of hours. Green Dial sports watches. This one in particular, he's a funny guy. He says, bash away. I bought mine at retail, so say whatever you like about it. Yeah, diamond bezel Green Dial. It's the latest thing. I'll put a link in the corner of the screen if you missed the show, the video after the fact. But it's all about how so many brands are jumping on the bandwagon and trying to get into this craze of the Green Dial, and what is this going to mean for the summary of the video was something like, the more it happens, the less interested we will become if we just end up seeing these watches over and over again with the same color scheme. There's this dilution going on. The color is not saved for anything special as an anniversary release. The color is just used because it's popular. And I'm still using an iPhone. All the camera you need. Design Atelier, right? I was close. I was thinking about getting an updated iPhone. I still have the SE, like the original SE, and it's a brilliant little gadget. But thought the camera is surprisingly pretty sophisticated for like uploading and for putting stuff in and plugging it up. It's so weird getting used to like memory cards and stuff again. 15 years, I kid you not, 15 years since I've owned a camera, and it's gonna take some practice. Shaitan says, I don't see anything wrong with green watches. No, not at all. Something I should also emphasize. Green, having that option to have a different color is awesome. I just hate that idea that it's repeated. There are tons of issues with the following trends. Yeah, you aren't getting something because you want it. And ultimately, the watch will never stay in your collection if it's not something you wanted, if it's just a bandwagon that you're hopping on. Okay, so I'm going to carry on through in the chat. Sorry that I'm missing you all. John, I really look forward to chatting about your new piece that you picked up. Gel is joining us. So good. Turbo says, I thought the green dial video was one of your best. Thank you, Turbo. I'm still learning how to be a presenter on camera. Learning experience. Obviously, I'm not on camera now. The new Sony has the ability of like being able to plug in, but I don't know how to use it. There's this whole function thing you have to fiddle with, and I still haven't even recorded a full video with the camera, so I don't want to fiddle with settings. It's going to happen. One of these days, the little ID logo at the bottom left will be me, and please skip the pic. So yeah, we're chatting about green dial watches. This is a segue. Russell sent in some great pieces, as well as a Zin that we're going to look at later. Jean-Claude Beaver, welcome to the show. And last, so the watch that became the cover, I thought this was just awesome. There were so many top contenders for cover photos this week. Beautiful photographs from Doxers to Seikos to just, you name it, Zins, everyone just took amazing shots. And I thought, Code 1159, why the hell not make this the cover watch? Because it's the one that's universally bashed by the majority, and me included. Why not talk about it and share it, have this as the divisive cover? Yeah, so John Beaver saying, unpacking boxes. Man, moving house. I've done it a couple of times, and a freaking nightmare. Godspeed. Take care. Right, so let's chat about this machine. I mean, we've spoken so much about the design of the case. The case and the lugs and everything is beautiful. They really have hit it out of the park. And seeing this on the wrist, you do get a different impression about it altogether, right? The 36912 is interestingly laid out. The hands on this watch, very reminiscent of early APs that we saw before the Royal Oak, the perpetual calendars and those models. So you can see where they went with this whole classic influence. They wanted to blend the classic with the modern, and questionable results. I mean, there's some great examples. There's the perpetual calendar that they did with the what's that beautiful aventurine dial? Stunning. The movements are incredible. The crystal in this watch is amazing, and I loved how this is a great segue into the theme about learning about relationship with watches. This is not the darling. This is not the watch that everyone loves, but Thad, who sent this in, loves it, and that's all that matters at the end of the day. That's the special thing about this hobby. The best part about buying a green dial 5711 at retail is no matter how much others critique it, you'll always make bank when you see it. That's it, Chaiton. That's it. Yeah, it's a sad state of affairs when a color is the thing that defines the watch, and it's what everyone goes after. I mean, the prices are just, I can't fathom it. My brain just doesn't understand. Okay, hitting the coffee for a sec. Al mentions gotta love the 9. The 9 on the dial is nothing better than an open 9. And funny enough, this typeface, I don't know if you know this, but this typeface was pretty much invented around, I mean, it's been around since the 30s, essentially. The 30s saw another resurgence during the 50s. A lot of models like Air Kings from Rolex used this typeface. And in fact, if we look at the Explorer today, it's quite a modern interpretation of this type. We see the squared off, very rounded forms to it too. So it's a fascinating piece. It's quite the case study in seeing a brand trying to make a dent with an entirely new watch, getting away from their popular flagship, which is now solely the Royal Oak line. Unfortunately, the case is amazing, as Demetrius says. I mean, it's one of the best things they do. It's insane. Sadly, we don't have a case back shot or anything, but it has the full octagonal center to the case, as well as evacuated lugs. The way the crystal curves around the top of the glass, it's amazing. And I see Marco in the chat again. Hi, Marco. AP will get the code 1159 right eventually. I think they're moving in the right direction as it is. They've got a Fume blue dial that they brought out. I think they had a red dial. I mean, some great stuff. The chronograph is excellent. And yeah, it's just about experimenting. They did a tourbillon, I think, of this, and it was received well. It's just now questioning, what could they do to bring more people in? I mean, my first reaction would be, why not drop the price? Make the watch much more affordable under your line and draw more people into your brand that way. Make it the quote-unquote affordable AP in your selection. sell more of them, get the attention out there, and yeah, you'll have a win. Anyway, I didn't catch up the rest of the comment. He said, need to move the date window. Date windows on watches. Yeah, it's still very nice. Yeah. Demetrius, code 1159, amazing case. So I read that again. Art Deco typeface. Yeah, pretty much that's where it all originated. Many fine pieces in that range, I'm sure you know. Yeah, guys are chatting amongst themselves. Awesome. I think AP is in real trouble when the Royal Oak hype dies. Tom, I don't think you're wrong. And who knows where they're going next. I see that they're really trying to branch out and push the offshore line of watches quite a bit, which is great. I mean, they've brought the sizes down a bit. They're making them slightly more accessible, I guess. The watch has a waiting list. Why do anything? They're selling. I did not know that. Megan. Fascinating. It's a fascinating piece all around. I think it's a great, it had so much attention on it for the wrong reasons, I think, when it originally came out. Something tells me that it's going to be a slow burn and more people are going to be interested in it. And this is something we're going to see across the board with the watches on show today. All sorts of diversity. Okay, and carrying on through. Just off to make a strawberry daiquiri. Hans, good luck, sir. Okay, let's get started. I don't even know. I mean, there's so much to talk about. Abdul, if you're in the chat, he loves sending in his selection of pieces. This is one of a bespoke series of watches that he picked up recently, made by, and I'm going to butcher his name, Philippe Pikulik, German watchmaker from Berlin. And I'm going to try and pronounce this Sternenhimmel, starry sky, basically. He has his name inscribed in Arabic on the dial in this arrangement here. And he got it as he received his master's in engineering, or I think it was his doctorate in engineering, which is amazing. And I love the fact that these bespoke makers out there are getting to a stage where they are able to modify and change dials and give you so much more options to choose from. And I don't know what's going on. Hold on. There we go. Magic Mouse. She's always trying to mess me around. Yeah, it's stunning. It's just stunning. Great way to start the show. We have a new brand, new name. Getting back into the chat. Not diversity. Turbo says, because AP Boutique is only you have to buy code 1159. That's true. That is very true. Unfortunately, in order to move up in the ranking, you have to first buy a code 1159 or something along the lines there in order to get a Royal Oak, etc., etc. Shaitan says the 1159 to me represents the danger when a watchmaker lets one model cannibalize its entire brand. Good talking point. Very good talking point. It's how do you get past the popularity of your flagship model? The only way to do that is to create a series of flagship models. I mean, there's only one brand off the top of my head. I mean, we think of just, I know it's cliche, Rolex as a maker. How many flagship, practically every watch they make is the flagship. Maybe the Yachtmaster 2 and the Yachtmaster line, not so much. But the Submariner, GMT, Datejust, Oyster Perpetual, Sky Dweller, they can't do wrong in these categories. And it's how do you manage to do that? It's lightning in a bottle, I think, in many respects. A good point there, Shaitan. I wonder if there is a meaning to the shape of the owner's nameplate. I don't know. Abdul sent me a lot of information, and of course, these are all saved at like 3 a.m. But I love it. I think these bespoke makers are so good, and we're going to see a couple of these during the show, like from Habring and other makers. Next up, he sent in I think this is one of the best. How cool is this shot? How great is this shot? Some amazing photographs today. I can't stress it enough. I believe this is the 356. I always get my references wrong. I think it's the Zin 356. But this is the special model with a salmon dial that you don't see very often. And I wanted to do a talk around Zin watches and how they are getting so much attention at the moment, how they continue to grow. I love how they've established an identity that everyone seems to subscribe to because it's just no nonsense. German watchmaking in its purest form. And just typical Flieger pilot style, typeface, layout, arrangement, date complication. Love the salmon dial. Yep. Carlos says watches, whiskey. That's it. Is the current luxury real? Is crazy on... luxury in general is crazy on everything. Bespoke small indie brands are growing by the day. Yes, popularity of watch. And I mean, we look at things like just the variety they're offering. There was a good shot in that green dial video that I made. I tried to mention it at one point about how we are seeing these manufacturers make bespoke dials. A brand like Anordane, You have so much versatility, variety behind the watches you can choose there in their selections. Best watch for the money characters, and I love it. I mean, this whole thing about luxury as a word with watches, a lot of us are moving away from that. We're finding so much more value in the 1,500 pieces, those kinds of prices, because they're just, with a watch like this, it's durable, it's stunning. I mean, you don't see salmon dials every day. It's got a day date complication. It's my big eye with more features, basically. I mean, in a nutshell. It's a zin. Forgive me, Father, I've zinned. Yeah, we all deserve to zin once or twice in our lives. Owning the Zin U1 is an interesting experience, Dimitri says. Yeah, and we're going to be seeing collectors across the board. Russell sent in a UCT today, so it's UTC. And it goes to show that wherever you are in the collecting space, you can still get enjoyment out of watches like these. The Zin is the better version of the Big Eye. See, if I wouldn't deny that. I wouldn't deny that. The Big Eye, I mean, it uses I believe, I mean, we're talking about the complication. The Big Eye uses an ETA caliber. It's quite an interesting story about how it was almost custom made for Longines and that movement. But yeah, it's fascinating. I love the development. Aesthetically, you have to enjoy the arrangement on the dial, all those little bits and pieces. I just think the color is superb. And I don't think this is the only salmon dial we're going to see during the show. It's been almost half an hour and I've barely started. This is going to take ages. His vintage date just, I love, come back. His vintage date just, he rocks very often. He's got a cool collection. I like how diverse the selection of pieces. I think I only saved 3 from you, Abdul. You sent me a handful and I only saved 3 in the end. We've got quite a series of pieces coming up later on. But I love the two-tone. I think it's the 1601, this reference. Just joining. Welcome, Mezzanine, pouring a glass. Mezzanine, you mentioned the Seiko Alpinist, I think, as well as someone else, about the cause of the green dial craze. So right with that point, by the way. So right. Never seen a Zin with anything but a black dial. Looks great. They have white. I mean, white dials also look stunning. The 104s and the 103s. Date justs. I mean, if this is the classic, you can see it almost has like a pipe pan arrangement to it, to the dial. Bit of stepping in there, accentuated edges on the plots. I would imagine this is like late 60s, mid to late 60s. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to take some time to get into this. Funny enough, with Rolex, we're mainly going to see vintage today. Going to see an Explorer 2, 1655 again, a very special one, and a 5513 and a 1675, I think. So all vintage Rolex across the board. Not too many modern pieces, which I think is quite a mind blow for a change. Shantan says, could that Zin chronograph with a no-date black dial diver be a perfect two-piece collection? You know, I'm learning more and more that you don't need a lot of watches to have such a versatile collection of pieces. It's crazy. Buy a great watch and just wear it. Minimize your collection down, have a handful of great watches, wear them all equally, and make them the kinds of watches that you just pick up and just say, yeah, this is me for the day. I don't have to think about any other piece. This kind of example, I mean, the day date is a great added feature with a piece. And a dive watch, absolutely. I mean, look at me, Seamaster, Longines, Big Eye, pretty much sorted. I'm looking at another diver as my next watch, just to add a bit of color for a change. But that's just it, It's fascinating. This hobby of ours, we are constantly growing and evolving. I've definitely learned a lot over the course of this year about just minimizing the collection and enjoying the individual pieces more instead of building a collection for the sake of it. Love the Thunderbird. That's what they reference it, Tom. Yes, this is the Thunderbird dial with the stepping, I believe. The whole Air King range as well. I think they're also really underrated. 3 watches is a good number. Less is more. Yeah, man. I mean, 3, 5, even 10. All depends on the types of watches. Get a field watch. Maybe get a handful of field watches because they're just so fun. I see JJ Ladd joining in. Welcome. Glued myself to the workbench. It's all good. We've been there before. I'm guessing you're using super glue. Okay, carrying on. Next up is Alex. Thank you for these, Abdul. Alex sent in a great watch. He did send me the locations of the places. I'm sorry. It must have been a bad time when I didn't save this. Got some sushi on the plate and quite a nice watch. Not bad, Dual time, overseas. I'm so happy that these watches, and I think we have a couple of overseas to talk about today. I'm so happy that these watches are now getting the attention I think they deserve. I made a video, I think 2 years ago, talking about them and how They deserve so much more respect, how they've evolved and developed. The dual time, absolutely. What a cool watch to add to a collection. Just everything about this watch sings. It's got the complexity. It's got, I love the big date window. I know not everyone's a fan about Vacheron as a maker, but I think it's an outlier. It's not one that attracts attention. The best thing is that the non-enthusiast could mistake this as a micro brand almost, and that's so cool. It's stealth. It is, even to this day, it's still a stealth watch for all that it does and has. Yeah, I love it. Great picture of food and the watch. I haven't had sushi in a long time, so that's got to be something remedied. What a cool piece. The next shot's even better. Let's get to it. Another just amazing. I can't remember where it was now, but I mean, coming out of the UK, we're not getting weather like this at the moment, so you're enjoying it. And yeah, just an amazing watch to take away. And when you think about the versatility of the dual time and the interchangeable straps, this as a travel watch, I mean, how cool is it? It's perfect for a boardroom. It's perfect for casual occasions in shorts. It's perfect to go swimming with. You have that extra arrow for a different time zone, which is so fun. It's just something cool to play with. Why isn't everyone a fan of Vacheron? Tao asks. The name, I think the name and the Maltese cross gets people. They're not as keen. It's funny. There's almost like the stigma where some are saying it's. I read something the other day. I don't know if it was quite a biased opinion, basically saying that Vacheron will always be the third underneath AP and underneath Patek. And it's like, come on, these watches are so good. I mean, you've talked about the versatility of this next to the Nautilus and the Royal Oak. I mean, for day-to-day wear, I'd probably enjoy this more, just knowing that I'm not going to scratch up the bezel and all that stuff. So yeah, and sorry about everyone missing you in the chats. I'm hitting the coffee. Hi from Alex with an I. Thank you for that talking time pieces. Yeah, luckily I think we have two Blaines sharing pieces today. Blaine C, Blaine T as always, but that's about it. Yeah, it's so good. Okay, hitting the coffee again. I'll be with you in a moment. Oh, such good watches. I can't wait. The selection is amazing today. Honestly, I'm blown away. Great watches just across the board. JLC greater than Vacheron there. I said it, Sif. Not a bad point. We're going to have a look at an amazing master control at a later stage and some reversos. Beautiful reversos. Some we haven't seen before. Knights Templar, Blaine. Yeah, right. Talking about Crusaders and all that stuff. 1,000-year-old history. It's a mind blow. Okay, I love Patek Philippe, but I think Vacheron is much prettier than the Nautilus. Yeah, the Nautilus is a strange animal. It's a good-looking watch. It's got some awesome history behind it. I like how they've almost modernized this piece a bit more. It feels even more elemental, a bit further ahead as a future piece. But Patek is just number 2 behind Lunga, as we all know. God. So the arguments start. There's a lot of Lungas on this show today. Why am I rebel streaming against Marcello time? Aiden, I mean, over the last 3 years, I think I've done these shows. They always start at 10 p.m. I don't rebel stream. I can tell you that much. I love my Polaris. It's a great piece. Okay, carrying on in the selection. Andrew sent in completely different watch. Thanks for this, Alex. One of the only vintage Seikos we're going to have a look at. Seiko Speed Timer. 1970s, I think 1973. Reference 6138-0017, nicknamed the UFO, I think, right? It's a 44 mil case, and that's a charmer. Vintage Seiko. What a cool place to look at watches. Another series. I've definitely fallen for Seikos a lot more over the last couple of months. I picked up a Seiko 5, and it's so good. It's so good. Not the new Seiko 5s, one of the older models. They've changed their whole direct lineup. We're actually going to look at one later on. But such good watches, such good value for money, and just fun. Seiko should be about fun, and this kind of example, you can see it's directly out of the 70s. I mean, it's got the orange seconds hand day-day complication. I've learned so much about the brand too, that the Seiko 5, the Sportsmatic was one of the first to incorporate the whole idea of a day date. And that's just so good. Subdials, I love this arrangement. Looks very much like a retro bullhead in a way, just a bit off-centered. And the bezel with the red accents, yeah, it's nice. Andrew, I dig it a lot. And carrying on in the chat, I love my SNK. But this is the problem. I think the SNK is a Seiko 5, right, Mezzanine? when it comes to Seiko references, I'll never get it. Sewer Dial says Eric. Eric knows his Seikos very well. And Steve says those $70 Seiko Fives you can find are so fun. Yeah, I mean, I think especially in places like the States and in Japan, those next to the woods, such good stuff you can find and so much fun. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be doing a video on the Seiko 5, and what's blown me away is that if you adjust for inflation, I actually want to talk about it when you get to the watch. That'll be better. Klein would agree. There's a new solar speed timer that Seiko has recently introduced. New Seiko 5s are stunning. This is from Peter. Welcome, Peter. And many more of you that I'm missing in the chat. As always, I'm going to be always behind. Always behind everyone in the chats, but I'll try my best. Vintage Seiko in general, the Pogues, the Flight Masters, there's so much variety. And I love that it's a brand like a handful of others that still likes taking risks and just going nuts with their selection of pieces. And they're not afraid to make mistakes. I read somewhere that the new Seiko CEO says that our watches are almost too stagnant and we need to evolve and improve them. So that should be exciting to see in years to come. I had a UFO, but the minute totalizer never lined up properly, even after service. I mean, that's Seiko quality control for you right there. I love it. That's how you prove it's a legit Seiko when things don't line up. It's just awesome. Yeah. So what movement is in that by Compax, the 6 and 12? I have no idea. Absolutely no idea, Blaine. I'm sure Eric would probably know. He knows his chronos very, very well. Shantan says $500 is my personal limit for modern Seikos. I find the 6R calibers don't compete with ETA leaders. Good point there, Shantan. I want to bring that up when we get to the Seiko 5 again, because it's changed my entire impression of the brand, and I think it'll be good fun. Good talking point. I love this shot, Andrew. Wear this in good health. This whole hockey puck style 70s case is a dream. I think the contrast is just there. It's striking. How good are these photographs, by the way? So awesome. Next up is from Ashley, and is this like a Komodo dragon in the background? I don't know, but Ashley, thank you for sending this in. It's the 41, the OP41 bright blue dial, and he's loving it. I think he just picked it up recently. He was in the chat a second ago, I think. And it's nice to see that this watch is getting some love. We're going to be seeing a couple of them on the show, I think. There is a handful. Yeah, OP41 it got a huge spike when it came out. So there was lots of talk around the model, around the color choices, and around the price differences everywhere. And seeing where it is now, I think it's settled. Someone correct me. Maybe I haven't been following the prices and where they've been going at the moment, but I think it's good to see that a watch like this is reasonable, reasonably affordable in the scheme of things. Maybe I'm completely wrong. I was so close to getting a 34 mil Oyster Perpetual at one stage, but the last minute decided, nope, just hold back. And then it was discontinued, and so it goes. You know how it is. The OP, in my opinion, is a Rolex that is way better than the sum of its parts. Shaitan, I mean, what I love is that you're getting utilitarian, simple, not flashy, not in your face, but has all the brilliance of case finishing and just metallurgy that you want. And I think at the end of the day, when you're getting into Rolex, maybe you're not a fan of the impression it leaves on people and everything, but you can get into the brand solely on the metalwork and the construction. It's on another level. It's so difficult to compete with what they do. And I find that pretty amazing, that the watches are reasonably affordable in this kind of category, and you're getting some of the best finishing, the best tolerances on any watch. That's what makes it special. Russell, welcome. For a moment, I thought it was 11 o'clock. I was getting worried because you normally join in an hour into the show. So yeah, it's good. I really like that point. Who mentioned that? Was it Peter who said that about the price, about watches and OPs? Oh, and Steve says OP prices are nuts these days. Can't even find a 36 or an old school Explorer dial Air King. The attention is everywhere on the brand. It's almost like it's rare to find these. I don't know. Father Artifact, I didn't say hi to you, but I saw you a second ago. Sushi for dinner, wrist shot week. Great having you. Macallan 15. I need someone to indoctrinate me into the Macallan family, because I had a Macallan and I really didn't enjoy it. I think it was a 12 or a 10. There was something about it that I just didn't enjoy. Maybe I'm just someone who prefers the fruitier side of, the space sides and the Highland. I don't know. I don't know what it was, but funny experience in the Macallan. I love it though. Thank you for joining, Father Artifact. Love my OP39 black dial more than my date, just my Explorer. Demetrius, Going to get to your Panerais later on. It's going to be awesome. Rocket Sailing, welcome. Yeah, such a good selection of watches. I can't get over it, really. As we go through, you're going to see it's so diverse. And I love seeing that the show is being condensed down into like 4 hours. The selection is amazing. Okay, going to carry on. Cleaner Rolex watches, Rocket Sailing says. I agree. I do agree. Okay, so Valerie, we chatted about your Speedy 1861 that you've now sold because you're holding out for the Explorer. Yeah, it's a funny thing. Surprisingly enough, I've gone off the Explorer. I've gone off Rolex completely. I'm into Tudor now. Tudor is going to be the next one on the list, which is hilarious. But it's a thing. We go through these phases. It's a difficult. I mean, this whole relationship with watches story. It's like it's finding that area that you really want out of a watch. It's finding that particular watch in a brand. And for him, I mean, the Speedmaster was not one that sat with him very well. He only had it for like 2 months. And yeah, he's back on the. I don't know if he's still in the chat with us, but he's back on the hunt for or waiting for the Explorer to arrive. Such awesome photographs. Seriously, I mean, what? It's so good. It's beautiful, just beautiful. And BDev is coming up next. I look forward to chatting about his piece in a sec. I wish the OP had a flat bezel like the Explorer. Funny, like I say, I remember experiencing an OP and loving the curving of the bezel because it visually bends the light around it, where the flat bezel of the Explorer I've found just makes the light a lot more dispersed and makes it look bigger on the wrist. It's a funny thing. It's like an optical illusion that you get with that rounded bezel. I do remember that the first gen of the 39mm, the 214270, had a more rounded bezel to it, which is so weird. I don't know. You might notice it has a slightly more rounded bezel to the next generation, the Gen 2. Yeah, Valerie, you're proud of the photos. Yeah, man, I think they are. It's exceptional. Such good photography all around. I have to say again, it was so difficult to choose a cover photo. It's just awesome. Just awesome. Everyone loves a bad boy. I don't know what's going on in the chat. I don't know what's going on. Okay, I'm going to carry on. Top tier photography. Yeah, superb. Carrying on to BDev, the Walbrook World Timer. Now, the other week we were chatting about, I don't know where it came up. We were talking about the Glashütte CQ, and there was a name on the tip of my tongue that I was thinking about, a micro brand. Technically, I think Walbrook did actually bring out pieces back in the day, but it's another one of these Phoenix brands that have been brought back. Walbrook makes a very similar piece to the Glashütte CQ, that dial arrangement. This is one thing they're working on at the moment, which is the World Time. It's a quartz. It's very affordable, and the micro brand space is a lot of fun. You know, this is a mecha quartz, which is something else. Mechanical quartz movement. I don't even know how that would work for a standard time only watch. Maybe someone could help me out there, but so good. So good. And I think I've been in contact. I'm getting a watch from Nevada Grenchen very soon, which I'm looking forward to reviewing. I love that era of like 65 to 68 where these brands didn't know what they were doing. They're just throwing everything together. And Nevada Grenchen made that Aviator C dive, the name of it, the Chronomaster, with a pilot bezel that had a diving function to it and a full-on chronograph complication, all that stuff. Yes, Samurai, the SPB, this is the same skin diver case. This was right around like 65, 68 when they were moving around there. So it has a second-hand sweep. Is that it, Eric? That's fascinating. So it's a quartz watch with a second-hand. I love that. I really love that. I mean, that's quite typical. Some quartz watches do have that feature. That is amazing. That is amazing. So I just love that you see a dive watch here that's a full GMT, has a 24-hour time, and then also has a world time feature on it. It's like, it's just awesome. It's so weird, but that's just what they did, you know. Ken Spears saying, wearing my PRX, Tissot PRX, drinking Dos. I've never heard of that maker before. Truly, I'm the most interesting man in the world. Ken, you're not far away from me. I mean, look, what am I wearing? I'm wearing an Omega tonight. I decided to swap out the Longines at the very end. Nothing exciting, really. It's just, you don't have to be interesting at the end of the day. You just have to, I mean, with a designer, you just have to talk around things and make it sound interesting, but you don't have to be interesting. I love it. Mecha Quartz. That's amazing. I didn't know this was a thing. Eric, thank you for sending this, for mentioning this. And BDev, you have a cool selection of watches. Can't miss those numerals, hands. Yeah, that's for sure. Open 6s and 9s. Just notice that in a second. Oh, it's great. It's great. Another French microbrand. They are, right? Funny, I was looking at Walbrook at one stage. I was really considering getting one of those CQ examples. Another French microbrand, factory in France. French watches in general, I'm loving what they're doing. They're bringing it back. They're really bringing it back. It's so good to see this in-house manufacturing. Is Omega the Volvo of watches, Shaitan? I like that a lot. You know, the claim to fame for Volvo was that they invented the three-point harness safety belt. They didn't patent it because they knew that something like patent would be just unnecessary because of how many lives it's going to be saving. You know, that's the legendary status right there. I like that a lot. I've always thought it was like the Audi of watches, but maybe not. Good point there, Shaitan. Maybe we have a bit of a debate going on in the chat. I see Tim joining us. Welcome. Uh, the watch doesn't make the man. Big Sal. Good point there. Very good point. It doesn't. It's how you. It's my grandfather said something like, "It's not what you wear; it's how you wear it." Yeah, he was a wise man. Carrying on through. This is. I'm assuming this is Blaine. This is this is Blaine C. Blaine C. First Breitling of the show. We have a handful of them. Another insanely good photograph. So this is the day date 40, and he gave me a nice description behind this watch. Let's see. I find the Breitling day date to be a very useful, handsome piece. I believe it competes well with other watches offering this complication. Fully agree. Look at that balance on the dial. Yeah, I've actually made a mental note to talk about Breitling a bit more. I want to talk about just how underappreciated they are as a maker and why is that the case? Is it all about value retention at the end of the day? Because I mean, Breitling are making all their parts in-house, apart from their chronograph, I believe. They swap. No, hold on a sec. They're sharing the chronograph with Tudor, and I'm gonna completely trip over my words. But the stuff they make is entirely unique. And we're gonna have a few on the show talking about how they do manage to blend this like 80s flair into their designs, a lot of their modern designs, but then at the same time, they go down the path of reissues with other examples. They have great sizes. It's another brand that I think a lot more people need to look at because it's Breitling and they're bringing it back. The one thing they did, and you can tell this is modern Breitling, is they got rid of the wings on the dial for the sake of the standard B logo. I think that puts a couple of people off, but just so clean. Look at the symmetry between the day and the date, the balance there, and the accent on the seconds hand. The pencil hands are so nicely done. The accented elements at the quarters between the 9 and the 5. Sorry, the 15. What am I saying? The 3. I think I need more coffee in me. 3 cups isn't enough. Breitling killed it in 2021. I mean, they really have brought out some good stuff. They're the Premier line, even though it's super thick, such a diverse series of watches. Their top times, one of my favorites. I think one of my favorite chronographs from any manufacturer at the moment. It's Oris, the Volvo of watches. Shaitan. I love it. Do you drive a Volvo, Shaitan? I like this a lot. Hitting the coffee. I really dig Oris as a maker. Also, one of my favorite brands. I mean, the 65 was one of the next watches I picked up straight after the Omega, quite like a couple of weeks or a month or so afterwards. So much value and fun to be found in that brand. They were ones that brought out the green dial very early on, and Omega is the Cadillac of watches. That's interesting. They put the wings on the 3 and the 9. Hold on a sec. We're talking about on the dial here. So these are technically the wings on either side. I get that. It's Porsche design, the Volvo of watches. Oh, God. Porsche design. They've done some cool stuff recently, I think, right? The Breitling logo looks better without the wings, rocket saying. For a watch like this, I think it does, because it's just supposed to be a day-to-day wear. I love it. I mean, just simple things like having an applied logo on the dial. Isn't it sad that so many brands aren't doing that anymore, that you don't see applied logos? They're all painted on. Adds that 3-dimension quality. The size of it's so good. Yeah, I could talk about this watch for a long time. In fact, this reminds me of a Tag Heuer Carrera, the simple time-only references. And speaking of which, I've got an idea to talk about the Carrera line and how special Tag Heuer was. It's actually a brand that got me into watches a while back. Viatal, the man makes the watch. Sorry, I'm missing again. I'm going to carry on through. The Breitling or the Tudor Royal Day Date? Ooh, Marco, I would still go for the Breitling. I would go for the Breitling over the Royal. That Royal really hasn't sat well with anyone, right? It's a funny thing. Like, I'm seeing them being sold for half the price they go for at retail, which is sad, actually. I don't know what it was. It might have just been bad timing, but I like that, Marco. That's a good shout. I personally would go for Breitling. I mean, Breitling is what this watch is representing. I love the balance. There's this whole question of whether or not it's too balanced. Is it too symmetrical for your eye? Agreed on the Pride logo. Yeah. My Omega has a printed logo, and I'm still mad. Steve says, okay, carrying on. Blaine, I love this. Blaine T, we're jumping to next. And funny enough, we have two of the same watch on the show this week. Our man Turbo T2, who was in the chat, just picked up one of these watches, and so did Blaine. This being the Santos Large with the ADLC coating on the bezel with the gray, like anthracite dial. And he sent a handful of shots. Let's see if there's on the wrist. There we go. Really cool looking piece. And I think there was lots of talk about how, I mean, we love the Santos. It's one of those legendary pieces. Another video idea that's coming up very soon. Going to be great to talk about. But I think what makes this watch so nice today, it's one of those timeless classics. And many are getting onto these watches now because they're super thin. They're under the radar. They have all the tank-esque aesthetics, but as a better build quality. If we're talking about its ruggedness around the crown guards and all those elements there. Is Beauvais the Rolls Royce of watches? Ooh, yes. I think, Beauvais just doesn't stop here. Beautiful. I mean, what can they do wrong? I love looking at the stuff they do. Follow their Instagram. If you are on Instagram, check out Beauvais watches and that's just insane. Every single piece they make is bespoke, basically, right? Yeah, the Santos is so good. It has a huge, huge cult following. This one having the secret signature at the 7, which is nice. They always change it up, which is good. We see the texture to the dial. Good question. This or the Audemars H08? I mean, this is kind of competing in that same zone, right? What a cool watch. I also dig the bracelet. It looks like it's a rubber bracelet with the screw fixtures. I don't know how it works. Maybe I'm wrong. I didn't read into the description too much, but I love it. And our man Turbo in the chat shared a loom shot of this. It looks so good. Doesn't last very long, but looks so good. Hitting the coffee again. I kid you not, I've had 3 coffees in the last 2 hours. I still am slow today. Great looking example. Nice face. I'm leaning towards, I'm leaning torn Cartier nowadays. I couldn't read that properly. If IWC comes back out with Engineer, pays homage to the original design. Oh man, read my mind. I've said that a lot of times, Marco. I think the original Engineer, even the earlier models, like early 2000s, with the way they did the typeface and the simplicity on the dial, so good, so good. I think they hit it out the park with the 43mm Pilot this year. One of the best watch releases of the year. They're making it a lot more accessible for people. But the Ingenieur is just one of those. It's just a killer looking piece. Yeah, our man Jean-Claude Beaver is a super Beauvais fan. We talk about Beauvais quite a bit with him. Yeah, I love it. The Santos, also just a gem. I think it has that. It's amazing to think this was the first pilot watch, pretty much the first sports watch. Came out, 1904 or something? It came before the tank, I believe. It was early on, 1910. It's got such a cool history to it. Seiko is Toyota. Oh, yeah, Santos is a dream. Okay, I'm going to carry on through. To Cedar Canoe. He sends out quite a crazy outlier of a piece. Harboring with the Salmon Dial. This is the Messina Lab collaboration, I think. Let's have a look. It's the Messina Lab 02, and it's a jumping seconds. Jumping seconds with a mechanical watch is a special complication. And Harboring as a brand, I know there's a couple in the chat in our little community who are lusting after, is it Harboring or Habering? I never get it right. Are really looking at these pieces for that diversity, for that brand name, and the mechanics, the actual watchmaking that goes into these pieces. Jumping seconds. It's not a complication I love personally. I know lots of people love the true seconds of the JLC and other makers, but it's so good. I mean, sector dials you can never go wrong with, right? Never go wrong. And just the finishing, the way that the numerals are rotated around the dial, very 30s, very 40s in its arrangement. Open 6s and 9s again. Love the central, what do we call these again? Universal Genève pole router elements to it, right? So good. It's funny getting back into watches and talking about them again. It's literally been like a month since I've done this, so I'm still slow. I am still slow. Is that like dead seconds? Basically, no. It's ticking seconds. So instead of having your automatic sweep, you have ticking seconds every run through. Dead seconds is a bit of it. Dead seconds, I believe, is when you pull out the crown and it resets to zero. Maybe this has the feature too. I'm as you know, I'm not a watch movement junkie, but that is it in a nutshell. Longines Heritage Sector Dial in the near future, Samurai. Nah, I've bitten the Longines apple. I'm done. The big eye for me is it. I love Longines. I would happily add one to the collection, but nah, two of the same brand, probably not. Good shot though. Good shot. Nothing says watchmaking perfection like getting a mechanical tick like a quartz. I mean, that's the truth, Shaitan. I know that was probably said with sarcasm, but that's the truth. It's a hell of a complication, especially from a small name like Harboring. You can expect it from a maker like JLC, but not a small brand like this. I love it. Awesome presentation too, Cedar Canoe. Congrats for picking this up. A lot of these watches we're seeing today are new pieces that have just been added to collections. So this is a gem. It's a real gem. Rolex's Mercedes. Good point there. Very good point. Hacking stops the balance for the time second. Yeah. Dead seconds are great. It's a really useful complication. I think there's a Lunga that we have later on that does it. I don't know. We'll have to carry on through. Next up. So Cedar Canoe, thank you. Jumping to Charlie next. Charlie's watches on Instagram. Check him out because he's based in London and he takes these great. I mean, he shared a JLC Master Control a couple of weeks back, and this is cool. We were just chatting about Breitling, this being the Chronomat 42. He says it very well here with I didn't say the description, you idiot. This is the tricolor. I believe this is for the French aviation side. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it's French. I don't think it's Italian. No, it is tricolore. So it's Italian. Sorry, Italian Air Force. So what he says basically is that what this watch does and what Breitling seems to do well. This is pretty much the epitome of how you see Breitling as a maker, and they have this idea of looking at 1980s aesthetics and inspirations for their designs, and they stick to it very well. This is a true representation of like that DNA, and it's probably why it makes for such a good piece. And I love the balance. You know, you have the date at the 6, it's hidden and out of the way. The bracelet is a classic. It's just what defines this watch. The crown, you see that crown and you know it's a Breitling chronomat, you know. What do they call a bracelet again? Starts with a B. I can never get it right. The Buller bracelet. Oh, I don't know. We always call it the bullet bracelet, but yeah, so good. So good. And this might be a reason why it has such a devoted following on one hand, and a following that they have less of a following, is that they are very rooted in this whole 80s, 90s DNA that they established for themselves, even now, and they're sticking to it. I just realized that I never even asked if you could hear me okay. That would have sucked if the microphone's not working. I don't know. I hope it is. I hope it doesn't sound like I've been talking in a bathroom. Jay says, love the bullet bracelet. Yeah, it's awesome. Thomas has joined us. Welcome, Thomas, to the show. Carrie says, this watch is like getting hit in the face with a brick. Love it. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Pagani Zonda. Yeah, right. The Cinque Tricolor. That's a great car. I know you love your cars, Samurai. The Rouleau, that's it. Thomas, thank you. The Rouleau bracelets. I can never get that name right. Never get it right. Thank you for the mic check, everyone. Yeah, it's when you can't hear yourself talking, you don't know. I love it though. There's so many defining characters to this watch that sums up Breitling as a brand. We have the rider tabs on the bezel, the bracelets, this skin diver style case, very true to what they do with the integrated end link there. The crown, the way the dial's laid out, the handset, everything screams Breitling. Notice that there's no Breitling logo on the dial, which is quite nice. I enjoy that quite a bit, that you're seeing the actual aviation group instead. Yeah, dig it a lot. Yeah, in the closet. Yeah, definitely, for sure. Yeah, I don't know if I'll tell. I might as well tell everyone that back in the day, before getting a proper microphone, as I used to record in a sound deadened closet, because that was the only way I could get the sound without echoing around the room. Fun fact. Charlie, thank you for this. I dig it. You have such a cool selection. Follow him on Instagram. Charlie's Watches. Awesome guy. Really, really cool shots. Okay, now we're going into a completely different category. Christian sends in an annual reference 5146J. And this is a special model in the Patek. I think Archie Luxury has this watch, if I'm not wrong. I think he still has this piece. This is a very special model in the Patek collection because it was one of their first annuals. I believe it was the first annual they ever introduced. And the more you look at it, the more you can appreciate it. It's funny how like designs seem aged, but then they go through this phase, this sweep of back and forth. And this one has its own established identity. We're going to look at Breguet in a little while and see how Breguet has managed to do the same thing. Yeah, I think the way they did this piece, correct me, it must be like early 2000s when this watch came out. But 36912 layout is great. The white date window works very nicely. Power reserve at the top is quite charming. It's like an LG logo. It's like a wink. Then you have your day date perfectly in center. Well, not actually, a little bit offset. You've got the moon phase, which is either a love it or hate it. You've got the crack. I don't know what you would call that, but it's still just a really interesting piece. I think the layout is striking. It's a really stunning model. And this is the thing, like you can be sitting and you get an email suddenly with 3 Lungers, and then you get a Seiko. The variety just continues. We're going to see this throughout the show. We're going to go from a Patek to a Zenith Rainbow and a Gerard Perregaux, and it's so good. Moser, we're going to look at in a moment. And so it goes. So it is. Grand Classique, yes, that's a Chaton. It's my favorite. It's actually my favorite Breguet they offer. It's the retrograde. I love it so much. I can't wait. The retrograde small seconds, it's so good. Do you think AP will return to classic pre-generated designs, Manny says? I'm afraid they have worked themselves into quite a corner, unfortunately, with the way they have gotten themselves through with the. I mean, they've done some amazing designs along that area. What is that Millennium piece? It's like an oval shape. I can't remember the name. Unfortunately, they're only seen for their Royal Oak collection, and it's that thing of when you become a victim of your success, how do you work yourself out of it? How do you help redefine yourself in a different direction? Hitting the coffee again. This is a really cool watch. I'm starting to appreciate it more and more. It looks cluttered at first, but you can then sit back, take it all in, and see it for what it is. It's something completely different. Christian, thank you for this. We're not done with the Patek Philippe calendars, by the way. Would you believe? It's just nuts, just nuts. Okay, now this is a completely different zone. This email came in from D. He wants to remain anonymous. I think he sent me the email in order to get a reply from me. I don't know if he sent this in for the sake of, oh my goodness, for the sake of Wrist Shot Week or not, but he wanted to get opinions and thoughts around this very peculiar 1655. I mean, none of us here like the 1655, right? Yeah, what a cool. This is stunning. Such a stunning watch. Now, this is a Mark V. I think he mentioned Mark V. But what makes it peculiar, very peculiar, is the outer marks on the 24-hour dial. You notice that they're slightly darker. And he says he's never seen this before. I don't think many of us have. And he's called it a Mosaic Dial almost. Very strange change to how the dial faded. The case condition is amazing. But really interesting watch. I mean, the 1655, I think we actually featured it on the last show. And I don't know if this one's been refurbished. I don't know if it has different hands. I don't think he specified too much about the service history and everything. But he saw it and picked it up and thought, why the hell not? Let's enjoy it. And that's just like a running thing. One of the original shows that we did, we had so many 1655s. It's crazy to think. This channel has seen such a diverse amount of watches, better looking than modern. I love it. I mean, it's an ugly duckling for sure, but that's what makes it so special. I love it. Looks brand new. It does. There's another shot of the dial, I think. Oh, there we go. Beautiful photographs, by the way. And there was a mention about removing the Cyclops. I actually believe the Cyclops adds a bit more fun and character to it. Without the Cyclops, it becomes a bit plain, even though it's busy. Cave diving. Rolex must, I mean, they must. On this channel, I've chatted about how they should return with the 1655 styles and designs, but it's a pity. It's a pity that they aren't going back to that route. It was I mean, this was all for purpose. That's what I loved so much about the style, is it was built for function. These loom plots, the whole idea is that they're there to accentuate the bezel. This was before they decided to fill bezel with loom. They wanted to keep it steel because it's a much more durable material. Since it's an explorer's watch, it's going to be scraped up on cave walls and everything. They wanted to keep it as strong as possible. So to counter that and not need to loom a Bakelite bezel, they decided to add these little plots that highlight the quarter zones. I mean, it's hella difficult to read in the dark. I don't know if you've ever seen one of these glow in the dark, but being able to determine your GMT time, 24-hour time with that hand in the dark, it's like, it's impossible. But great looking watch. Just a great looking piece. I think the finishing is also, I mean, look at that outside bezel. Never seen a dial like this before. I don't know if that was just from water ingress or just, the natural aging of tritium. Is the Milgauss the last quirky Rolex? Yes, it is. Shaitan, I did a whole write-up about that a couple of months back, about how the Milgauss is that last bastion of just pure fun and energy that Rolex had pre-Tudor stepping in to take up the mantle. When we see those lightning bolt hands and all of that, I love the development of the Milgauss. It's just good. It's just a great looking piece. Seeing the 1680 with the Cyclops move, yes. I mean, that's another cool example. We're going to look, we're going to have a look at some vintage models in a sec, 1675s. They do have their Cyclopses still. Awesome watch, really stunning. I want to thank D for sending this in to us. It's always fun talking about the 1655, and they're getting so hard to find. Rare and attractive, so quirky, but that's just the dream of this era. 1970s designs were special. Again, I'm missing you all in the Rolex. Thoughts, Tritium Explorer 2, yes or no? Yes, absolutely. I mean, if you can get one of those models that faded, the transitional references that have such a good fade to them, absolutely. Get a polar dial with the tritium fade. Nothing like it on the market. So good. I was converted after getting hands-on with a 5-digit Polar Explorer from the last year of production. I was converted immediately. It took all of, I would say, 5 seconds for me to say, yes, this would be in the collection. No question, Great watch. So good. Okay, can I carry on through? I love this. D, thanks for sending it in. And then a completely different zone. This is from Dan. I like to talk. I actually wrote a little note about this watch. Zenith Rainbow. What does this dial remind you of? Bear in mind that this watch came out, it was using the same movement around the same time that a particular Rolex was using its movement as well. Cool piece. This is Daytona. This is El Primero Daytona for very less money. My grammar sucks today. Hitting the coffee again. I see Bruce joining us. Welcome, Bruce, to the show. Yeah, and it's great that you guys are having these micro convos in the chat. It means that I can carry on chatting and keep up. A wise man once said, "What's this?" 1655, one of the best vintage Rolexes. Yeah, I agree. Zenith toner. This is very much the Zenith toner. Look at how the dial's been arranged, the balance. This is the Zenith movement that we saw in the Daytona. And it's such a cool looking watch. The Rainbow series, they made some awesome watches. Have a look. If you just type up Zenith Rainbow and look at the way they had different bezels, different colors. There was one that had a whole spectrum of colors on its bezel back in the day. The date window as a part of the chapter ring. Oh, man. That's so good. Great shot there, Samurai. Great shot. You don't see chronographs do that. I know Zenith does that. That's one of their call signs, is that they love to incorporate this. Because why not? I mean, it's a proper chrono. You need to be able to keep track of your split seconds. It's so good. So good. I mean, the offset date window, you can just see it's Zenith through and through. Typeface, man. Look at that. El Primero. It's so nice. Zenith is another brand similar to Breitling. Get on board. Look at the crown and the pushes. They look exact to the Daytona. It's just crazy. These pushes could easily be the same, which is nuts. Yeah. And anything special about like this? Is the 6 inverted? No. I do like that the numerals are rotating around the dial instead of being dead on. There's actually some flow to them a bit more. Very classical looking. And this is also something that defined the Rainbow, is that bracelet. Jubilee-esque, squared off, but great stepping to it. Tank tread, we could call it. Tank tread bracelet. Yeah, dig it. Dan, this is a great piece. Really nice. I'm glad I was able to like focus in on it. Gladius styled hands also look very good. Good contrast. Yeah. Neff, welcome to the show. Nobody told me we were doing this. Yeah, I'll tell you, YouTube notifications, they are the worst thing. The only way to really follow it is clicking that bell, I think, on the page. I don't know why. Sometimes notifications work, sometimes they don't. Don't worry, it's only been an hour and 10 minutes. So now is a good time to bring it up. I'm not sure whether to look for the 38 speedy coaxial. Ooh, good. Oh, here we go. See if we actually have a 38 mil coaxial to talk about in a moment. That exact watch, which I look forward. It could easily be an enamel dial, Blaine. Judging by the finishing, I mean, look at the polish to those edges. I could easily be finished that way. Porcelain dial. The reflection to it. I mean, at the base here, it could easily be enamel finished. Correct me if I'm wrong. Great looking watch though. Just such an outlier, and I think highly collectible, well worth looking at, especially if you're after a Zenith Daytona. This is such a good substitute. I mean, you can just go to town and have fun with it. Personally, much prefer the typeface on this watch. Not 5 lines of text and Daytona at the base, just 3 lines, clean, simple, no clutter, classic inspirations. It's the Zenith El Primero. I mean, what else do you need to say? Carrying on through, this Zenith Chrono would look so good with the coffee brown. I mean, right? Strap changes, so good on strap. Yep. Junior, welcome to the show. Good having you here, sir. Hope everyone's having a great Saturday evening, Sunday morning, wherever you are in the world. Next up, Dan, thank you for this. This is Dan F. we're jumping to. He just picked this up, and he has a bit of a story behind this watch. So this is another overseas Gen 3. This is not a dual time. I ordered this from the boutique 6 months ago, despite their advice. It just arrived yesterday. Couldn't be happy with my decision. Now, there was something about how when he ordered this watch, I'm trying to remember his email, when he put his name down to order the watch, the sales associates basically said that the blue dial is the one to go after. The black dial will never be sought after. It's nowhere near as special, which I find ridiculous to say. But that was it in a nutshell. They almost deterred him from going after a black dial overseas Gen 3. And I mean, this just arrived, a new pickup for him, and look at it. It's just fantastic. I actually prefer the black dial to the blue dial. It's awesome. It's so simple. I mean, it looks just like a basic time only. You have that rubber strap changing to it as well. Stunning. Juan, welcome to the show. I don't know how. We're still on D, and we've been running the show for an hour. Oh, my soul. What are we going to do? Juan, we're going to get to your pieces eventually. Thank you for the super chat. Oh my gosh, this is going to be a long one, but maybe we'll speed up at times. I don't freaking know. A watch is only special to the buyer, not the seller. Perfect point there, Manny. That's it. That is it. This is a hell of an achievement, this watch. And the understatedness, like I said about the dual time, this is also on another level of understatedness as a piece. Special. Also fantastic photograph. We love it. What's good, Chronophiles from Miles? Welcome to the show, Chronophiles. We have a couple of chronos still coming up. I think hitting the coffee again. Go big or go home. That's from Hans. I agree. Love the black dial. It's so nice. It's really, really nice. Stealth, simple, understated. So Eric is predicting 2:04 in the morning. I don't think it'll be that long, but the Chidge saying Grail watch. I'd love to talk more about Grail watches one day. Like, it's funny because the Grail watch is supposed to be defined as the watch that ends collecting. Do we ever, as addicts, stop collecting these things? Will we ever? A 6-pack of 4 Loco Big Cell. I don't know what that is, but yeah, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. The black dial also made like the blue dial, lacquer, lots of layers, right, Turbo? You picked up one. You have a blue dial. Ah, so good. So good. I think we have another one. I don't know how many overseas we have to discuss. Okay, so this is from we got 3 Dans. We got Dan D, Dan F, Dan S coming up next. Dan, huge congrats on this piece. A real milestone. I love it. It has this reminds me of a 40s field watch in a way. You know, you have that old school ruler style outside bezeled minute track. You got this sharp pencil arrow hand to it. Really nice. Really, really nice. Dan S next. Now, I like this, Dan. They sent in this quite early on and I saved it. He is around my age, which is pretty nice. There's only a few of us who are 90s babies who talk about watches. He was born in 98. And for him, the 50th anniversary Omega 2534 is his biggest interest for the next watch. This was one of his first watches that he picked up. Excellent choice. Zen 104 STSA on the Jubilee styled, what we call a tank tread bracelet. And as far as the next watch, I definitely won't deny. Get an Omega, you'll love it. But it's a crazy thing how like age group defines us. I need something classy to drink. How about Mad Dog 2020? Oh, is that a blended? I don't know. Where's it from, Neff? I'd like to know. I've been really enjoying my whiskey over the last year. I'm having an Aberfeldy 16 today, my first 16-year-old whiskey, and it's a strange thing. Once you get into the higher, doesn't it? It makes you sound like a snob, but it's the truth that once you get to a certain tier of whiskey drinking, 12-year, 15, 16, 18-year, going back down to 10s and stuff, you don't appreciate it as much anymore. It's similar to watches in a way, but maybe not so much. With whiskeys, there's just so much more complexity to the age. It's not hype. Trust me when I say the added year to a whiskey is not about hype. It's not just a number. It's not just a number. I think I need to take a hit from the whiskey, actually. Samurai was born in 94. I was born in 93. I love it. MD 2020, Wino Paradise. God. I mean, I came from South Africa, so wine was the jam. I said that I wanted to do whiskey when I arrived in the UK. 1890s from Russell. That's a good joke, eh? I love saying that stuff to the folks. You were around back then, right? When it's like Victorian era. So good. Yeah, vintage boy, good whiskeys. I mean, I don't know if I would recommend it because it is kind of an addiction. It's an amazing hobby. Okay, so carrying on through. Dan, I love this. Huge congrats on this piece. Excellent starting point. All I can say is keep that watch as a wallpaper somewhere. Keep returning back to it. Keep thinking about how it's going to integrate into your collection. I think it's great. Starting out, I must have been about your age when I started getting into watches again, like 21-ish. I'm guessing that's 5. Yeah, kind of around there. And just enjoy it, man. Enjoy the journey. Look at field watches. There's so many options for pieces out there. Don't spend insane amounts of money on watches. Try and look at more entry-level pieces and just find your footing with the watches that you look for. That's terrible advice in the beginning, but that's the best I could do. Dan, love it. Thank you. Next up from our man, Dear Artifact, Father Artifact, Family Artifact, I should say. He sent in some Christmas, oh my gosh, the resolution. He sent in some Christmas cheer for all of us. Black Bay 58, hanging the tinsel on the tree. I mean, this watch, it's so good. Your photography, I mean, that's ridiculous. The quality of these shots. Have you noticed how far I've zoomed into this photograph? And we can see the grain on the dial. We can see the spots on the bezel. It's a full-on photo shoot anytime a watch photo is taken in the Dear Artifact household, which I love. I find it hilarious. I mean, we know that's the case. The lighting and everything has to be just right. And it's great. It's great. 1890. That was a good one, Russell. That was a really good one. Okay, carrying on. Mad Dog Wine. I don't know what's going on in the chat. Let me try. Everyone's talking about booze. I wouldn't recommend getting into whiskey as a hobby because it's expensive and it's crazy fun experimenting with them all. I've got to clear my throat. Hold on a sec. Muting myself. I think Fisherman's Friends are going to be needed very soon. Yeah, it's such a good watch. I mean, Mezzanine, I think we're talking about the Black Bay. Always looks amazing. It does. And it's amazing how this watch has done what it has. Jeez, I sound like I'm hammered. I swear I'm not. How it's managed to establish itself, its size, proportions, presence. There's lots of talk. I mean, I was asked a question about the 58 saying something like, I have X-sized wrist. Will this watch be too big on my wrist or too small? And they just hit the nail on the head with this piece. They really did. Jay's asking, what whiskey am I drinking? I had a shot of it. Some reason it opened up in a separate tab. Aberfeldy 16. Highly recommend. My grandfather's birthplace in Perthshire. So good. It's nectar. It's just pure nectar. As you move up in the years, it's 16 years in an oak cask. No change. Hasn't moved to anywhere else. Amazing. Just amazing. Such a quality drop. Tell you that much. Okay. Love it. Black Bay 58, dear Artifact. Thank you. Next up is your dad's Christmas themed watch. The No Time to Die. Oh my, I just can't believe the quality of this photograph. I'm also looking at these for the first time with you, so forgive me. I see a couple of scratches on the bezel. That's nice. This watch is being worn and used properly. And I love the broad arrow. Broad arrow is so good. I've I do have the Tudor virus. Yep, I sure have. I sure have. Yeah, I've caught the Tudor bug for sure. This watch is something else. Really nice. I look forward to doing like a small redesign video in the next couple of weeks, maybe months. Broad arrow watches are just something. They're so cool, so fun. One of the best of British watches, I think. Own a broad arrow. If you're based in the UK, if you love your military pieces, get a broad arrow, because that just represents a different time, different symbol. Instant classic. I personally think it's one of the best professionals they've ever done. The fully graduated bezel, the way they have, I mean, not polished hands. It's excellently done. I love the quirks to it. The rolled sapphire crystal. It's nice and reflective. It gives you that a feeling of a acrylic. Aluminium bezel is going to edge nicely. It uses the same, I think it's both anodized dial as well. It's more of a tropical finish, so it's going to age the same as the bezel in sunlight and all of that there. Yeah, love the strap with it too. It's just superb. What an amazing photograph. Yeah, we see it all here, ladies and gents. It's a great time. Turbo saying best in the decade, looks great on the strap. Yeah, I mean, when you have these vintage inspired watches, they sing on leather straps. Distortion effect, you got it all. You have it all. Along with the 50th Snoopy, that's also a goodie. Funny that we haven't seen much talk about the Snoopy very much. Is it just because they're not readily available today? Haven't seen many Snoopies around, the 925 dial and everything. Remove the helium escape valve. Oh god, yeah. Talk about the what's the word? The conflict around that and the discourse around the helium escape valve, helium release crown, we should say. Top tier. No, it gets better, Jay. It's not going to stop. I had such a hard time finding a good photo for the cover. There were so many. We're not done yet. So let's move on to Mrs. Artifact. OP, I think it's the OP36. Correct me if I'm wrong. She got it just recently, and we chatted about the OP line. That rounded bezel is one of the winning points for me personally. I think this rounded bezel that they do on this watch, it's so good. It's so good. I love the color too. They nailed it. Racing green. Father Artifact. Dear Artifact will have to inherit scratches. I wear my watches. That's good. It's good. I feel the same way. I mean, scratches tell the story. This watch looks like it's been photographed at a boutique. It's so fresh. Look at the grain on the lug. What is going on here? It's so good. It's just too clear. It's like you can pick up every little speck on the dial. It really reminds me of a pool table. That velvet texture, you know? Oh, so nice. Correct me if I'm wrong. The stitching that you see here, no, the speckling that you see with a photograph, that's to do with ISO, right? I'm learning a lot about this stuff now that I have a camera and I'm trying to use it. It's so difficult. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm like a chimp with a camera trying to operate it. I don't know what's going on half the time, but it's superb. One of the coolest dial colors. I have a racing green jacket that I wear a lot, and it's a versatile color for sure. Chatting a lot about green dial watches. This is another one that's gone up in prices because of its color. That value should go. It looks like toothpaste cap. Oh, we're talking. Oh, the valve. Sorry, the valve on the Omega. Got it. Did a video just for me, green dials. For sure, I did, Neff. I mean, it was. I know you love them so much. It's great that we have these preferences for color choices, and this is a charmer. Again, if I haven't addressed you all in the chat, thank you for joining in. I hope you're all enjoying the banter. You're kicking back, putting your feet up, and just having a good time. Dorado says you're right. High ISO causes noise. Now, please tell me what ISO stands for, because I don't know. I don't know what it means. I just know the name. It's alien to me. Honestly, I turn on the camera and there's like flashing images and flowers and stuff. I don't know what's cracking. It's it's a whole world. Okay, getting back in. Love these. Dear Artifact, Father Artifact, so good. Demetrius up next. Demetrius, you have a bit of a spotlight today. I called this GP Laureato cover. Now, He took this shot on the dock, sitting on the dock in the bay. He just picked this up, I believe. Laureato is one of those watches that is, I think, definitely gaining more popularity at the moment. And it's a cool beast. It's a really cool machine. He sent in some nice shots. Got a couple of Panerais from him. It's going to be good to chat about. Carrying on. I'm missing you here. I've had loads of cameras, and I just can't get it, George. That's not helpful at all. Don't tell me that. Yeah, it's not good. It's really not good. I've got the manual. I've tried to read the manual about 4 times. I'm doing tutorials now too to try and learn how it all goes. But we'll see what happens. Just a great, stunning shot. This was going to be the cover photo at one stage. I mean, how could it not be? Look at it. Demetrius hit the ball out of the park. I think it's probably 12:30 that side where he is, so he might be asleep. But you know what? Great, just a great shot. Love the gilt effect to it. And let's get another shot of this on the wrist. Let's see. I called this, I'm very creative, GP Laureato wall. Yeah. Get very creative with naming pictures. Look at that. I mean, I don't even know if it's a matte or if it's a gloss dial. I think this is a boutique edition. There's something special about it because of the gilt elements to it. Great looking watch. Compared to its counterparts, the Royal Oaks and the Nautilus. I love that it doesn't harp on too much about the details. It's simple the way it's been done. It uses the same octagonal style bezel with the rounded element to it, but then it doesn't over embellish it with screws and all that stuff. Very true to its original generation. So thank you for the camera photography lessons. God, yeah, it was quite a chunk. This past month kicked my ass. I'll say that much. It was intense. That happens. Black Friday was good though. Got a good saving from Black Friday, but photography lessons, I'm going to need it. Over next week, I'm going to be trying to learn to use it and do a full video recording. So wish me luck. It'll be the first time. Hopefully it's going to be in HD and it'll be good. Demetrius is in the chat. Awesome. It's an Onyx dial. Oh man. So good. So good. I think this is the only Laureato for the show. Highly underrated. It is super. One of the most underrated. And we chat a lot about integrated bracelet models. The Laureato, as most of us know, it was around, I believe, before the Royal Oak. It was one of the first, like the real originators in this category, and has an awesome history to it. Onyx dial. That is something cool. Really cool. Hitting the coffee again. It looks so good. I love the understatedness. And the way the typeface is balanced on the dial, there's nothing superfluous. Throughout the watch, there's nothing superfluous. Color match date, something more brands should look at. I like that owl. Good point there. And another shot, last shot on the wrist, super HD. And it sounds like my good old Mac Bertha. She is almost, how old is she now? Hold on. She's almost 11 years old, I think. Next year, this time, no, not this time. Early next year, she'll be 11 years old or 12. She's still running. 2011 MacBook. She likes to tell me when she's hot and bothered. She starts like saying profanities to me. I can hear it spooling up in my ear. But just amazing. I'm reading the chat off the laptop, basically. That's all it can do. Onyx, so nice, really nice. I'm glad that this was a spotlight watch, and we're going to Panerais next. I think the last show we had, there were questions: are there any Panerais being featured? And we don't feature them often, but we're going to see a beautiful Luminor and Radiomir. I love it. Got to go. The storm has taken out. Oh my good, a landline. Rob, good luck. Good luck. If I might even drop out. I tell you what, my internet connection has been so bad for the last couple of weeks. I could easily drop out too. But we know what happens. Everything just goes dead. You can't hear me talking and then it resets. Oh man. Unbelievable pictures. I might be able to get a dinghy on the Ohio River for my next one. Neff, go for it. That would be awesome. So awesome. I mean, we know that our man Demetrius is based in Greece and he gets the most, I mean, so good. Oh, look at the finishing on the side of the case. Really nothing superfluous. That rounded edge to the bezel runs around it. Simple, effective. The size of the crown. We don't talk about this often, but the size of the crown relative to the watch, I love it. The scale is spot on. Okay, next up, Panerai Luminor on the wall. I called this on the wall. I don't know. Olive drab strap. Look at that thing. Another highly underrated watch. This is wallpaper material again. Oh, it's good. Ron the Shrink has joined us. Welcome, Ron. It's been a while. Hope you're doing well, sir. Hope you're doing well. And carrying on. Sorry, I'm missing you. See Russell chatting about Emerald and all sorts. I don't know what. Jamie Opulence, welcome to the show. Many more of you that I've missed. I see Watch Champion. Oh, sorry, Companion. It does look so good. That GP is an incredible machine. And carrying on. Oh, I saw something from Instablaine about ISO. Hold on, I got to learn this. I stand outside, waiting for good light to take a wrist shot. I hope that's not really the definition. I don't know. I don't even know. I wouldn't know what ISO stands for if you held a gun to my head. Cameras and me, no idea. Cyclops, yeah, Cyclops. I like that. But the way they do these, they're underneath, right? They put on the underside. Great looking watch. The Luminor is a gem. That whole patented system around the crown protection. Question of whether or not these watches will come back. Do you think people are starting to look at them again? I mean, Panerai continues to bring these watches out. They must still have a pretty good market for them. And just another one of those pieces that you can get into and have fun. I mean, it's one of the original dive watches. It's got so much history to it. I think where they have shot themselves in the foot, chatted about it before, is that they had that whole series of 30-meter water resistance models. What were they thinking? I mean, that kind of stuff is what turns people off. They pull off the pull polished case. They pull off the full. I can't do it. Full polished case. They pull off. They sure do. Great there. Tongue twist. Ashley saying, I tried on the 42 mil Luminor last week. Now I can't get it out of my head. I know it. That feeling, that addiction. Neff said, is it resting on a rock? It is. Yeah, I did a video of the Seamaster and I left it on a rock. It's a bit daunting, but you got to do it. These watches are built for that. Full polished surfaces are going to get scratched up in any case, but I love it. It's so good. What an amazing shot, Demetrius. It's great. International Organization for Standardization. Yeah, Mark, that's for watches and for ratings and all of that. I'm asking about ISO for cameras. That's the next thing. I'm trying to learn about all this stuff because I got one and I don't know what's cracking. Okay, carry on. Next up, another shot of the Luminor on the wrist. That's a nice canvas strap. Look at that setting. Look at that water. You'd have to get a gaff hook to get me out of the water if it was me there, honestly. Some of the best sea you'll ever swim in. And there's a Luminor, scratched up, used for purpose. I think this is a very well executed example too. I believe it's a 42 mil. Correct me there. Toba says, wearing my PAM 723 right now. Is it the same? Oh, that's fantastic. St. Peter, thank you. Thank you for that. So that is it. So the International Organization for Standardization. Mike, thank you for that as well. Oh, man. I don't know where to start with cameras. I'm a bit scared. I don't know what I'm doing. I love the canvas strap. It's another example of a great material. It's more rugged than your standard nylon that you see. Yeah, just awesome. Such a good piece. I love it. And now we're going to the Radiomere, which is much truer to form, much simpler. You see, this is the next stage. This was the further development, but the Radiomere is the original, and it does so much. I'm saving some for the submersible ceramic, unless I get distracted or Miles. I think this is something I wanted to bring up actually about lessons learned with your, what did I say? Learned about your relationship with watches, the whole theme of the show. Yeah, saving up for one good watch every year, I think is important. It's something that you look back on and say, I got this watch this year and it has done so much for me. It's been fun. I must say that Big Eye has made a big dent on me. Carrying on through, ISO for camera refers to the sensitivity of the camera's sensor. Let's say thank you for that. Thank you so much for that. Oh, man. Not the same, but it also is a Luminor Marino on the back. Okay, with the black dial. We should move on next now to the Radiomere. How good is this typeface? The fact that there's spacing between the Marina printing. Kerning is the actual term. Kerning between the letters for all my graphic design friends out there. Oh, it's good. And the sub-seconds offset. There's like, what I really dig about this whole arrangement is there's nothing that hasn't been considered when you look to the spacing of everything on the dial, We have the sub-seconds. It's not taking up too much space. It's just right. It's a loomed hand. We look to the date complication. The Cyclops is a great size. It's not offensive to the eye. Panerai automatic underneath, a great counterbalance to the Luminor Marina above it. Swiss, I mean, it's just all very well thought through and considered. We move across to the radio now. Let's see what we have on the table. We have it on a table now, not on a wall. Resting on the crown. Sorry, I can't get it in frame properly. Resting on the crown, which is questionable. Lots of people say you should rest on the crown if it's a screw down because, I mean, it's not going to be a problem. But what's my favorite font ever used on a watch? Ron, such a good question, man. Such a good question. Top of my head. Honestly, the IWC Ingenieur, that typeface is incredible. Seamaster, Speedmaster, Railmaster, I find that such a quirky typeface. I love the classic stuff. I dig it. El Primero, that the cursive that they use for that is also superb. Yeah, putting me on the spot on that one. There's so many great options. The more stylized, the better. IWC, International Watch Company. You know, back then in the 50s and 60s, the way they had that full description of the name. Yeah, I think IWC probably takes the cake. International Watch Company with that engineer text with a lightning bolt through the middle of it. Just class, absolute class. Probably one of my favorites. Oh, good question there. Juan saying, oh no, more camera setting stuff. I'm doomed. Kerning, yeah, St. Peter. It's a weird term. That's it. I think you might be thinking of ASA settings and cameras. Oh my God. Sounds like Alcoholics Anonymous or something. To be honest, I like my Radio Mirror more than the Luminor. And it's that purity. You know, this is the original watch with the way they did the lugs. This is the one that defined it. This does have the sandwich dial, I believe. Looking at the picture, I'm pretty sure it does. And this is just so true. I mean, you have that original logo there for Officiant Panerai. The way the numerals have been done, it's just simplicity, purest form. The crown, everything is different about this watch, actually. We refer to the two cases. You have a cushion case here. We look to the Luminor next to it. How much more rugged it looks, modernized. It's great seeing them side by side. Let's get another shot on the wrist. Look at that. This was another cover photo contender. You guys are making it so difficult to come up with a good. Oh, look at it. Look at it. So nice. And funny enough, we know the story about how Rolex supplied movements to Panerai back in the day, back in the 30s. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Rolex pretty much copied it piece by piece with their bubble backs, their original designs. The Mercedes Gleitzer model that you used to swim across the channel, same case. Am I wrong in saying that Panerai maybe did the cases and Rolex supplied the movements and they had a bit of a swap in between? Correct me if I'm wrong, because yeah, stunning, really nice. JLC doesn't. Oh, Ron, we're going to look at some amazing JLCs in a sec. Sorry about missing you all in the chat again. I'm bad. I love the old school IWC font. It's good. It is really good, Ron. I don't know how I just thought that up, but superb. Steinhardt beats everything. Steinhardt is pretty cool as a brand. I must say they've done a good job. They've done a good job at getting people into the hobby. Turbo's saying you got to check out the Patek 521. For sure, the 5212 font. We were actually going to have one on the show at one stage, but I think the owner decided not to send it in the last minute. The handwritten script is so good. Just off the top of my head, the original International Watch Company name and the ingenieur text underneath it, class act. It's just so good. I love it. And I'm missing you all in the chat as always. Writing in the original Seiko Alpness is very cool. That's another goodie. Glasuta typeface is fantastic too. But you notice how they're all styles from another time. They're not the modern styles. Nowadays, modern styles are just, serifed block lettering, no cursive. And on an example like this, you notice the typeface is virtually identical here. I think, yeah, it is. It's the same typeface, just greater spacing, greater kerning between the letters for Panerai underneath. It's not something that really draws your eye. And that can either be a good thing or a bad thing. When you have a more stylized watch, it's great to have that little element to look at and go, yes, this is something else that adds to the variety of what watches are all about that visual experience too. And the numerals it's a very efficient arrangement that you're seeing in front of you, but it's not stylized so much. This was the 30s. This is the jam. Karen on next. Now, funny you're talking about typeface and everything. Dominic next. Demetrius, thank you for this. I recognize this watch quite well. This is the Commando Tropical Dial edition model. And these watches have been doing very well. I think Eddie has been having quite a success with the series. Fun watches. Smiths, I've really enjoyed how we've created pieces over time. It's been so much fun. Did I see the ceramic Tudor Black Bay? Will, I did. I love it. I did a video about it a couple of months back, chatting about how they are, in a way, the way they're offering the watch at that price and everything. They're trying to make it a more democratized. Is that the word? Democratizing the ceramic case. And what is that going to mean for the future of it? You see how heavily priced ceramic cased watches are today. It's good to see that change. I dig it. Well, welcome. I missed you. Oh man, Cowboy Swami, absolute pleasure. Happy holidays to you as well, everyone. Again, this is probably going to be the last wrist shot week of the year. Going to do another quarterly roundup, I think, by the end of the year. But this is such a great send-off for this year. The selection is going to keep on getting better and better. You're going to love it. Mind blow how diverse the arrangement is today. H. Moses script, so good. Why didn't I think of that? That's from Neff. So good, Nefera, and I love it. Cowboy Swami, thank you for the super chat, man. And yeah, right. So Ron's saying 1016 homages is allowable in my mind given the prohibitive price. £20,000 you're looking at, 25, 30,000. You're looking for a gilt dial example, disaster. I mean, you're looking at like £30,000. It's insane. This side of the pond, insane prices. And the Commando was a very special little piece. I approached Eddie with the idea of just expanding this, changing it a little bit by widening the numerals on the sides, giving it more of a transitional hand-wind oyster perpetual, just standard oyster look. This was a very specific model made for the Vietnam forces back in the day. They put Commando on the dial, sold from directly by Abercrombie and Fitch, I believe. So I remember that history. And this was the next iteration that he came out with, the tropical dial. I said a tropic finish would look really good. And yeah, I mean, I'm glad people are enjoying them. It's an awesome watch. I still have my Everest. I gave my Commando away to a family friend. He's ex-SAS. I put it on a royal blue strap. He loves it. Like he wears it every day. And I dig it. I really dig how this watch has caught on. Good fun. Good fun. Yeah, Ron, this was one of my things, my contributions. Discerning a chrono purchase, smaller wristed, however. If I may ask, what is your wrist size? Yeah, 6.5 inches. Mezzanine, I range between about 6 3/4 and 7 on a good day, wrist size. The Big Eye it's a 41 mil. It's a pretty big piece, 49 lug to lug, but it's amazing. I was a bit shocked thinking it would be too big, but hell, my argument is, depending on the watch you get, this is a 36 mil, by the way, just for reference. Depending on the watch that you're getting, in fact, how about this? We move to the next one. Eric, if you're still in the chat, I want to talk about this in a sec. Sorry, I'm missing you in the chat, ladies and gents. I will get there in a sec. Eric is a lover of dive watches, and he has no qualms about brand names. He loves his Seikos. He loves Aragon for their affordability, the value that they offer with their watchmaking in general, just the build quality he loves. I think he lives on the hills and in the mountains around Loch Lomond. He just loves it out there. Look at the shot. But what I found so amazing about this photograph is the lume on this machine. And I think we're talking about sizes and all of that. This is a 50 millimeter watch. Okay. And when you're talking about a watch that's built for a specific purpose, diving, for example, 50 millimeters, hell yes, do it. 42 millimeter dive watch, do it. 41, even a 45 millimeter pilot, 43 millimeter, you have all the size ranges. If it's a watch for a certain application and the scale is correct, if it's there for legibility, then I think it's ideal. If it's not oversized for the sake of it, yeah, Mezzanine, talking about chronos. So much choice out there for you. I would recommend the Big Eye. I don't know about prices now, but value for money, it's great. Yeah, oversized lume is cool. I love it. I mean, if we're talking about dive watches, the bigger the better, the more hardcore. I mean, yeah, as most of us probably know, Eric says he spent more of his life in the water than on land, which is pretty funny to think. Every dive bezel should be loomed. Yes, I fully agree. Fully agree. And entirely loomed, not just like the first 15, the entire bezel. So good. Ooh, Manny asking about mod Seamaster alternatives. Yes. What's the maker? I'm going to move on from this. Eric, I dig it. This shot is just superb. And leave it here for a sec. Oh, what's a good example? That maker, tip of my tongue. I can't remember it. I can't remember it. But not Borealis. What is the maker? What is the maker? I don't know. Rizib, thank you. 20. Gotta love it. Thank you so much. Thank you for the chats, guys. Borealis? No, it's not Borealis. What is the maker? I know. It's right in my head. Omega Speedmaster CK2998 for yes, BS. Very good point. That is an excellent example. Would highly recommend those early cases. Those CK cases are so awesome. Yeah, Aragon is moving from strength to strength. Bear in mind, this is 1,000 meters waterproof, which is nuts. It's got proper machining. I mean, look at the dial. It's just so good. Yeah, I love it. The more hardcore, the better. It's got a helium escape valve. Such a beautiful shot too, Eric. Dig it. What is the name of that brand? It's the Helson. Helson's the maker. Helson. Nephew, you got it. Yeah, Nefarian got it before me. Helson Shark Dive. Shark Master. That's it. I've been looking at it. Helson Shark Master 300. Look it up. Such a cool watch. Okay, now we're going into a completely different category. This is from Philippe next. Philippe loves his Seikos. We talk about modded Seikos quite a lot. In fact, I'm going to get my Seiko 5 modded very soon. He's thrown this watch in a gold case, gold bracelets. He's getting that full GMT experience. And I love the lume on the watch. He has an example of it on a green. Oh, this is actually a green dial. I mean, the modding world, it's what I love about it is that I saw a clip from our man Cam from Craft and Tailored. He did one with Matt Farrar of the Smoking Tire. He did a talk the other day with him. And even he has a gold Seiko that he rocks. And the only watch that ever gets attention and people asking about it is that piece, which is pretty cool. You know, that's it. Dear Artifact, are you on your way? It's good having you here, sir. Thank you for joining in. Steve saying same case as the first one. Yes, the FOIS. Yes, the CK2998 case is the same. So good. I mean, I'm talking from owning the Seamaster, also the same case. They are a cut above. So good. Yeah, missing you out in the chats as always. I struggle so much. Eric says beautiful. Yeah, he loves it. I mean, Eric loves this machine. He loves his modded Seikos. We're going to carry on. There's a couple more. He sent in a blue Lagoon that he's modded, I think, with a different bezel. Yeah, Philippe is like a sole Seiko collector. He has a handful. I saved 3 that he shared. And we are noticing how Seiko is moving around. We're going to chat about Seiko 5s in a sec, but how they've now oriented themselves in this Prospex category. And the Seiko 5 category is now being bumped up in price too, which is bizarre. And people are questioning just why the brand is doing this and for what purpose, for what reason. But these are still fun watches. Seiko deserves to be fun. That's the joy. That is the joy. And Karen on the chat, I see Random Rob's joined us. Welcome, Random Rob. Any Seiko chrono should be wear well on anyone. Tend to be, yeah, another good one. Some great points. Mezzanine, if you're still with us, give some suggestions to him for chronographs. I mean, mid-size watches are also great. 6.5 inches. I think you could pull off a 41 millimeter watch. It's all down to lug length. That's the most important thing. Know the distance between the bone on the wrist. If it's 49, if it's 52, if you can pull off 50 mils, the sky is the limit for a lot of pieces. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Carrying on through. I love the blue on the style. It's a very, very good shot. So many little things to enjoy. I mean, the turtle case, this is kind of like a SKX style case. And last but not least from Philippe is the Saab 033 on a olive style rubber strap. Love the brown finishing. The Saab is a great, I mean, talking about entry-level watches and getting into this hobby, the 033 Saab is another excellent piece. We're going to have a look at Grand Seiko at a later stage too. Get a Furlan Marry. Lots of talk about Furlan Marry. Helson Buccaneer, I don't know that one, but yeah, Sharkmaster Manny. It's a good piece, right? The Sharkmaster is a goodie. Look for them secondhand. I'm sure you can find them pretty easily. I believe a lot of them still use ETA movements, which is great, and they are built like tanks. I mean, people have thrown everything at them. They have full ceramic bezels, so many. Actually, no, it's a sapphire cap. so much value for money, I think, with that watch. You're getting that design of the MOD Seamaster, which is, one of my favorites out there. After experiencing, I really wish I never experienced an original, because now it's like it's just one of those grail pieces that you'll never get. you know, yeah, it's good. Love the Saab. Love to get a 037. Kevin, don't worry, you're not late. It's only been almost 2 hours. Yeah, it's always fun. Always good fun. Great shot as well from Philippe. He has shared so many Seikos with us over the course of this year. Carrying on through, now we're going into a completely different category. George sends in fan favorite. Yeah, just a streamliner. The Green Dragon, the boomslang. I don't know what you want to call it, but such boomslang means tree snake in Afrikaans. A derivative of Dutch, coming out of South Africa. It's like part of the lingo you learn. I think what they have done, I mean, props to Moser and what they just continue to hit it out the park. I don't think Moser makes one watch that is not on our minds, and that's incredible. Look at talking about the typeface of Moser. There we go. I think Neferin mentioned it. We have a green watch and we have Moser type for you right there. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. They make so many cool pieces, and I think at the base of what they do, very future focused. Like they have this classical styling in the backs of their minds, but they're also ones that enjoy the idea of colors and making it a bit more stylish. They wanted to stand out on your wrist, not so much for the case designs and everything, but for the fume on the dial, really. Nothing superfluous on the dial at all, which is also amazing. It's got the racing track, which is so 70s. I also just love how they've interpreted this watch. The Moray Eel, that's a goodie. I like that. How they interpreted the 70s inspired case. They didn't go down the standard route of the integrated bracelets. They went lobster tail. They went really deep into a different zone. And of course, the racing track on the inside of the dial is also reminiscent of 70s models. Of course, the original Streamliner was a chrono, and this is their way of diversifying. Yeah, William says, "Go green or go home." There's so much opportunity to just expand on this line. They could make it burgundy, purple, navy blue, sky blue, baby blue, whatever they want. And this watch will always have a marketplace for it. So good. So good. And of course, we have a movement shot. George, these are such good shots. Thank you for sharing these with us. I mean, you can never not love, is that right? An open rotor. Get to appreciate the movements, finishing. Moser moving from strength to strength. I think they're one of, we talk about up and coming watch brands. I mean, so good. I need to learn more about watchmaking over the next few years, just studying all the details. Russell, you need to be down next for a Moser, because customer service is impeccable, because you're treated like royalty whenever you buy a watch from them, and the options they give you today. Yeah, I think, Russell, you should ditch a couple of Nautiluses and get yourself an original funky blue Streamliner, or I don't know, something to mix it up, because it's special. It's just a special for a designer. It's a watch that continually speaks to me. If I could find a funky blue chrono, what else do you really need? You've got it all. It's got so much to it as a daily wearing piece, and it's on another level. Too nice. It's lots to enjoy. Take another hit from the coffee. Kevin S., just like my wife. Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible, Ron. That is terrible. Carrying on through Green Lobster. Yeah, so much to enjoy. I mean, it's a beauty. Carrying on in the chat, I can attest to the customer service. These guys treat you so well, George. So important about getting into a brand, especially one that has a name like this and that kind of relationship. They need to treat you well, and it's great. The appreciation for customer loyalty and for inviting you across to events, for giving you the inside scoop of the next watches that are coming out. So good. Russell saying, I've had great chats with Moser. Nearly got, you did, right? It was that Streamliner Perpetual with the red rocket GMT hand at the bottom. Yeah, I remember that. And we were asking if we could make it long. Making that hand longer. That was funny. That was a good time. It's a well-worked design, rocket sailing. I love it. It has this whole image of being something that's going to last the test of time. it's never going to look out of place, old fashioned, and that's special for a manufacturer to do something like that with a flagship stainless steel sports model. Win. What else do we have here? Next piece from George is this is a crazy thing. I'm going to try and say the name. Look at that dial. I mean, it's like crazy. So it's called a Sharper Never Super One. I don't know if you mentioned anything about the specifics, but it's something else. The texturing on the dial is hectic. It's got this inside rail arrangement. Yeah, I love it. It's really something. There's the name, Sharper Never. Sharper Never. I don't know what that may be the name of the manufacturer, but just beautiful. Excellent texture and depth to the dial. I think that's the one thing. He's wearing it on a NATO strap, which is also really, really cool. I don't know anything about this brand. If someone could help me, I don't even know if it's a micro brand or if it's a full-on. I'm sad to say I don't have a movement shot to share with you, but yeah, I think this one's a better shot to look at on close up. It's so complicated. It's like it's difficult to actually see what's going on, but I think it's great. It's that diversity that you want with your watches. You can see that George loves his vibrant colors. I've seen this before. Wild watch, very cool. Sharper Than Ever. I've never heard of the name before. Someone maybe help me. It's the name of the guy. Baltimore Spirits. Thank you. Baltimore Spirits Company. That'd be fun. What kind of spirits do you guys specialize in? It's probably gins or something, but I'd be interested in knowing. He also makes simpler watches under SUF. Independent micro brand. Crazy looking watch. Something about crowns at 4 always gets me. Love it. The way that everything appears modernized, the way that the lugs have been curved around, the way that like the side of if you look to the right-hand side, the case has like this flank, like Nautilus shoulders. Really interesting piece. I don't know anything about the maker, but I mean, how do you describe it? Very Neptune inspired. You think Neptune, the Greek god, no? Roman. Neptune, the god, where you got tridents and you got very sea related elements. Interesting. Steampunk. I don't know how you would describe it. Sam, welcome. You're not late. Don't worry. Rye whiskey is the flagship. Oh, I've never been sold on rye whiskey, but I would love to experience more of it. I can tell you that. It's such a different taste to Scotch, and it can be great. I've had lots of bullet bourbon in the past. Be interested in trying out more rye in the future. Best whiskey in the world is Captain Morgan's. Captain Morgan. Isn't Captain Morgan rum? maybe it's a different Captain Morgan. I don't know what's going on. Should battle Christopher Ward. There's like a Christopher Ward vibe to it, don't you think? Great brand. They also did a collab with SUF, but they have been around for a while. We'd call them a small indie. Okay. Have featured this watch before on Richard. Have I? Oh no, amnesia's setting in, obviously. Thanks for that. Oh geez, that's great though. Really nice. I prefer bourbon. Hey, let's have a vote in the chat. Are we gonna S for Scotch, B for bourbon? Let's go. I'll start. I'm interested in seeing the poll because I know we have lots of Americans and Canadians joining. So it'd be good to chat about that for a bit. Okay, this is a really interesting piece, George. I've never seen it. I want to look into this brand more in the future. Maker's Mark, I need to get my hands on. That's awesome. Okay, James up next. Oh, James, you brought some bangers. First, let's just appreciate the autumn shot here, and then we can get into the actual Doxer in a sec. Doxer, this is the Time and Tide edition. Let's see the rating. Rye is greater than Scotch. Oh, bourbon, Kentucky bourbon, rum. Oh my goodness. What is S? Oh, right, for Scotch. Excuse me. I gave the description. Good old boys drinking whiskey and rye. Redundant but memorable line. The day the music died. Is that a music line? Scotches. I'm seeing some appreciation. Oh, it's kind of 50-50. Tequila. Oh, bourbon. I'm seeing quite a high ranking for bourbons. Japanese whiskey. What does T stand for, Hans? Tequila again. Oh my god. Maker's Mark is one of the bourbons I really want to try. It's so good. I think the way they have that identity of the bottle and the wax on it and how that's all been done, and just their distillery looks amazing. Paired shoes of the watch companion. It's so good. I mean, these shots were also super contenders for the cover. So let's get past the shoes and the leaves and enjoy this watch. I mean, time and tide. We were chatting about this piece when it was released, and they were like umming and ahhing about. Well, we all were umming and ahhing about how it's been done. Funny enough, how the skin diver case has come back into vogue. We're seeing it everywhere now, and this has an almost Zenith Defy style to it. More about Swedish moonshine, Maker's Mark's fine, nothing special. God, we could talk about alcohol for days. Gin is another one. I mean, I've got so many friends who love gin. Appreciate the shoe coordination. That's it. Email me your address. I'll send you a bottle of Christmas Turbo. I will do Turbo. Oh, it's great. It's great. I dig the shoe comparison companion. Yeah, I'm a Scotch person. Maybe it's just because my genes are from here. Maybe not, but Mark likes bourbon over whiskey. This is fascinating. So bottom timer. Let's have a look at this. Bottom timer bezel is timeless, and this is what Doxa is known for, right? Of course. So let me try and work this out. The bottom timer is arranged the way the bezel's been done. If you know you are at a certain depth, that's how long you have to stay as you equalize, as you come up to surface. Maybe Eric, you can give me a simpler description that I can read out to everyone. Do you try Fatima whiskey? I've been recommended so much, Thomason, like Campbelltown is the next area of Scotch I need to try soon. I need to try gin, and I'm going to be a full-on elkie by the time I'm 30, I tell you what. So the bottom timer bezel, I remember how it works. There was, hold on, 60 feet. Something like, I used to remember how it worked. It was in the back of I've lost it though. I really dig the way they've done the knurling to the bezel too. The quarter elements, these diamonds on all sides. That was fine. It's not good enough, Eric, but it was okay. Basically, the bottom timer bezel works that, originally the bezel was made essentially to help your timing when you surface so that you don't get the bends. And this bottom timer makes life a bit simpler while you're coming up, that you can spend, you have to spend 15 minutes at certain levels in order to equalize. Saw the Doxa on Amon's Tuesday show, well received. Oh, yeah, interesting piece, really interesting piece. I also think the way they've done the orange accents, it's so true to what Doxa's done. All the hallmarks, the offsetting on the dial, the typeface is great. Notice how the orange is underneath on both scripts. The orange hand is just unique. It's typical to the 70s. Pappy with Diet Coke, G&T. Oh, what is going on in the chat? It's turned into an alcohol debate. Yeah, the rubber straps also superb. Now, this is what I love. This is a great piece. Doxa, highly regarded. I believe it's a titanium case. Maybe someone can correct me. But the next watch from our man James is it's quite nice. And talk about matching shoes. That is so cool. Right, this is quite a big deal. This is the Master Calendar Meteorite Dial. Let's have a read. So he says, this would have formed part of a planet were it not for Jupiter's gravity on the main asteroid belt. Talk about, so you hit the mic there, talk about detail. So this meteor would have been a part of a planet if it wasn't for Jupiter throwing it around. Meteorite dials, love them or hate them. I think what they offer on a watch like this, they offer that unique fingerprint. I have never seen this watch before. I did not know it existed. But this is Jaeger-LeCoultre in its finest form. I love these crescent moons. I've said this so many times about the dress watch, but when the dress watch uses its dial for all the right reasons, the space allocation, and you don't have an inside date wheel. I love the fact that you have a pointer. It's an actual pointer date. Something that JLC does so well. Tuesday, November the 30th, you have your moon phase as usual. And you have we chatted about that Patek a second ago. This is the same watch, essentially. Same complication, which is amazing. Okay? Same typeface. I mean, we got the quarter Arabics on the dial. I mean, it's almost identical. It just doesn't have a power reserve on the dial. But such a classy watch. I've never seen the meteorite on this piece, and I can imagine, I think James was going after this for quite a while before he finally got it. Looks Masonic, as Hans says it does. Sure does. So good. I mean, you're getting tons of props in the chat, James. This is a stunning machine. G&T for summertime. Mojito as well. Mojitos are nice. I must say, tequila, I've never gotten on. Problem is, when you're having tequila, in my case, it's normally at like 2 a.m. So you would never get on with a drink at that time of the morning, right? Yeah, it's great. It's great. This is a mic drop. It is. Mic drop watch. I don't even know if it's stainless steel or if it's white gold. I would imagine it has to be white gold with a meteorite dial. It's got that asterisk next to its name, just so different and out there. And as far as JLC, when you talk about movements, this is micro thin. This has all the quirks that you would want out of a watch like this. Okay, beautiful watch. Love the JLC. It's a gem. It's a real gem. That is by far the best meteorite dial I've ever seen. Yeah, and Farron, I think the only other meteorite that I really like is the Pepsi GMT. I love that whole Pan Am relationship. They made a very specific white dial Pan Am GMT in the mid 60s. And was it like late 50s? I can't remember. But it was one of like 5. And the way they brought that back with the blue and red combo, amazing. And this is something else. I don't even know what to say. It's yeah, well, I mean, tequila is dangerous. It's really dangerous. Pretty sure they used it for dynamite back in the day. Yep. So it has a red gold meteorite as well. There is a red, really. Stefan, thank you for that. And so this is a stainless steel. Thanks for that. And you also get a red gold meteorite. Fascinating watch. Yeah, this is one of the standouts for the show by far. And we still have, oh my God, so much. Show's been running now for 2 hours. Yeah, I think an hour and a half. We might, I don't know. Okay, going to carry on through. James, this is an absolute gem. Huge congratulations picking this up. I mean, you could almost say this is a piece unique considering how different it is to everything else we see. Okay, next up, funny enough, another JLC. Another cover photo contender, the Tribute Duo Face. Stainless steel. Sorry, small seconds. Stainless steel. SS for small seconds. This is another watch that is just a cut above. And I love the photography. I could zoom. I mean, if you want to see scratch, I can zoom right into it if you like. Another super high res shot. I love these offset shots that you can actually see the 3 dimensions to the speckling on the crystal from dust and whatever, and you get the depth to the dial as well. It's just, oh man! But of course, we're not done here. We also get to see the back of the watch. Love me a Reverso. Now, I want to do a talk about Cartier versus JLC Reverso, the tank versus the Reverso, and that's going to be fun. I've got a whole list of things I'm going to be discussing around design relevance and around timelessness. Both rectangular watches, both so different, but both have such a loving response in the community. Jamie, is this you? It is. Jamie, this is yours. This is yours. So good. All meteorite dials are unique. Yeah, of course. They really are nice. I mean, thumbprints, it's a fingerprint. It's so different to everyone else. I need a duo face in my collection. Don't we all? But funny enough, I do love the blue. But the back of this watch, I would be wearing this more often. Look at I remember I think we had a brief every time someone shared a Reverso to share the opening so that we can actually appreciate the finishing on the back here. It's just, oh man, look at that. It's something else. I think out of both the edges, this to me is my favorite. The white elements, machining, the Dauphine hands. The quality of this photograph too is something else. Day-night indicator. I think the Reverso case is just one of those, another lightning in a bottle scenarios. So well designed. It's so contemporary and just feels so relevant even now. We look to the smartwatch today. This compares to the smartwatch and the way it's been done, the way it's the simple channeling on each side. It's so decorative, it's so simple, but so relevant even now. Never got into the Reverso, but the Cartier tank will win that video hands down. Yeah, it's an interesting one, Megan, because I feel divided between the two in a way. They're the same but different. The tank has the more the worldwide recognizability by far. I think the Reverso has the case design, though, has the more future focus, the modernity to it. It's going to be very interesting. I look forward to just getting deep into talking about just how different they are. I would take Cartier over Reverso. Should we have another vote? Cartier or Reverso as a choice? Let's do it. Let's have a vote. So C for Cartier and should we say T for tank and R for Reverso? Oh, Edwin, welcome. Amsterdam chiming in. Good to have you here. So I'm missing you in the chat as always. So many. Okay, scrolling up. So we're going to say R for Reverso and I guess C for Cartier. I think I'm going to add my element in there too. Tank, Reversos. Lots of Reversos. What I also find interesting, we just compare the two side by side. The Cartier is globally recognized. It's when we talk just about ladies' attraction to watches, virtually every lady on the planet knows what a Cartier tank is, which is incredible to think, right? So for global appeal, the tank gets it. But for watch enthusiast appeal, I think the Reverso has something to it, because when you show a watch like this to the enthusiast, they all nod, they give you the wink and say, yeah, we know what this watch is, you know? But then the Cartier designs, you know, it's difficult. Neferin sums it up. I mean, both. It's so difficult to like break away between the two. I must say, I'm a huge fan of models like the Tank American and the Cintre and so much the Crash, just the standard tank. So many little elements, and we have another Reverso to look at just now, which is going to be fun. It's good. Voted R with my dollars yesterday. Did you really? V Marsh. So you picked up one. Oh my gosh, this is great. So thanks everyone. When we talk about the ranking here, Reverso gets lots of love. I think, yeah, just as a community in the watch circles, it sounds like the Reverso is the winner, which I find interesting. Yeah, so good. I'm going to look forward to talking about the Reverso in a second. Another one. Clearing my throat again. Hold on a sec. Yeah, I think Fisherman's Friend, it's time. It is time. The Tribute Green Dial, the Tribute Burgundy, so good. And of course, he sent one more shot. Let's get back up to it. He sent a shot of the clasp. Now, what's great about these models, the Duo, is that you're now getting a deployment with the watch. Don Draper wore a Reverso, enough said. I mean, right? But then you think of who wore the tank. Don Draper, Steve McQueen, you know, Muhammad Ali. That I think recognizability, the tank still gets it. You know, you get Jackie Kennedy. You got so many names. Virtually, you know, it's a style icon. I love it. I mean, that debate around those two watches would be such good fun. So what did Vimarsh pick up? Hold on. They saw the Green Dial. Really? The tribute Green Dial. Oh man. Now that watch, I think a lot of us can get behind. Huge congrats on that piece. Andy Warhol, absolutely, yes. Princess Di. Batman wore Reverso, checkmate. Oh shit, this is tough. This is so good. I love it. Some Colombian, yeah, don't be fooled. Batman wore Reverso, you're right. I love that feature, that element. That inspired a whole video that I made about how watches are perfectly cast in films. The fact that Bruce Wayne, throughout the Nolan trilogy, we know Chris Nolan loves his watches. If we think about Dunkirk and how Tom Hardy wore one of those original beautiful Omegas, the original RAF with the turning bezel and everything, and the fact that Christian Bale wore a Reverso throughout that Batman trilogy, and it makes so much sense. I mean, if you have a duo face, especially, that they're two different sides to his character. It's such good watch casting. I love it. It's amazing. It's amazing. You know, Muhammad Ali, and there's so many good people who wore Cartiers though. Steve McQueen. I mean, there are a lot more. I can't think of all the names at the moment. So Luke is joining and saying, hey guys, I'm back in the chat. As most Saturdays been driving. Oh man. Put your feet up. Caught all the audio. That's great. That is great. Just put your feet up, hang out. JLC is such a cool brand. They are. I mean, Two Face should have won a Reverso. I've got a design for a Two Face JLC Reverso, which I look forward to sharing one day. And yeah, so much creative opportunity for the brand to just have fun with like kitschy elements. They could have a whole Batman series. Imagine Batman, the Joker, Two Face, and have so much fun with colors and all that stuff. I'd forgotten the Batman Reverso. Good, right? Okay, going to carry on through. Beautiful shots, Jamie. Thank you for this. Next up is Jens, and this is also lots of fun. We don't see Tudor chronographs featured often on this page. I think we've had it once or twice. We've had some two tones before. This is the 41 mil. This is the one that came out just before this recent Panda variant that's been out lately. And it's a great watch. I really think it's a great watch. I feel like he has the same love affair with this watch as I do with the Big Eye. It's that versatility. It's that pick up and go. And yeah, I understand it fully. This one, of course, screw down crowns and everything, so you can rock it, you can smash it wherever you like. Is Will Rizzo leaving us? Will, take care. Have an excellent weekend. Two-Face reversing up. Hold on a second, I'm seeing you in the chat again. Cartier crash. I mean, such a stunning design. Cartier. I don't even know where to start. It's quite a daunting video when you think about like how do you best come up with an argument around the two. Their origins are so different. You know, one was inspired by a tank, and another was inspired for the purpose of being used by polo players, and both of them have this iconic status. It's tough. It's so tough. I think it's a bit of a headache. I met Andy Warhol and had him sign a Velvet Underground album. Junior, holy cow, that is amazing. Nobody likes this Tudor chrono, but everyone loves the Panda versions. Go figure. I don't understand it. Hey, Kevin, I really don't understand it, because I personally love the two-tone of this model. The JPS model they brought out a couple of years back, so good. It's so good. Also, Megan mentions the Heritage Monaco, another just the standard, the Monte Carlo, right? The modern version of that. Such a good watch, and I don't understand how a simple little color change makes the difference. Just the only difference is they've changed the color of the subdials, added a aluminium bezel insert. This is so much more under the radar. Yeah, I love it. 73 Math, welcome to the show, sir. Welcome to the show. Warhol Last Supper in the museum, 2.5 blocks from my house. Tell you what, talking about art, and we really get dynamic here, art and watches, Cartier, Reverso. What's your 73 Math? You've just joined us. What would you choose? Cartier, tank, JLC, Reverso, go. Love the JPS version of the Tudor. It's good, right, Kevin? It's one of my favorites by far. The fact that it came out on a Bund strap back then when no one was into Bund straps. I mean, this is Tudor having fun. And he sent in another shot, I think, on the wrist. Yep, enjoying a Negroni. This looks like Italy or France, maybe. He's enjoying it out there. These tablecloths remind me of a place in Europe. Maybe if I read, this looks Italian. I'm going to say Italian. Maybe I'm wrong. Is it true that they have balsamic vinegar on every table in Italy? I don't know. Correct me. So 73 Math says reverse 100%. Okay, got you. He has 73 Math has interesting taste in watches. I can get behind the pieces that he loves. His Zenith, what's it? The A384. Love it. Eric, thanks for that. Yeah, really cool watch. I think it's so nice that it skirts under the radar for what it is. And, you know, it's just a hard worker. Okay, here's another idea. Bicompacts, tricompacts. What do we prefer? I'm going to start. So T for tricompacts, B for bicompacts. Go. Very interested in knowing what you would prefer out of a chronograph. And this could be quite divisive. I look forward to hearing that thought pattern. But yeah, this is a seriously underrated watch. You can get them for great prices today. I would recommend. I mean, if you're getting into this hobby, you want to get an unconventional Tudor, go for one of these. I think it's so out there and it's subtle. You know, steel bezels are always a dream. Lots of bicompacts. This is going to be fun. Okay, let's see. I checked out the two-tone version of this, the AD recently. Great pusher action. Yeah, right. Solid. Really solid. I mean, I think that's the way you can describe Tudor as a brand with all of their models is solid. It's insane. Bicompacts, lots of buys. Ooh, I'm seeing... Interesting. Hans's buy, it's good to know. It's kind of split too. I mean, where do we even like? It's another difficult one. Like, what you prefer? My whole rationale is that I love the fact that you can record your hours. I use a chrono and just set it and let it run for 7-8 hours if I'm going somewhere, just to know the full duration of the trip. You know? Oh, yeah, interesting. It's also very divided. I find that a lot of our votes end up being 50-50 a lot of the time, or 60-40. It's always close. Yeah, pansexual. Oh, God, here we go. Here, I knew that was going to happen. I mean, try. Okay, going to carry through. Jens, thank you for this stunning watch. A real sleeper. I'm so glad you shared it with us because it deserves way more love, I think. Just so under the radar. It's awesome. Now, this is a goodie from Jeremy. Mundane. We all know Mundane pretty well as a brand. Let me try and zoom in. Magic mouse. Swiss Railways clock, of course. Railways watch. Such a good feature, great watchmaking, and just an icon. I mean, we talk about design icons: tank, reverso, mundane, Swiss Railways clock. That's it. What was the question again, right? Strategically dipped. I don't know. Exhibit. Welcome to the show. Miami Beach. Oh, man. Oh, man. A righty. It's good to see the watch on the right wrist for a change. It's so good. Yeah, Mr. Tech Savvy. Come on. I'm not using the last time we used the poll tool. We know what happens. The whole show crashed like 6 times. I mean, this is easier, but we could try. We could try. Time resets at 59. This is good. I mean, yeah, talking about icons again. Going through design school, industrial design college, a couple of them. I went through like 3. Every single time we talked about design icons, this was featured. The mundane Swiss Railways watch is one of the most iconic designs out there. And it's the complication of it stopping at 59 so that you can synchronize. And it's just so easily recognizable. It's that lollipop seconds hand, it's a classic. It's a true legend. I've never seen it in PVD before. And the biggest joke of all is that we're going to see 2 of these watches in the show, which is great. Just so good. There's going to be another one coming up just now. And we're just about to hop onto vintage Rolex. This should be fun. This should be really fun. Mundane do cool watches. I love the simplicity. It's got that just typical pure restraint. And you can see this is the kind of watch that you would expect on a clock face in a classroom. In fact, it influenced so many clock designs, just commercial clock designs in regular settings too, which is something that not many know. Thought it stops at 58. It's 58 or 50. Someone help me out. I did a video about it years back. A real special little piece, I think, deserves way more attention. And they have some amazing examples that you can pick up for great prices too. Look up Mundane. Check out what they do. Of course, the white dial is the more classic, the more easily recognizable. This is the inverted arrangement. 58 or 59. Yeah, one of those two. When you're down and troubled. Hold on. Is this bridge over troubled water or something, Hans? I'm going to try and get these music references, I tell you. All right. And carrying on through. Love it. Beautiful watch. Great presentation. Right wrist represents. Thanks for that, Jeremy. Right on. Let's have a chat about this little gem. I don't know why the Magic Mouse likes to zoom in and out at will. This is a 1971 1675 from JJ Ladd. I think he was in the chat earlier on. I'm pretty sure. Mine stops at 62, Neff. That's not helping. Okay, so the story behind this was he sold off a selection of pieces in his collection in order to go after some special vintage models from the Rolex lineup. And both of these pieces that you're going to see, Submariner 5513 and this GMT, he had to have them restored, basically. He had to have them fixed. They weren't in great nick when he got them. Tech talk time. Oh, God. Talk about tongue twisters. So I think he's had the bezel replaced. The dial could easily be original. I think the hands might be. I don't know. If he's in the chat, he could maybe give us some specifications. But the case finishing, he was good to share all the angles for us to appreciate, to see the finishing on the case. And I think this is what helped him decide on this watch. The sad reality today is that these watches are getting so difficult to find for reasonable prices. Sold the farm for one pony. Yeah, that's it. It's so difficult to find a watch like this for a great price, for a reasonable price. And a lot of the time you have to get them beat up and then restore them slowly but surely. And we're chatting about the chamfers on the ends of the lugs. I mean, of course, I'm sure this watch has been polished and has been finished properly. It's just one of those things. It's great for someone to find a watch and really love it for what it is. I mean, the pure representation of a GMT master. And there are a couple more shots. Let's see. He did give me a description saying, sourced these 2 watches and restored with original parts. There we go. So it's good to see. So I'm guessing maybe the hands are not original. I'd have to double check. The bezel has been replaced, I think, but it's got the serifs on it, so it's all true to form. The crown guards are in good nick. It's just fun. Like the vintage watch world. I did a video about vintage watches. I will I'll share that in the corner of the screen. The minefield of vintage watches. And I talked about things like knowing what you're going after and understanding the references and being so discerning that you know exactly what you're looking for. I mean, with Rolex, it's all about deciding if this typeface is correct and if the crown is the right length and all this stuff. And Megan says depends on who you know. Of course. Of course. I mean, depends on where you are in the world too nowadays, it sounds like. I mean, buying vintage in the UK, it's, oh, God. I would not even touch it, honestly, unless you know exactly what you're looking for. But I can imagine a lot of these little bits and pieces have been edited and replaced on this piece. Beautiful watch. The 1675, just one of those timeless little gems. 224 in Greece. Dimitris, it's been so good having you here. Thank you for sharing your watches in. Love chatting about your Panerais. Of course, the Girard Perregaux. Really enjoy it. That Onyx dial, absolute gem. Yes, it has been rebuilt. Yep. He's said for both the watches we're going to see, the 5513 and the 16 is they've been restored. I think so. They have been polished. They've had replacement bezels, crystals, all that stuff, just to restore it to a point where it's wearable. It doesn't look like it's been beaten up. And here's a 5513 from him. Let's see what, I think the case has been fixed up in a few places here. The dial looks very, very nice. It's that stuff, that level of scrutiny. This being a meters first, right? Which is from, like, I think he said 1967. Hands are very good. I love the photography too. Great, great details. Bezel's in good nick. Maybe it's a replacement bezel too. I feel like this didn't need as much work as the GMT. Another shot from the angle. I do love the lugs. Now, it's difficult to know today. It can be so difficult to determine whether or not it's been laser welded and all this stuff. Vintage is a crazy thing. So Neff is saying, have you heard the news? You know that Annie's back in town. That sounds like a Michael Jackson song. I don't know. And carrying on through. The sub is amazing. Metric in 1967. What a time to be alive. Yeah, metric first. Yeah, there's lots of derision around metric and imperial ratings. Yeah, and Megan's asking, he told me it's a 1675. I believe the difference. What is the difference between that and the next reference? It has to do with the naming on the dial, the printing on the dial. Again, I'm not in vintage mode, so I probably won't be able to give you much details around that. But beautiful little sub, the 5513. I would imagine this is the Roger Moore model, round about there. I don't know if this is the standard bracelet it came with back in the day or if it had a riveted bracelet. But, you know, finding a vintage watch and, you know, restoring it to its good form. I mean, I think all of us would wear one of these, even though I think that's another we had an argument about this, or discussion a couple of shows back, that when you get a vintage watch, it's good to restore it to a point where it is wearable. What's the point of having a vintage watch that's been smashed up and maybe it is all original parts, but then it looks a mess and you don't feel connected with it? In this case, yes, the lugs have been polished and brushed and the dial looks original. Maybe the hands have been replaced, maybe the bezel's been replaced, whatever. But that's just it. You're getting a watch here that's in pretty damn good nick and you wouldn't mind wearing it. So I would imagine, I'd say this is a gilt dial. Maybe I'm wrong. 1967. Oh God, me and my flipping vintage references. I'll never get it right. Try as hard as I, the watch of Theseus. Try as hard as I do, I will never get these vintage references right properly. But a beautiful example, it's special. Just picked up a Cartier Santos. What is your take? Oh, angry architect. You know what? We've just chatted about the Santos. We have two of them on the show. Love the Santos. It's a gem. It's an absolute gem. Definitely bleach from Eric. Going to chat about the Santos later on. There's another one coming up just quite a little while. I think close to the end of the show. Congrats, Angry Architect. This is clean. The dial's original, but I don't see the point of buying vintage or restored look. Yeah. I would personally, if I got a vintage watch and felt it needed to be fixed up, I would probably restore it to better nick. This is a goodie. Huge congrats, JJ lad. If you're still with us, huge congrats on this piece. Must say that the dial is in great shape. It's very, very nice. But the vintage world is it's a whole different kettle of fish. Next up is Jonathan, rocking. I think this is the only modern Rolex sports watch that we're going to be seeing. I kid you not. Like, when can you ever say that? CHNR, gem of a GMT, one of the best. Actually, no, there is a sub coming up later. And carrying on through, Instablaine says you can't even find modern Rolexes on. Right? It's a travesty. The shortage is getting serious. Instablaine, thank you. It's true though. It is true. Uh, we're seeing one here, and I think there's only one more through the show, and that's about it. Like it's scarce, really scarce. The CHNR is awesome. I've had so many emails asking me what should I look at, what should I go after, and I've always directed people to this watch, saying, you know what, it's got a bit of bling, it's got a bit of subtlety, it's got the GMT complication. The two-tone is one of the best. As far as a two-tone GMT goes, it's a gem, one of the best out there. Hitting the coffee again. Yeah, I love it. Absolutely love it. And I also dig the fact that it's it's the modern interpretation of the root beer. I did a video like 2 years back talking about it, and I changed the dial. I added some brown to the dial to break it up. What a combo. If they added brown to the dial on this watch, it would look so stunning. I think brown dials are very underrated here too. Surprisingly, tropicalize your watches. You'll do so well, people. So Hans says not a fan ski. He's not a fan of this watch. Well, I mean, he loves his 39mm Explorer, so he needs the subtlety. Don't worry, Carl. You didn't miss the bulk. There is always something going on here. Yeah, the show has still got lots to do. When we get to Juan, be ready because he has sent in a lot of pieces he's just picked up recently. He's been traveling quite a bit, so will they do a ceramic Coke? Instablaine, that's on everyone's minds, and I think they will very soon. Ceramic Coke is definitely on the cards, I believe. Yeah, the brown dial, as Thomas says, brown dial on this watch would really break it up nicely. I thought you listened to my reasoning. Oh, bloody music references again. And another shot from Jonathan. This was we're talking about. Is this a what's the you see? This is what happens when you drink whiskey. Nothing else matters. Going to carry on. This is a what's it called? Mint julep or something. I don't know. Someone help me. Lunga Saxonia. This being the moon phase. Just here we go down the Lunga hole. I think this is the first Lunga we've had on the show. Speakeasy. So he was in Speakeasy when he had this. Juan Love. Let's get together. Oh, Bob Marley. That's a goodie. I listened to Bob Marley the other day. What amazing music. So this watch is also very underrated. This was one of the first big dates they brought out, I think. Automatic. Lots to enjoy here. Of course, you have the single pusher to adjust the date on the fly, which is really, really nice. Is that a kale smoothie? What is this drink? Someone help me out. I think he might have said it in the description, but I forgot to mention it. We were chatting about it. It's like a mint julep or something. I don't know. Someone help me. The Wunderbar. It's so good. So nice. The typeface. This is just Lunga in its purest form. And funny enough, we have a lot of Lungas coming up very soon. Quite a diverse selection of Lunga ones, I think, for a change. Coffee again into the system. Margarita, cucumber, yes. Miles, I was on the tip of my tongue, chatting about Italy at one stage. This could easily be a margarita. Got it. Someone, you can tell I'm not much of a broccoli smoothie. I'm not much of a cocktail drinker. I don't know if you noticed. Superb watch. Just the subtlety is so good. I love the understatedness, similar to that JLC Master Control we saw earlier. Gem, real gem. Okay, next up, we're jumping to John. I don't know if he was in the chat. He was in the chat earlier on. He had a Zin UTC, I think, a Zin GMT of some kind. And he never bonded with it too much. So he sold it and he bought another watch. And this is the first time in the history of this show that we are going to be featuring two Tudor P01s. It's an awesome watch, right? Awesome Saxonia. Neff says, I would love a Lunga One Aventurine dial. Oh, who wouldn't? No, that 37mm is amazing. Yeah, of course. They also made a Saxonia thin Aventurine dial, which was a gem. Glasuta does days right. They do. Dates, the big dates. Excuse me. We're going to chat about it now when we get to the Lunga One more. It's just great. These watches. One of my favorites actually is the black dial Saxonia automatic. I know they did I can't remember the street name for it, like the Darth or whatever, but it's a big date black dial. I think it's similar to this. Has a moon phase. Wow, just something else. It's so stealth. Okay. Next up from John, here we go. Tudor P01, the first of two. Both newly picked up pieces, and we're starting to see the appreciation go towards this watch. What I loved about his story is that he got rid of the Zin because he wasn't gelling with it. He found it to be too special to wear every day for work and stuff. So because he wasn't wearing it, he decided to sell it. He picked up an Omega. I think we featured it last show, an Omega Seamaster 2253 GMT, if I remember right. And this is now going to be his daily driver. Now, he said here in the description, I've traded my Zin for this goofy looking Tudor. It's such a crazy watch and I love it. And he also said, for the first time, people are actually asking me what this watch is. I've never had people approach me and ask about my watches. So I think it's pretty cool. And there's another Tudor that's come out recently. Yeah, Sif is reading my mind. That's pretty much the watch I'm looking out for next year. I'm going after. I think these outlier Tudors are something else. They go against the grain. They go against the norm. They are born to dare. I mean, that's it's the whole description of the brand. That's the MO, and that's just it. I think it's special, really fun, and the whole feature. I mean, it's such a weird watch, similar to pieces like the 1655. It's so strange with that whole GMT bezel arrangement and the locking system made for the American Navy, just as a prototype, never went anywhere. But this was before you had the ratcheting feature on a bezel, so this was like the precursor, and it's appreciating that developmental stage of the prototype watch, which I love it. Another video I made maybe 2 years ago at this stage about the significance of this watch, why it deserves to be appreciated a lot more. Nephew saying could have guessed that I was going after it. I'm really that's my everything at the moment. But MN22 is what I'm going after. I was born on the 22nd. I got to get the MN22 as the watch. Who knows? I have to give it another 6 months, I think. Coffee in the system again. Yeah, that's the watch I'm going after. It's gonna be good. I really need to add that in to the set. So is it me or was it weird that the bracelet goes over the bezel? Really odd. No, Turbo, that's the whole idea. In fact, should I get to the next one? If you stay until the end, you'll see the actual function of a Turbo. But these ends wrap over the bezel because that's a locking system. In order to use the bezel, you have to actually push this little tab at the top to open the end link up so that you can rotate the bezel. This is the way of securing it, which I think is good. You were also born on the 22nd, Neff. Ah, man, it's good. I like it. MN22 for the year 2022. Yep, that's it. That's it, Megan. I'm excited. Really excited to get one. Hopefully, maybe. It's got to sell off a few pieces and give it some time. Tudor in the collection will be next year's edition. And such a great watch. Huge congrats, John. And you're not the only one. There's someone else in the chat who got one just recently, and it's great. I think it's also great, especially when you're looking out for a watch for a very long time and you finally get it. It's such a cathartic moment to it too. Yeah, Sober, I look forward to talking about it in a moment. We'll get to the last one. It's when we get to Thomas later on. So next up from Jordan. Thank you for this, John. Tudor Snowflake. Yeah, so he sent in a cool selection here. This might be my end that the resolution is not the best, but just squint your eyes. Tudor Snowflake, he said in the email, basically like the epitome of what Grand Tudor Snowflake. You see, like my brain is all FXD'd. Grand Seiko Snowflake is the one, the spring drive and all that, right? He says it's just one of those watches that defines Grand Seiko very much. A lot of people talk about the white birch as an example to add to a collection now, but the Snowflake is the one that really got people going there. And it's one of those pieces that has very much defined the identity of Grand Seiko as a brand in the sports zone, which is really nice. And I think he said a few more. He said a whole load. He also has a shot. Let's have a look. So next up he sent in was a set of watches that I saved, which I thought was very interesting. And like, how do you describe this? These are all terrific watches. I find this, I mean, he has a lot of our thoughts in mind when he does something like this. It's, we put in quotations, a safe selection of watches, but so good for what they all offer. Black Bay 58, No arguing there. Submariner 114060. Speedmaster Professional. This is probably the 1861. And this is an SKX 013. Huh? This is the 38 millimeter version. One of my favorites, actually. I love the way they brought the size down on this one. They're all so competent, you know. There's nothing. Was I right? Neff, yes, 013. Great. I love the fact this is the kind of collection where you don't have to think hard about what you're going to wear on the day. You just hop in, say, okay, Speedmaster today. There's no wrong choice. That's a good thing about a collection. Wow, my throat is drying up bad. I got to hit the water. Hold on. I think I have to lower the register or something. This is not. Come back. We'll jump to the sub while we're at it. Let's do it. Hold on a sec. Oh, it's really bad. Oh no. This is what happens when you don't talk continuously for 4 hours every other day. Your voice starts going. We'll be fighting in the streets. Is that Street Fighting Man? Was this the Who? I don't know what's going on. With our children at our feet. I do love the music references going on. Got to run tonight. Kevin, great having you, really, as always. Thank you for always being here and hopping in. Pick my guitar up and play. Oh my God, what's going on? Out there in the fields. That's a classic. I don't know what's happening here. Again, Kevin, thanks for hopping in. You're always in the chat, and it's a joy. Carl's saying, I must admit, I'm drawn to the GS Snowflake string drive. It's so cool for a techie like me. Must say, I mean, it's what has defined their generation, what they've been able to do. It's great seeing this watch on the wrist from another angle. Now, I think those of us who enjoy guitars will like this one a lot. We got a Les Paul in the background. Let's get to what guitars at the back. Looks like a tobacco burst, maybe a cherry burst. Les Paul. I can't move the mouse around, so we just have to let's see. This could easily be an ES335. I really like that two-tone. This is definitely a two-tone burst, not a three-tone. Am I right? Oh, it looks good. Great selection. Two awesome Gibsons, and then we have a telly. We got we call it Seafoam Green. I don't know if this is a vintage or if this one's been relicked, but look at the way the body's been finished. Come back. This is good. We'll use this. So nice. Telecaster. There was a great video. This mouse. Hold on. I think his name's Paul Davids. He runs a YouTube channel about guitars, and he played Hendrix's Monterey Strat. I think the video came up about a week ago. So good. Hendrix at Monterey playing Like a Rolling Stone. One of my favorite tracks of all time, I think. Telecaster, absolute legend. From a purely industrial design point of view, world class. I mean, Leo Fender took basic materials and moved away from the craft of making guitars to mass production and making bulletproof instruments. Nut bash Tina. I mean, this is crazy. I don't know if this has been relicked or if this is the age of the guitar itself. I don't know about this. Is a bit divisive, but I'm a big fan of the ashtray over Fenders, over Strats, and over Tellys. Correct me if I'm wrong. Surf Green. That's the one. Eric. Yeah. Original gear. Look at the crack. It looks nice, right? Looks really nice. And of course, I mean, we're talking around this and not looking at the sub. This is the standard, the 114, not the 124. It's got fatter lugs, but great guitar, great watch. I mean, these are just two design icons of their time, both of the 50s, which I think is pretty sick. Okay, should we have another vote in the chat? I think. Hold on a sec. We're talking about yes, about Carl. The email details. Yes, I do have Carl's details, I think. Should we have a vote in the chat? Strat or Telecaster? I will go. S for Strat, T for Telecaster. Anyone who plays guitars. It'll be fun. Partial to the Fender Mustang. The Fender Mustang is a goodie. It's so crazy. It's like the 1655 of guitars. I love it. It's fun when we just go down the route of like guitars and booze and let's see, Strat, Telly, Strat. The funny thing is when I first picked up the Telly, I just didn't feel like the Strat body where it forms, the way it's been cut. Nothing like it out there. Had the same experience with the Les Paul. Beautiful, so heavy, amazing playing instrument. But yeah, there's some instruments that you just gel with. Oh, I'm liking this Les Paul. That's a sparrow in the works. Nitro finish, No idea about this topic. It's okay, Toba. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. A bit divided. I think Tellys have the win. Jazzmaster T with S contours. That's a goodie. Oh man, love Fender. Les Pauls are amazing too. Get a Goldie, get an original gold top. Sorry, I'm talking about guitars. Let's get away from it. This will be us all night if we do that. So this finish, as talking about nitro finish, nitro cellulose is an amazing lacquer. Great, just so good. Jordan, thank you for this. I love your guitars. Guitars are amazing. We're going to talk about acoustics next. Right, so jumping over to Juan next. I don't know if he's in the chat, but he brought the big guns this week. Keith Richards, yeah, man. That's it. Okay, so where do we even start with? Oh my god. Okay. Breguet Retrograde. Let's start with this. Oops, my favorite in the lineup. Seriously underrated piece offered by Breguet. Retrograde seconds. It's just something else. I love the balance. Now we're going to go all over the place with this selection now. We've got Patex Lungas, IWCs. I think we've got a Zenith. We've got a Reverso. Such an amazing selection from Juan. We've chatted a lot about his vintage collecting, but another world now we're going into. I didn't know Jimmy Page played a Teddy. Huh? Really? In Communication Breakdown? You're kidding me. No ways. Correct me. Tell me that's not the case. I can't believe that. I mean, he was Les Paul day in, day out. I know see Gibson, does that count? Yeah, why not? I mean, for sure. Gibson guitars, they have had their ups and downs with quality control, but I mean, you can't go against Les Pauls. Really interesting. Replacement bridge pickup. Okay. Juan is still here. That's good. I did not know that. That is amazing. Thanks for that little bit of information from Neff. Okay. To get back to watches now. Sorry about the guitar tangent. I've just been getting back into my guitars again, and I love them. They're so much fun. Breguet Classique Retrograde. I can never get the reference, but it's a small seconds retrograde. So once it hits the 60, the seconds hand will jump back to naught. I mean, Breguet is very much defined by their asymmetry and by all their bizarreness with the way they do their dials. What I love about this is it is asymmetrical in many ways. There's lots of rule of thirds. There's lots of golden ratio stuff going on here, but it's all in line. It's all balanced. It's very appealing to the eye. And I love the whole windscreen wiper power reserve that sits right in the way there. The hands are stunning. It's just Breguet through and through. I mean, double printing. The name at the top there. We have the standard lugs that we know. It's so good. I mean, I don't know if you got this from our recommendation, Juan. I've talked about this watch so many times. I don't even know if it's new to the collection, but it's a world above, a real class act from the brand. Absolutely stunning. I mean, a one and done Breguet in a collection. That's it. Instablaine. Good old boys. Oh, that's a Buddy Holly. Oh, really? Good old boys drinking whiskey and rye. Don McLean's tribute to Buddy Holly, American Pie. Thank you, Instablaine. I did not know that. I mean, Buddy Holly. Oh, we're talking some classics. Golden Mean. Communication Breakdown 96. Now we're chatting about music. Sorry about the music tangent. Everyone's going for it now. And of course, Juan did us a solid and shared the movements with us to enjoy too. So many stunning things to appreciate about the brand. I mean, this just engine work on the rotor itself is true to Breguet. Of course, the one thing that deters people a lot from the brand is the servicing costs. Which is strange, really funny. Is that the Breguet signature engraved, the silver Roman track? Yes, it is. So that was another. So many defining features about this watch and what Breguet did with his pieces. I saw a clip about it the other day. There was a Breguet for sale. What was it? It was a touch time. Look up a touch time. The weirdest thing you've ever seen as far as the complication goes. He pretty much did everything. He defined the whole idea of the sector dial. This double signature is very true to form. He always had a secret signature on the watch. That's what it's known as. And yeah, just everything. The Breguet hands, Roman numerals, the way the machining is done on the dial. The coin edging around the sides of the case, of course. God, it's great. It's great. Buddy Holly and Telecasters. What have I done? Carrying on 4-hour stream, probably. What are we hitting now? This is the 3-hour mark. Can't come too soon. Okay, Next up, we're not done yet. We have chocolate reverso. This is another, I think this is the 1931 tribute reverso. Chocolate dial, rose gold. Juan, this is one of your best selections you've ever sent in. I'm going to say that now. Just so good. And the next up, we're going to have an IWC to look at and appreciate. Photography, spot on. I must emphasize that these shots came in like 3 weeks ago. It's been a while since we've done one of these shows. So that's just so good. Absolutely, as Steve says, magnificent. I mean, you don't see this watch very often. This is, I think, a boutique edition, a boutique special. And it has almost like a rust burgundy dial to it, which you don't see ever. So we're actually going to have another reverso coming up very soon. How many more submissions? Good grief. What a show. It's nonstop. Just doesn't stop. Chocolate for days. That's it. Amazing. It is really something else. Yeah. So I'll leave this on for a second. Everyone's talking about guitars and Buddy Holly and tellies, and yeah, I love it. Signature Strat. Of course, Buddy Holly with his red Strat. That was a very important milestone in the history of guitars. Napoleon, 3 Breguets, made top Batman. Yeah, I love that story. Did a video about the watches of the French armed forces, and started with the whole Napoleon history behind, he had marine chronometers and he had tourbillons, crazy cool stuff. He used that to navigate. He used that to time his campaigns, and probably one of the best partnerships with a interesting figure of history, to say the least. Flip it and reverse it. Can we get some love for Tom Petty 12-string Rickenbackers, man? Oh, Rickenbackers are so good. They don't get enough love. Rickenbackers are one of the coolest designs out there. Okay, next up, chocolate reverso is all good and everything, but then we have another IWC chrono. Oh, look at that dial. This is IWC done right. Such cool shots from Juan this time around. And he did send in a movement shot of this piece too. And it's only going to get better once we have a few more pieces to discuss in a second. Maybe closer to 5. My record is 4. I don't know. It's 4 hours 19. Since this is the last show of the year, we could try and break that record, but then I'll probably pass out by that stage. Yeah, talking about Rickenbackers, a gem, real gem. This is great. I can actually talk about watches now because the chat's quietened down. So, this is just the typical format we saw, very similar with the Zin earlier on. I think the way that they arrange their dials, it's very Germanic. This whole tricompax that's arranged with the top and bottom. Day complications also very nice. Even the protection around the pushes, very, very well considered. Subtle. It gives you this impression that it needs to be pushed, visually. Favorite bass. We're talking about bass guitars now. Oh, God. Yeah, Rickenbackers are good. They're really good. Dino Jr. Speaking of Buddy Holly, Amarillo, Texas, you should go to the Cadillac branch. Oh my gosh. I got to drink some booze. This is getting too much. And of course, the blue. This IWC blue is very specific to what they do with their pieces. Their new pilot watches that they've introduced all use the same blue feature. And then we get to the movements. Look how good this is. IWC is stepping up the game. Look at the quick release they have on the straps now too. So good. So good. They are really, really pushing performance further and further. And I think more people are getting back into these watches too. But do they gent? Oh, no. I don't know what that means, Eric. I got to hit the booze a bit more. Hold on a sec. Oh, man. And I do need more coffee in me. Why not just have a bit of a blend? I want to mix a bit of Irish coffee in there too. IWC have perfected pilot watch aesthetic. They really have. So many good examples out there. The Mark 11 is what really defined them and their step up. I love the story. The IWC and the JLC Mark 11s introduced in the late 40s and the 50s. Such good names. I don't even know what a gent is. Is that bad to say? So Turbo says IWC had an outstanding 2021. Latest Spitfires are also amazing. Yeah, for sure. So good. Drop D tuning. I do love my drop tuning. I always drop my tunings down like half a semitone. It just sounds so much better. Okay, carrying on. So we've got through the IWC, and what do we do next? Let's go to Zenith. Zenith Chronomaster. This being the Chronomaster Sport. This watch won an award this year, I believe. Watches and not watches and wonders. What's it called? GPHG. I think it got the Chrono Award, which is crazy. This being the gold variant, which is one of the most special examples, and he must have just recently picked it up, but it's so good. Gent guitars, that's okay. 20 strings, okay, okay. I remember seeing them. They are these outstandingly ridiculous machines. Extreme metal, okay, got you, got you, got you. I prefer the blue over the green on this watch. Talking about that IWC, I think you made a good choice. I really think you made a good choice. We haven't seen these gold Chronomasters in the wild. Everyone's chatting about the blue. If I remember right, Juan does have a couple of vintage Zeniths. Maybe I'm wrong. Have to clear the throat again. Hold on a sec. I'm having a bad time of it. This is what happens when you're off the air for a while. It's such a good looking watch, and I think he sent it another shot of its on wrist. Oh, so cool. In this lighting, you could swear it's steel, like a very warm steel, but so cool. And the whole movement, the 10th of a second system. This watch came out this year, right? Did it at the beginning of this year? I can't even remember. The Chronomaster Sport really had quite the reception, to say the least. I mean, talking about Fender Precision bases and the Rolex Prime Toner. That's the one, Prime Toner. And of course, he shared the movement shot. Let's have a look at this. Oh man, it's amazing what Zenith has been able to do. The high beat system that they've always incorporated into their chronos, and now going the extra step and trying to redefine the chronograph with the 10th of a second calculation. It's fun. Like watching that seconds hand run around the dial. You have to have eyes of steel. But I dig it. I really dig it. Wondering if they should have had a gold rotor for this example, just to break it up, because I mean it's a fully gold cased model, so deserves it. Does deserve it. But so cool. The complexity to this movement. I mean, another brand, IWC, Zenith, Breitling, Panerai, get on it. Have a look at these brands because they offer too much. And JLC, they offer too much good stuff to be ignored. What do I do next now? Lunga or Patek? I guess I have to go Lunga. Let's go Lunga. Just a Lunga one. What the hell? White gold. Oh, it's good. The reason why he got this watch, by the way, is because the hands actually loom. And that's something he wanted. He wanted a Lunga one that actually glows in the dark. So that's cool. Yeah, Juan, this is great. I mean, your collection is just getting better and better by the day. I don't even want to ask how many watches you have in your collection, because the vintage set alone is huge. With these modern examples, like the last show you had the deep, one of my favorite JLCs, the Deep Sea Chrono. Absolutely adore that watch so much. And now you're bringing out the big guns of these. It's just so much. Just a ho-hum Lunga. Exactly right. Just a ho-hum. The loom hands, really cool. It's something that defines this watch. I believe this was one of the earlier generations. Maybe someone can help me. Just a Lunga one, as I said. Yeah. So good. So pretty. How often do we have to mention how good this watch is, how strange and interesting, how this watch brought back the brand. If Russell is still with us in the chat, he's sharing his pride and joy that he picked up this year. I don't know if you've seen it, Juan, but it's a very special Lunga. One of the most special pieces. I think it's so worth sharing. I love it. I mean, these shows, you get to see so much. It blows me away every single time. PF hands. Yep, that's it. Are we still chatting about music? I don't know. Blue Ribbon. I don't know what's going on. Talking about Tom Petty still. I don't know. Anyway, carrying on. Love it. Just love it. White dial is also very clean. And of course, we have a shot of the movement. I don't know if you want to see the Patek Philippe. Neff, I think the Ferrin wanted to see the Patek. I don't know if you want to see it because it's another mic drop watch on the show. Now, Lunga with their movements, the way they do these bridges, they seal it all up. It's all down to the balance. I find it amazing how they've stuck with the pocket watch aesthetic so much. I picked this up in New York a few weeks back from the boutique. Oh, so good, so good. Juan, I have to I know we give you lots of praise, but I have to just commend your diversity of choice. You get so many high-end collectors that only collect high-end pieces today. but the fact that you are also someone who appreciates vintage Hamiltons and watches from the 30s, you have all of those funky pieces too that no one would ever look twice at, as well as these. That's what defines heavy hitting collectors. Same with Russell. We're going to get to one of his pieces later on, and the same story. He picked up a Zin and he's loving it, and that's the joy. God. It's just hit 1 a.m. What does that mean? Show has been running now for 3 hours. Ooh, I think we'll make it. Oh God, this is going to be longer than 3.5 hours, I think. Okay, next up, beautiful Lunga one. Absolutely beautiful Lunga one. Next up, we are going to... Okay. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what you define as the Grail, one of the Grail Patek Philippe's to add to a collection. 5140p Platinum. This is a perpetual calendar. This is the Calatrava. It's like the Calatrava to add to a collection, and it's so well executed, so well done. Yeah, again, I struggled so hard with thinking up what watch would best feature as a cover photo, and this is another one of those just out of this world cool. I also just dig the subtlety of this watch, It's the platinum. I dig platinum as a metal because it's super heavy, but also it comes across, it doesn't obviously shine like stainless, but it comes across as something much more subtle. And it takes one to know one that this is heavy hitting, to say the least. Also picked this up in New York. Juan, you went on a spree. Don't we all do that sometimes? We just like splurge for it. I love it. It's so good. Record 4 hours, 3 minutes to beat. Is that the record, Eric? Oh man, we'll kill it. We'll kill that number. Probably like 4 hours 20 at this rate. I don't know. Another shot of the movement though. Let's appreciate micro rotors. Juan, great shots as always. Micro rotor. The simplicity of a movement like this in a watch, this kind of machine, on a permanent watch winder. I mean, that's the problem with a perpetual. You want to keep it running. Oh, it sucks, but so good. So, and the platinum is bright. That's another thing, Nef. Yeah, platinum next to steel, next to white gold is much more in your face, much brighter. Shine on you, crazy platinum. That's it. That is it. So let's have there's one more shot he sent in of the piece, I think, in direct light. There we go. Yeah, it's amazing. Even if you're not someone who appreciates the brand, appreciates Patek and the brand name and all that stuff, I love the symmetry on this machine. I really do. So seldom that you find these kinds of, perpetual calendars in general that are so balanced. It's got everything. I mean, it's got the leap year arranged there at the base. It's got 24-hour time, date, moon phase, day and date, month. It's got it all, I love it. It's compact but busy enough to really enjoy. It's that's it there. Seiko Spree, maybe Hans. Yeah, why not? Why not? I mean, that's the dream about Seiko. You can really go to town on them. Anything else I'm missing? $5 for 5. John, $5 for 5 hours. If I ever make it to 5 hours, blow me away. Since this is the last show of the year, we might as well go out with a bang. Not sure how many of us could go on a Patek spree, right? That's true. That is very true. Only thing that bugged me about Patek are the pushers all over the place on the sides of the case. And there's a pusher underneath, I think. I don't know if it's a diamond at the base here, but there's normally a push. There's always pushers on the sides of the lugs. It's setting these watches that freak me out when you know that you want to wear this watch for a month, say. It's like, oh, okay, damn. Now I've got to sit down for a week getting everything lined up. And yeah, 4 hours. I could have easily. I'm pretty sure, Eric, it's 4 hours 15 or something like that. I do distinctly remember going beyond 4 hours, quite far ahead. It's a diamond at the 6. For all platinums, they normally do feature, right? Oh, it's a goodie. Such a nice watch. I love it. Another absolute mic drop from Juan. Huge congrats, by the way. I mean, I love it. Your collection is something to really commend, honestly. And we've done it. We've gone through Juan's sets, from everything from Zeniths to IWCs, and what? Next up, we're jumping to Ken. Ken, this was one of the last submissions before the show started, and it's a Minerva. I really like this watch. I don't know I really dig how you've paired the strap with this piece. And speaking of which, Juan is a huge vintage file. He would love a piece like this with the typeface and everything. This Minerva watch is a beauty, and I adore it. It's too bad they went out of business now. This piece was made just before they were bought by Montblanc. In-house movement, caliber 49. Very unique piece, a joy to wind. I love it. I love it. So good. I mean, as I was saying, barely any Rolex this time around. So much diversity. Next, we're going to a Zodiac Seawolf from Chrono Craze that was so close to being the cover. I love these alliterations. So close to being the cover. Just rolling off the tongue, you know? Yeah, I do dig this. I mean, it's almost like it speaks to the 1940s, you know? And this dial looks like it's seen some wear, it's seen some years of its life, even though it's brand new. You know, it's like a rose gold texture to it, and typical typeface that we saw around that time with the sharp batons and the curves to the two. Even the Minerva typeface is amazing. Blued hands, love it. I think it's a manual wind. I mean, how can you not love a manual wind piece? We're actually doing pretty good for time. There's quite a lot of submissions still to go, but it's not too excessive. So Turbo says they have incredible movements. Montblanc is making some new great pieces with those Minerva insides right now. I need to look at Minerva more. I honestly thought this was a vintage watch when it was sent in at first, but charmer, a real charmer. And talking about relationships with watches again and how our tastes change and how much we've learnt. And this is the enthusiasm kicking in right there. Hitting the coffee once more. I don't know what's going on in the chat. The feet got me. Salmon color couple. Yeah, got a soft spot from Watch Companion. Soft spot for the salmon copper dials. They do hit differently. They really, really do hit differently. Okay. And then going to carry on through. God, I can't believe the length of these shows. It still blows me away that these shows go on for like 3 hours. It's just nuts. Ken, love this watch. Great email from you. Thanks so much for reaching out. It's been a while since we caught up. Next up from our man Chrono Craze. Now, I was so close to featuring this on the cover. This was brought out this year, I think. Zodiac Seawolf, 1953, blue. I think this was in partnership with Hodinkee, if I remember right. But I just dig it. I was offered a vintage Zodiac GMT. I would like to say about 3 years ago for like a grand, and it was 1950s original Bakelite bezel, stretch rivet bracelets, and I passed on it. I'm kicking myself. You know, it was a GMT. It was a Pepsi GMT. You know, blue black finish. It's those things that you pass on that you miss. Yeah, love it. Blows us away as well for the entire next. Right, because we were all hung over the next day. Thanks for that point, Megan. I feel the same way. It's such a good watch. This is it the Hodinkee? I think it is, right, Mezzine? Awesome crown, right? I mean, I do have a soft spot. My Oris has the same crown on this watch, on the watch. I do love that finishing. It's so charming. The way they've just followed everything through. Junior, thank you for the super chat. So it's amazing that you're still with us. I know you normally have your weekends off, but thank you so much for hopping in and hanging out with us. Ashley's on his way out. Thanks for joining in and sharing your OP, Ashley. It's great. It's really great. Again, thank you, Junior. I was going to say the vintage version of this watch is so true to form. Blew me away. I mean, the watch was literally from the 1950s. It was so good, so clean. And I passed on it. The case, the bracelets, everything was spot on. Yep. That's what happens. Look at these shots. Chrono Craze has one of the most underrated selections. He has an Instagram handle. I think I've given it out before. Chrono Craze with a KH. He's got a YouTube channel I've recommended quite often. He has this whole series called Watch You Strapping, where he shares all the watches that he normally rocks during the week, whatever else, and just great choices all around. He likes the dynamics and the variances. Chow, thank you so much for the super chat. Really, thank you. Everyone who's listening in the background and taking it in, really appreciate it, honestly. The fact that there's still over 100 of you watching the show, we've been running now for 3 hours, crazy, blows me away. Mike says that the Zodiac is cool. I hope that the bezel is sapphire along the crystal. I believe that the bezel is acrylic. I think it's an acrylic cap, but it is loomed. So just really nice. Also just dig how everything is congruent. You know, the triangles, the quarters, this case all makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I can hop on this watch for a very long time. I just distinctly remember getting that 50s model in my hand and going, oh, this is good. Oh, pleasure, Chrono. You're actually with us still. A pleasure having you here. You share such beautiful photographs always, and you're always close to the end of these shows. But it's awesome. Really nice watch. I've been looking at this. I actually did look at this for quite a long time, a couple of months back. He dated. We're talking about Kylie Minogue, and I don't know what's going on, but this is what happens. The chat just goes nuts. It's mineral, the bezel. Not sure why they didn't use sapphire. I would imagine that's to do with price. Pricing always dictates. I mean, a sapphire cap is not the cheapest thing to add. Just great finishing and everything. If you're starting out in this hobby, another great affordable watch that I think deserves some love. The aesthetics. I mean, look at the typeface on this dial. They've really brought it back to life. The new brand ownership, thin as well. Very good point from Neff. Very, very thin on the wrist. It just has all those charms of a 50s diver, and there's something about them that are so different to most modern pieces we see today. So yeah, it's a gem, real gem. Chrono Craze, anyone in the chat, check out Chrono Craze's channel because he has an awesome selection. In fact, I think he did have a Helson Sharkmaster one time. I remember seeing it as a review. Yeah, love it. Huge congrats. Thank you for sharing this again. We're jumping to Kyle next, and we're looking at Orient. How's that? Orient Mako XL. Another superb watch getting you into the zone. Orient makes some of the best entry-level watches out there. And what a competent-looking dive watch. Date, complication. I don't know if it's a Seiko, but it is. I'm pretty sure it's a Seiko base movement. Don't crucify me if I get that wrong. Really dig how they've done. When I look at the numerals around the batons, reminds me of Seiko, a Seiko monster in a way, don't you think? Bezel is well done. Very competent watch. I think where it gets criticized the most is the logo. This logo looks a bit, British colonial. Is that what you could say? It's a bit strange seeing that on a watch dial. They could do away with it. Just have an O for Orient, or just actually the shield is pretty good. Get rid of the lions holding it up and the crown and all that stuff. Just have the Orient shield and you're done. It'll look awesome. Really nice though. I mean, the typeface, automatic. This is classic automatic script. It looks so good. Everything about this watch reminds me of a Seiko monster, turtle. I don't know how to best describe it. Great looking piece though. Yes, you did. It's a You had the Sharkmaster and the Shark Diver. Great. Yeah, I loved it. Really interesting piece. I don't know what these guys are chatting about. Music still in the chat. I don't know what's happening. So we're saying Blancpain is the only company I know that uses round sapphire on their bezels. There are a few, I believe there are a few micro brands that do it as well, Turbo, but a hell of an expense. And Ferren says 300, my Islander has a sapphire cap bezel. So yeah, it's a funny thing how some brands are nailing it, others aren't. Great finish. I do love the texture. I don't know if this was sprayed in a cold environment or if this is deliberately done to add texture to the dial, but it looks good. Even the numerals on the bezel look correct. Nothing stands out as being offensive to the eye, and that's what makes a good diver. Competent. Shark Master. How's that going? Yeah, I love it. Eric, I actually like to know in the chat. You've diven in many seas. What's the one shark that's really freaked you out the most? We're talking bull shark. We're talking great white. What have you come up against that really made you, crap your pants? It's an in-house movement, Thomason. Is it really? Oh, you see, me and my brands. I'll never get it. Didn't even realize this reflected in the lights. That's so good. Also, dig it on the wrist. Nice to see some texture there. A little bit of Velcro added. Love the NATO strap. Good looking watch. Love the color blue, by the way. Really, tiger sharks. Tiger sharks are hitting the coffee again. Logo is the dealer and manufacturer. The lions supporting the customer. Thank you for that, Eric. Another thing I didn't know, we chatted about it before, I think, on the show in the past. I have 4 versions of this model, all made in-house, including their own movements. No hand wind, but also great. Really interesting, Thomason. Thank you. Lone shark. They're the worst. Oh, my God. I'll tell you, where do we, I do love the chat on these shows are always just great. Mentioning a 60 on the bezel because there's no pip, right? That's from the Black Bay Explorer. Yeah, because there's no pip on the bezel, you have a 60 instead, which is something interesting. I like the symmetry. I must say, I'm not a fan of bezels that only graduate the first 15. I know it's for decompression stops, but still, like, I'm not a fan. I like it when it's clean, symmetrical. Okay, moving on. Kyle, I love this. Lee, next. I like this story. There was a question in the chat. I don't know if it was Mezzanine, but someone asked about going after a Speedmaster reduced coaxial, and here one is. Lee says in the description, oh geez, I didn't even write it down. 38mm coaxial brown rubber strap. He preferred the size of the 38mm. He didn't like the over encumberment of the 42. I think that's what I remember him telling me. Excuse me. I need to catch my breath. And there's lots of little things about this watch that look great. Like you have the applied. Oh, geez. Got an applied phallus. We got just applied batons in general everywhere. Great stepping to the underside of the dial. I mean, I've never seen the level of depth to this piece before. The date at the 6. It's a beautiful looking watch. Even the bezel with these little elements that accentuate the 5-minute marks. Stunning. Really, really is nice. And getting in the chat again, there's some comments. Tobas says, then you must really like the FXD, all those bezel hash marks. Yeah, that's the reason why I like it. That's the reason why I like it. The fact that the hash marks are everywhere, it's good. When it's the first 15 or first 20, it's like, yeah, So Eric Bell and Swans. Oh god, that was a good story. That was a really good story. They have to do with they have to do that to be called a true diver. Talking about hash marks, yeah, for sure. I agree with that. Great white hair metal band, not the shark. There's my Speedy 38. Oh, there we go. So that's Sif. Held out for this. It's an awesome watch. It really is. I have never seen this 38 up with so much detail before. I think I've seen the ladies' examples before, but never the ones with the. I mean, I didn't even know the bezel had this indentation at every point. Very underrated looking watch. I must say the layout is something to enjoy. It's a fully automatic model, right? It's a coaxial. It's got a date on it. It's this practicality that you get out of a watch like this that I find very interesting. A lot of the times people go after the Speedmaster for that experience of it being the space watch, But when you think of just pure practicality and you have a chronograph with the full tri-compax layout, automatic movement with a date, and it's 38 mils, so it rides really low under the radar. You wouldn't even notice it on the wrist. I like it a lot. This is one of those watches that you don't see often that I think deserves kudos, lots of respect. Those notches, yeah, cool, right? Watch companion. It'd be great to see this turn. Actual notches in the bezel to give it some three-dimensionality. Yeah, dig it. Really dig it. This one caught my attention a lot when you shared it. Also looks thin for a coaxial Omega. Nicely said there, Neff. Yeah, the FXD. FXD is a gem. So this, Bruce, is the 38mm coaxial Speedmaster, which you don't see very often. And I'm going to hop on to the next. Thank you for this, Lee. I love this. To Luke next. He sent in a series of watches. Of course, Luke, I don't know if you're still in the chat. We have our man, Design Atelier, hopping in. Welcome, sir. I'd like to know your thoughts about the Mondaine. Absolutely stunning watch, right? Just a classic. We've had 2 on for the show. This is number 2. Barely over 13 mils, perfect size. So good. So good. Dig it. So these 2 watches are really interesting. We've got a Mondaine and we've got a Hamilton. I really dig the pairing behind these 2 watches. Like, you can see where Luke's going with this. You have the field. They're both like essentially field watches, completely different purposes, applications, but they also do the same thing in a way. They've got legibility. They have similar timelines when you look at the way when they were invented and brought out. I really like this comparison. Stunning. And I've never seen this Hamilton before. I think it's a part of the khaki range. Going to have a look at it in more detail. Let's get the Hamilton up first. Great shots, by the way, Luke. Huge thanks for sending these in. It's got blued hands. The numerals on the dial. I mean, this reminds me of early Hamiltons from like the 30s and stuff. I think Juan would appreciate this piece. It's got like a speckling to the dial too, which is pretty. Pairing is cool. This is from Tim. Great to have you here, Tim. I saw you earlier on. It's awesome. Yeah, that simplicity that we don't see from a lot of watches. I personally have never seen a pairing like this before. This reminds me of like those old school Hamiltons and Benrus models from the 40s. I really dig it. Just to be clear, didn't know if I own one. Yeah, I think see if it's a good example to look at. go after. There are lots of variations. I know they have gray dials and lots of interesting combinations. Yeah, blued hands. So these hands are what we call them, not cathedral style, but what do we call them? Spade hands, I think, back in the day. I like the Mongdane version with the stop go, the Mimics Railway. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the stop go is a gem. I don't believe all of them do it. This one doesn't. Great shot, by the way, Luke. The stop go has this funky little crown to it. It's like a little tactile tab thing. I don't know how to sum it up, but I do love the colorway on this example, and having the day date complication added to the seconds hand, perfect length. It's really good. I like it a lot. It's just, again, industrial designers dream about these watches. They find them to be so fascinating. Not just the history, but the aesthetic, and definitely is the watch that the designer would go after. I'm sorry, I'm missing you in the chat again. Spade hands. That's it. Thanks, Raw. Good to have you here, Raw. I don't think I've said hi to you. The photo wasn't mine. Simple but great. Missing you here. Mundane is awesome. Combination of, I think that was an autocorrect. Don't you love it when tech autocorrects you? Design yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, stunning watches. I really dig this pairing. And he also shared the movements. I don't know why do brands do this? Why print that stuff on the back? I don't know. Still, great looking watch. Really, really fun. I think he also sent in a shot of the Hamilton movement for us to look at. Luke, you were here in the chat earlier. I think you've probably left us by now. But two really interesting pairings. Let me see them again side by side. I find them fascinating. Just from a design point of view, I can see where he was going with this. I can definitely see where he's going. After 5 in California, so have to okay, all good. Maker's Mark. It's great. Instablane, pleasure having you. Oh, hold on a sec. After 5 in California. Oh, having pre-dinner Maker's Mark. Got it. So you're still here. You're not leaving us. You're not leaving us. That's good. Stupid autocorrect. Yeah, God, I hate it. Autocorrect. It can be really funny, but it can also be just a pain in the knot. Oh, great pairing. Love it. Luke, what a cool selection. Oh, no. Matthews next. Oh, it'll never stop. Matthews has been featured on the cover of so many shows in the past, and this is why. Oh, what do we say about this? Firstly, the photograph is ridiculous in quality. This looks like a shot you would see on a boutique wall somewhere. Okay, that's the first thing. Second, it's the 38mm Vacheron Constantin Traditionnel. Just, I mean, and he needs a shout out because this photograph is something else. His Instagram handle, I'm going to put in the chat. Thomason, thank you, sir. Thank you for the super chat. I'm going to put his comment. Hold on a sec. Jin watches _ is that right? I hope so. I should be kind of plastered, but I'm not really, surprisingly. I think that's it. That's his Instagram handle. Check it out. This is out of this world. I cannot believe the quality of this photograph. Again, Thomason, thank you. I saved your Milgauss for the show. I thought it'd be awesome to discuss. We'll definitely get there in a moment. Oh, I love it. I really love it. This, to me, if I had a choice to get a Vacheron, I think this would be one of them. I actually chatted about the Traditional a couple of years back. Another hit from the Aberfeldy. Stunning whiskey. It just blows me away. Once you get into the single malts and you start drinking the aged stuff, it's so smooth. It just gets more and more dangerous. Bruce in Hanoi. Wow. Well, welcome again, Bruce. I remember seeing you earlier on. It's a pleasure, absolute pleasure. These shows are always a blast. They always surprise me. I mean, that's what makes it so great. It's like poker. It's like gambling in general. Russian roulette. You don't know what you're going to see, but always something good hops out. So 38mm. I think this watch nails everything accurately. This is so true to Vacheron's collection, how they did their designs back in the day. 50s inspirations, 30s inspirations. You've got every little hallmark that has defined them. You have like a sector dial arrangement. You have a railroad track. You've got this beautiful 12, the hallmarked Maltese cross at the top. The subdial is so underrated. It's never spoken about. But this did I say sun? I didn't say sundial, right? Subdial, 3-dimensionality, that this element in the center is actually raised. and it gives you an entirely different perspective of the watch, and it then makes you feel like so much more was thought about when this watch was put together. It gives you this assertion of quality that went into its final design. The case especially speaks so true to Vacheron. It's such a beautifully executed dress watch. I can't get over it. The typeface, the name, it's just, oh, how do you like critique a watch like this? Honestly, it's so good. Man, I forgot this watch was coming up. 1 hour to go for the record. Talk about Franz Steyn for a bit. That'll do. Franz Steyn. Oh boy. Yeah. I'm not going to do that because no one knows anything about. I don't think rugby is a popular. Save the Scotch Whiskey Fund. Thomas said, yeah, for sure. Oh man, what a beautiful watch. Just, I almost got a traditional boutique version with that Guilloche dial. Still one of my favorites. Gorgeous piece. Turbo. Amazing. Just amazing. Watch is perfect. I like it more than the new Calatrava. You know what? I think they were kind of going after this watch with the new Calatrava, but you can see that influence with the railroad track and everything there. The contrast. I mean, this photo does us so much justice too. It's got a silver brushing on the outside. It's just so much happening here. Man, this is good. I don't know how to. It's one of those speechless watches. You look at it and you just go, like, what else could they have done with this piece to make it better? It's like you're at a loss for words. Yeah. I mean, we've been doing the show for what, 3.5 hours, and this is the lost for words watch for me. Just amazing. Absolutely amazing. Matthias, this is huge. Huge. Hands are three-dimensional. Yep, Dauphine hands. Another cool thing to add is that this element, this extended element, the way they've done it is also very like 50s inspired. They had a couple of variations with how they did Dauphine hands. This is an older form, I believe. Maybe I'm wrong. Beautiful. Everything about it. The photograph is insane. The watch is just class. I don't know what else to say. Just too much. I love it. Matthias, congrats. We have shared so many watches on the show from you, and keep sending them in. They are world class. Next up to Mike, and this I loved as well. More diversity. Hydro Conquest from Longines. I think this is one of his first pickups in the sports category. He got it and said, you know what? I love it. This is just my everything watch at the moment. Another maker that deserves so much more love. I think Longines is just one of those brands. I dig what they've done with this piece. I understand where they're going. I love that comment about Franz Steyn, Eric. That was really funny. I don't know if there are any rugby watchers on the channel. Does anyone here watch rugby as a sport? I don't think so. Of course, we have lots of Americans, and yeah, rugby's getting big in the States. I think you guys should pay more attention to it. You're going to be hosting a World Cup sometime soon, so that's important. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how else to put it. That traditional, I think it might just be the best watch of the show for me, even though we have seen that insane Patek and Langes, and we're not done yet. We're not done yet. We've got all sorts still coming up, some great high-end pieces, but it's that restraint and that I would totally add that to my collection. That's a grail watch for me, I think. Crazy. Yeah, when England beat SA. Yeah, Hans, but I mean that wasn't a true reflection. Come on. That wasn't a true reflection of the game. That was good though. It was a good match. I enjoyed it. Yeah, I love it. Rugby is such a fun sport. Anyway, get back to the watch. I dig what they've done with things like the snowflake hand and everything there. Really stylish. Yeah, that whole England side. I'll start ranting and raving about that. The Wales game as well, with that the alarm going off in the hotel for hours and hours. Poor guys. It's adversity, left, right, and center. Poor Russie. He's just getting abused, the guy. So Mike basically says here that I've fallen in love with my Hydro Conquest. Super slim, excellent finishing, especially the hands. The best AR coating I've ever seen. And that last line, I will attest to. I have never experienced better AR coating on a watch. The Big Eye blows me away that it even has a anti-reflective coating on its crystal. I don't know how they've done it. It's such a thinly applied layer that you don't even notice the blue hue. On the green strap, exactly, Neff. I mean, so good. Another watch that I think deserves appreciation. It's so quirky too. It's fun, and there's that versatility. You saw it earlier in the water and everything there. No rugby league or union in the States. Got to be in Australia, SA, England for the sport. It sucks. It really does suck. Turbo, but I mean, I've funny, the women's rugby that's happening at the moment, amazing. I think in the States especially, you've started like really hammering down, looking at women's rugby, and again hosting World Cups, hosting the Sevens games happening soon. Thomason says, my friend and I just went to the Longines boutique to view this watch. He wanted to purchase this when he's ready. I don't know if it's OEM, Hans, but if it is, so good. Maybe this watch comes with it. I don't know. I made a mistake of playing in a rugby game in American South. My ankles, feet, knees still snap, crackle, pop. Yeah, that's the secret. If you want to have a long career in rugby, be a back, be a fullback, be a halfback. Something. Just be sure you're out of the way if you can be. Sorry, I don't watch rugby, even though I played it for 4 years in high school. Oh, yeah, it's a fun sport. It's a really fun sport. I love it. Beautiful watch. The Hydro Conquest is one of those pieces that is spoken about, but I think needs to be appreciated in person. I'm interested in knowing how this relationship goes with Mike and how he enjoys it. Hitting the whiskey again. We're getting there, ladies and gents. 3.5 hours. I think we will cap it at 4. It'll be close to 4 tonight. Pretty sure. I see Truth Fears the Guilty is joining us. Welcome, Truth Fears. Good having you here. And fitted ends, as Eric says, yeah, fitted ends to the way the strap works. It's so good seeing that integration. It's awesome. Look at that combo. Also dig the color. Olive drab, you can't go wrong. Okay, Mike, I love it. Next, we're moving to another Mike. This is Mike H. So this shot was taken in Virginia, I want to say, but I am wrong. Hold on. Magic Mouse. Work with me, darling. There we go. Virginia. Lake in Virginia. Now, what is this watch? Breitling Emergency. He waited a long time for the yellow dial. 2006. This is a sick watch. Truth is, it's a pleasure having you here. Honestly, it's a pleasure. So Exhibit says 1, 2, and 12 marker always knocks me off, but I don't mind it. Like the one is a higher vision. Yeah. So that's the quirk. I think the quirky element to the whole arena around that piece is the numerals typeface. Here's another example with quarter Arabics and the craziest complication you will ever see on a watch. Unscrew it, pull the string. Yeah, right. It's like having a big red button all the time next to you saying don't push, and you're sitting. I wouldn't be able to handle it. I would be pulling the tab. I would be getting that emergency crew out there. First day of ownership, It's so good. I'm sure most of you probably know how this. I don't even know if it's legit anymore and if it still works, but it's so cool. It's so cool, and I love the yellow. It's the flagship Breitling color. The B-wing logo on the yellow is like that's their thing. That's their jam. This is a real beast of a watch. I think the complication is just so good, so good. Oh no, we've got a Calatrava coming up next. It still works. Nev says, isn't it like 10 grand if you pull it? Yeah, pretty much. I think you get fined really badly if if you get caught. So this is AR, anti-reflect air rescue. Yes, I think you're talking about air rescue, not anti-reflective. What does it do? Please explain, Turbo. Basically, there's a team. This watch it works on a very specific frequency. That one. 121.5 megahertz, which is basically an emergency air crew frequency. So you pull the cord, and this has an aerial that extends basically. So if you're stuck on a mountain somewhere and you are in danger, pull the tab, and you will get an air crew coming out to your location. It sends out a signal that basically gets emergency crew out to come and collect you, which is so cool. It's a one-time thing. You have to send the watch in to get serviced once that's been done. But if you are in a situation when you need it, this is the one. It's got a compass bezel. It's got everything you would want for the outdoors. Compass bezels are so useful when you're out there. As Thomas says, love the yellow. It's so good. Beautiful watch. Huge congrats, Mike. This is a gem of a piece. Yeah, it's sick. It's got a define danger. Yeah, right. You're freezing at the top of a mountain, or you get caught in a storm or whatever else. Frequency transmitted is still in monitoring. That's so cool, Eric. I dig it. This is as sick as it gets, honestly. It's subtle, Breitling, purest sense. The boys from Top Gear did an episode with. Really? I did not know that. Aircrew come out to the extreme location, could find me 100K. Imagine getting fined 100K for pulling the tab on the watch. Okay, we're going to carry on. Going to carry on moving. Insta Blaine, University of California. Oh, here we go. Berkeley Rugby, 33 national championships. Legends, go Bears. Totally agree with women's Eagles. That's great. It's so good. Insta Blaine, rugby is one of those growing sports, I think. Hopefully it reaches the States because, I mean, if the US, we'll chat about it in a sec, actually. Okay, next up, let's go into this. But I would pull the string. I totally would too. I totally would too. Escape from a blind date. Ray's Way, that's like the number one best comment we've seen tonight. I love it. To Mike W next. Uh-oh, what did I do? Here we go. This watch is super special. And I've just noticed, looks at the typeface on this dial, the 6 and the 12. The cover photo today was the AP code 1159. Same typeface. Yeah, this is one of the most special watches, I think, on the show by far. It's a Calatrava 2481J. Let me get to the description quickly. Oh, where's my mouse? Here it is. Should I talk about rugby or should I talk about the watch first? You have to watch the Top Gear episode with this Breitling. It's great. Can you tell me what episode it is? I'd love to check it out. If it's I hope it's the original crew too. Those guys are just the best. Okay, here's story behind this watch. I am the third generation owner after my grandfather and father, and it has recently been fully restored. This watch was bought originally in Venice, however many years ago, 50 years ago, and Mike wore this watch for his wedding 30 years ago. So this is like one of the most significant watches. It's incredible. What an amazing story. 3 generations this watch has been handed down, been restored. He wore this at his wedding 30 years ago, and it's still looking like that. Patek Philippe Calatrava, true family heirloom, 3 generations. That is what needs to keep a hobby like this alive. So good. Do you see some influence for the code? Yeah, of course. I mean, this, I said in the beginning, this typeface, this was the typeface of the time, which is really interesting. And that's what the code 1159 has dug back to look at. And in many ways, we can see such a similarity here. Should I go back up to it? It's only like 20 to 2 in the freaking morning. Let's go back up and see if I can find it quick as a, here it is. There we go. There's the modern influence. True to form. 1950s inspirations, could even be like 40s for all I know. The reference 96, they came out in the 30s, I believe. So lots to take in. I do dig this typeface. Yeah, this hobby gets deep. We really get into it deep, and I love it. Oh, I can't believe it. It's been a crazy time. What a cool show. I've really enjoyed looking at the diversity for a change. We tend to always discuss diversity, but it's not. And he didn't flip it, right? Yeah, interesting Arabics, not seen on the font of the. Interesting, huh? Very interesting. Open 6s even at the minute marks. You're noticing like at the top here, open 6 at the top for the 60. Yeah, talking about women's rugby, and one thing I must recommend if the Americans are going to dig into playing rugby as an international level, they have to get foreign coaches. You've got to get some New Zealand coaches and get some South African, get Australian, English coaches, whatever. You need to get coaches who've played and been a part of the game for decades. You can't have American football coaches coaching rugby. I mean, this is not going to work. Anyway, carrying on through. Hammond was dropped off the mountain, British Columbia. Series 22, Episode 6. Watch Champion. Mental note, I'm going to watch that. Series 22, Episode 6. Got to see it. Diversity and inclusive. 12-hour dials are stupid. Yeah, I mean, they're fun. Okay, get a Karen. Mike, thanks for this. Next up, Grand Seiko. I mean, where does this stop? It just never ends. The selections of things. Beautiful arrangement here. Blued hands. The way that the case has been done, just so true to Grand Seiko's aesthetic, their approach. Yeah, I love it. Again, as Thomas mentioning the story, it's incredible to think 3 generations blows me away. It just it just blows me away. My brain. I think I'm running out of oxygen in the room or something. Yeah. Also, the applied Grand Seiko with Grand Seiko underneath. That's the old charm back in the day. That was the jam. Beautiful shot again from Mike. And there's a few more. Yeah, as I'm saying, we're approaching the 3-hour 40 mark. So I don't know how we're going to survive. This might be a record breaker, ladies and gents. Gender neutral sounds like an oxymoron. It does. I'll say that much. It does. Non-binary watches. This is the best. Love it. Such a cool shot. And of course, Hamilton khaki, another great little entry level in this category. Love the texture. Some beautiful shots that Mike shared with us here. Even loomed the hand. I was so close to buying a vintage Benrus from, I think, Vietnam era. Not the plastic cases, proper steel case. Decided against it. I was jumping between getting a Smiths and getting vintage Benrus. Such cool watches. I think field watches are highly underrated and deserve more love. Ideally, not a Scottish coach. Yeah, Eric, you bash your guys so much, but I think I really love watching the Scots play. You guys have some good members. Yeah, I remember that Scotland had a bad time a couple of years back, but you've been improving, and yeah, guts and glory. That's what you have to do. Hands in the GS are nice, stunning, really are stunning. Scottish watches are the most accurate. That's interesting. That's an interesting point. Hold on. I need to drink more, I think. Coffee going in. I love the texture to this dial. Really appreciate. Oh, we got another one. Check this out. Next up, I do have to ramp up the time now because we are like approaching closing time. 3 hours 40. What is this guy smoking? So anyone who wants a bit of romance, we got some strawberries, and we got the Tudor GMT, another hotly appreciated watch still. Very, very nice piece. As a collector of Dirty Dozen watches, I love the Benrus. Yeah, for sure, Megan. I think Benrus, especially the sterile dials. If you can find a sterile Benrus, so many cool watches. I can't believe they made plastic cases back in the day, and you can still find them. Plastic case field watches from that era. And originally the hashtag symbol stood for the pound. What is going on in the chat? The Anordain is a great Scottish. Of course, they are a Scottish brand. Yes, that's a good point. Very good point. Tudor is Rolex's sister company. Yep, cousins. I don't know how best you would describe them, but love the GMT. This is a great little piece. I feel like this coming year we're going to see a Black Bay 58 GMT Pepsi. Something in the back of my mind is telling me that it's going to happen. Benrus for badasses. Yeah, it's a great name, great brand. Oh, I don't know what to do. We're coming up to the 4 hour mark, and I've still got so many watches to do here. Oh, jeez. I'm gonna have to speed through a couple more of these. Sorry to everyone who is named N and further on. I'm gonna have to motor. Mike, I loved your submissions. Seriously cool pieces, especially this one's just a dream. What an amazing story. Next up to Nick with Seiko 5. Now, this is what I wanted to talk about. Damn it. There's so much to talk about. So little time. Only 4 hours. Seiko 5. This is called the SNKL23. I've got an SNK 38L. I don't freaking know. But Seiko 5s, I did the maths and I worked out that even if you adjust for inflation today compared to how much they cost in the 60s, you're still, with these models, you're still getting roughly the same price of watch, which blows me away. Like, how cool is that? It's almost price equivalent with like 50 years between them. And you can have so much fun with these watches. I'm going to be sending mine out to get its hands replaced. I want to get some more basic Seiko 5 hand arrangers, but this is the same watch as mine, same movements, and so many things to enjoy. 37 mils, lots of fun. This is a rabbit hole I do not recommend you fall. I don't recommend you fall down. In general, buy the Prospex watches, pay $1,000. Don't pay 100 or less for a Seiko because you'll be after them for ages and ages. Tudor is still managed by Rolex, of course. Believe it or not, I was informed. Yeah, for sure. I mean, whatever my expression is, whatever the crown says, the shield follows. That was a line I made up like 3 years ago. It's true. I mean, Rolex still pulls the strings regardless. And Megan says, just keep going. Stop being a entertainer. I don't know what that means. A drama queen. Oh, emojis. I love it. Prefer the 5 sport logo. I mean, how's this applied? Applied Seiko, applied 5. Simple little things. You got a full window framing around the day date, color matched. You know, the texture to the inside. I haven't even noticed this. This is kind of presage in the way it's been done. Mine is more field watch oriented. Seiko 5, the most successful watch that they ever brought out, and even to this day, they've, of course, what they've done now is they have. I love these. These are so big in Africa too. Um, what they've done now is they've changed the way the Seiko 5 is viewed. They've doubled, tripled their prices, which is ridiculous with the new lines of watches. Some amazing pieces like field watches and stuff. But I think this is where the real value lies. Get a Seiko for $100 and just enjoy the hell out of it. There was a good point. I think it was Mezzanine or someone in the chat who mentioned that I don't go over 500 $500 for a Seiko. And after the prospects, it's a great watch, but the Seiko 5 has won my heart more. Blesses the rains down in Africa. Yeah, that's for sure. Man, it's good old South Africa. Absolutely great watch, and you'll own 15 exhibit. That's it. That's it. Seiko 5. I'm fully converted. My impression of Seiko has changed after getting a Seiko 5. That's all I'll say. Such good value for money and just such fun. I love it on this Bond strap too. Nick, you took the words out of my mouth because I now own one of these watches, can fully attest to how great they are. Look forward to doing the review because it's a very special little Seiko 5 that even the Seiko collectors haven't jumped on yet, which will be fun to share. Okay. Nick, thank you. Jumping to Owl next. I don't know if Owl's is Mama Africa. He is in the chat. This is a new watch from Islander. This is Long Island Watches, right? New release, similar. It's called the Turtle, of course. He's looking at inspirations. I know Long Island Watches has looked to Seikos very often, so gone down the route of adding elements like Yachtmaster components. Got a very Seiko-esque case, which is cool. Even the dial's similar. But I dig it. I really dig it. They want to move all lines up. Yeah, as GS can compete, move Seiko up, move Orient into that space. Lord of Fleck, I agree. They want to increase their prices for the pieces, and it's the case with all sorts of brands today. You know, they are putting prices, hiking prices on all their examples, which can be a love it or hate it thing. But it's sad when the Seiko 5, as a watch that has always been the every man or woman watch, you know, the everyday, the student's watch, the pioneer for the day-date complication, one of the first automatics that was so successful, is now becoming more expensive, more and more expensive. Yeah, dig it. Islander has a huge following, and it's impressive. Got to say, any group, any company that can be started off a YouTube channel is a dream. Nif saying, love my two Islanders. We featured them before, I think. I believe. Carrying on in the chat. I'm going to hit the whiskey one more time. And, oh, God, quarter to two. It's almost been four hours. Oh, Lord. What are we going to do? This is going to be a record breaker, ladies and gents. I need another Islander. Thomas says the best Seiko watch design I've ever bought after they're now discontinued Acutura lines was the Kinetic. The Seiko Kinetics are good. This isn't cool that we go down and of course, yeah, this SKX being binned must have been delighted when Seiko binned the SKX. It's not good, eh? It's really not good. Anyway, I'll dig this piece, really do. I'm sorry that I'm having to jump, but it's getting to that 4-hour mark, and I'm sure most of us are on the verge of passing out. So we're going to carry on too. We're going to Pat next. Oh, just another fantastic watch. Look at this thing. When does it ever end? Beautiful photograph. Breitling Galactic Unitime. Sleek T. I don't know what I said. It's a 44 millimeter tungsten carbide bezel. Got a world time. Why the hell not? Another amazing watch from Breitling. Yeah, the way that they have, it's a pity. I mean, that's the one thing that really kicked everyone was the way they got rid of the SKX. And now it's all a part of the Seiko 5 line. I think that was a huge mistake, honestly. And they've upped the prices. They've also reduced a lot of elements. They're still using the SKX case with a lot of their pieces, but they've taken the bezel off. They've turned it into a more daily driving SKX sans rotating bezel. Funny decisions, to say the least. I've never seen this one. It's a crazy, weird example. Really cool, though. I mean, check out the details. Look at that. Breitling, another brand to look into. Got the date there out of the way. Nice and subtle. Yeah, I love it. I mean, these shows just go on and on and on, and you never know what comes up next. And we've still got some freaking. We've got a JLC Squadra coming up, another Lunga 1. Boy, it never ends. It just never ends. What's another shot? Here's the angle. Look at that texture. Pat, these are amazing photographs you sent in too. Again, I'm sorry that I have to speed through these final watches from everyone. I know I really do appreciate you sending them in. Once it hits the 4-hour mark, your guys' brain's a little bit fried. So look at the detail. That's so nice. So nice. Another watch. I mean, this is something that bats next to the Aquaterra World Time that's just been brought out recently. Breitling, HYT for sure, Mr. Atelier for sure. I'd love to chat about HYT. You have a few, right? You're doing some reviews on them. Yes, I'd love to share it next week, next show, next year. My watch list: Timex, Seiko, Longines, Omega. Truth is, that's not a bad selection. Honestly, I think you'll be so happy with that arrangement. Not to mention the non-screw down crown. You're kidding me, Andreas? Is that the case? Non-screw down crowns? What are they doing? What are they doing? Okay. Sleek T is for tungsten. Raceways, and this is your no, this is not. This is Pat. I don't even know. Sleek T is for tungsten. I like that. That's like their group name. Good to finally see an Islander watch. It's so awesome. Oh man, the show just goes on and on. Okay. Beautiful watch. I wish this was featured earlier so I could have talked about it more. But 1884, hold on a sec. Is Swiss-German border. Oh, really? Is that something they normally do? That's interesting. I like that bit of trivia there, Eric. That is really, really nice. Yeah, for sure, Mr. Atelier. Send through. Christopher Ward made a very interesting world time a few years back. Had a unique complication for indicating time zones. Another brand worth looking at. I mean, so many makers that are coming up with these cool examples. Okay, I've got to carry on. Pat, thank you for sending this. We got a. Oh, look at this thing. This is from Philip. I'm so sorry. I have to speed through this. This is a Chronometro CP2. I mean, what can I say about this? Just absolutely amazing. This is Zenith. This is a Zenith chrono. Pilot chronograph. It's got everything that we want to see out of that Type 20 aesthetic. The Bundeswehr, very much like the 3H watches that we saw given to German pilots. I'm pretty sure this is a German pilot issued example. I mean, look at it. It just does everything right. The minute track on the outside, the numerals, the open 6. So good. So good. Fully automatic, of course. Uses Zenith's caliber, so it's the full deal. The full deal. Z to A next week. I could easily swap around the alphabet from non-alphabetical order. Ugh, it's so frustrating. It's a problem because I mean, there's such good stuff still. Ugh. I've got to keep on motoring though. This is going to be a record breaker, ladies and gents. I did not expect it to be, but this is going to go over 4 hours, I'm afraid. So sit tight. Bicompax arrangement, as Thomas says. Look at the size of those two elements there. How big they are. How easy it is to read. Zenith needs to quit making so many chronographs. Yeah, but this, I mean, these are pretty old. These aren't recent. This was a glory day example. I would happily add one of these to the collection. Just too good. The bezel knurling, yeah, of course. I mean, full on rotating bezel. Just stunning. Absolutely stunning. I called 5 hours. Oh, God. Okay, I got to carry on. Philip, I wish I could talk about this more. It is an absolute gem of a watch. You get my seal of approval. Stunning machine. Richard, next. Oh, my God. Oh, double quick set. Lunga 1. Rose gold. Reference 101.033. I mean, like what do you do? What do you do with this stuff? Go for a 6 hour. Doesn't mind spending another quarter of a day here. Any marathon watches, Marathon Man Blaine? Surprisingly, no. We don't have any marathons, but yeah, it's just one of those things that happens when these shows happen. You should see the booze, the drinking that I have at the moment on the table. Whiskey, coffee, water. There's like a stepping to it. Whiskey is the lowest, then coffee, and the water is the tallest. It's a mindset. It is. It's like with anything in life. It's endurance. It's keeping your mind on the prize. What a beautiful machine. Richard, just another insanely good watch. Talking about relationship with watches. This is it. And we're not done yet. We've got some JLCs. We've, of course, got great Cartiers, Milgauss. I mean, P01 just now, and so it goes. Another hit. I'm going to hit the water now. Got to flush some of that caffeine out of my system somehow. my bloodstream. I can submit a couple of marathons for the next show. Do it, Watch Champion. That'll be next year. Can you believe? Next year's show. Beautiful photograph too. This is cover photo worthy from Richard. Yet another example of a cover photo watch. The gray dial. I mean, these were very special. These came out as quite a surprise. Fascinating. I love the colorway. It's really something else. It just defines the longer one in a different way. This show is a marathon. Always is. Always is a bloody marathon. Richard, thank you. Jumping to Rob next. Oh, what do I do here? JLC Squadra home time. This is good. We don't chat about the Squadra at all. This is a completely different animal. For the t-shirt, I was here for record shirt turbo. I love it. I love it. This will be breaking the 4-hour mark pretty easily, I think. Why Lunga can't use clear AR? That's something, Neff. I think it's what they've almost defined themselves as today. That anti-reflective coating is something that they've used now as like one of their definitive elements on their crystals. Yeah, it's something else. And now we're looking at the Squadra. Now it's a really interesting little machine because it's a squat and more square reverso case. But what's interesting and what Rob mentions here is that this shape refers back to the original patent and drawing of this watch in 1931, which is pretty fascinating. So the illustrations, if you've ever seen the illustrations of the original reverso, this is what it would look like. Very squared off, featured a square case. Now this, I'm looking at everything it does. It has the date. It tells you whether it's AM or PM. So it actually has a dual time. It's so cool. Sub-seconds. I do love that balance. You don't see that symmetry on these watches anymore. This is an oldie. I think it's from like 2006 or something. And look at the movement. He sent in a shot of the movement for us to enjoy. Fully automatic. That's the back of the watch. Must have more whiskey to flush out the demon coffee. Yeah, why not? Why not? Aberfeldy 16 down the hatch. I love this movement too. Contemporary, right? This looks like something you would see today on a Hublot, say, for example. More of a rectangle. I mean, it is a rectangle still. It has, I mean, the squareness of the case. Just look at the crystal. Very squared off for what it is. Yeah, fascinating. I think he took a while to look for this watch. And of course, he sent in a shot with the Matt Horanic puzzle that was supplied. This is the it's so good. It's just so good. We could spend so much more time talking about it. Ostrich leather strap he got for the watch sent in. Oh man. And it's gonna be, there's still some great stuff around the corner. Thomason, happy year end. 4 hours marathon special. Oh god. I know. Thank you, Thomason. I mean, these 4-hour specials are always a dream. They don't happen very often. I think the last time we did one of these was about 6 months ago. Rob, you're still in the chat. The AMPM tracks the third GMT function. I love it, man. I love it. I have never seen a Squadra so close before in a display. This is seriously cool. So different. The numerals around the dial just work excellently. You know, you've got the serifs. What kind of man wears a Hublot? Hublot is great. They do some awesome stuff. I mean, they're watches that are supposed to celebrate that bizarreness and fun. It's like the Zenith Defy, you know, out there. Stylized, adventurous, sporty. No New Year's stream. I will probably do a watch report, like the final quarter roundup of the year, maybe in a week or two. But I don't think we'll do another Rashad week. No, we'll save it for the following year. These delays are great because, you know, if you're doing them like every 2 weeks, you get hungover for days. Rob, this is amazing. A really amazing piece. Huge congrats getting it. 29 joules, 1,000 hours tested. Remember when that was a thing, when they do their 1,000-hour testing on their rotors? That was something special. Okay, almost done. Kind of, sort of, almost done. To our man Russell. He's probably dead asleep by now. We know Russell as a collector of Lungas, Pateks. We always feature him at the end of the show. I wanted to have his name further up on the list, but that didn't work very well today. Zin, UTC. He picked this up recently. He wanted to add a bit of quirkiness to the collection, and he loves it. Peeing outside, Hans. That's not good. That is not good. It's freaking freezing out there, man. Your nuts will fall off. UTC, real dream of a watch. It's a gem. And someone who can appreciate the high end, but also enjoy the more adventurous entry level examples. He's still awake. He's still with us. It's awesome. This is a real workhorse. I dig it a lot. Also, really dig how they've done the date window here in the corner. Thank you, everyone who's staying up. There's still over 100 of you watching the show. I can't thank you enough, honestly. It must be quite entertaining hearing me fade away. Yeah, great balance to this piece, and you can just see that Germanic element to it. It's awesome. I think we have been, not just me, the group has been a very bad influence for Russell because we have made him look down the Tudor rabbit hole. I think he is about to experience his first NATO strap very soon. That kind of stuff. We're getting him getting him on the wrong track. Rob says, finally in bed. I can sing you to sleep. Pleasure, Rob. Pleasure having you here. After finally getting to your Squadra, huge congrats again. Such a cool piece. I love how thick that Zin is. Yeah, man. I mean, it's all built for work. And of course, I didn't even realize. Check it out. It's got the what's the element in here again? The little pill, the argon gas. I don't know. One of those things. It's an element on the periodic table. Carbon friendly. Universal constant time was lost in translation. Did I say UCT? UCT is University of Cape Town. UTC, right. Platinum. Okay, we're not done yet. I'm pretty sure it is submarine steel. Yeah, it's called tegimented steel, 73 MAF. I'm pretty sure it's the same. They use it on all their high-end pieces, on these workhorse watches. Yeah, I love it. Real German inspiration for sure. Thomas, you're up next. And Thomas, our man, picked up a P01 quite recently. And yeah, it's just a gem. We chatted about it earlier. It's that prototype. And I don't know if our man Turbo is still watching, but he wanted to know how this watch worked. To get the bezel to function, you lift that end link up to rotate it around, which is really cool. Thanks for sharing this, Thomas. It's a sick piece. Really sick piece. I hope you're enjoying it. Turbo is still here. The man owns the Classes Patex. Congratulating him for getting a NATO strap. I mean, it's a big deal. It's a big deal when you get a NATO strap and you experience it for the first time. Popping your cherry in another category. It's like he's moving in a different direction. He started with the high-end stuff. Now we're getting him into, going to get him a Seiko 5 soon, Argon. Did I say Argon? I hope I did, Eric. Yeah, I love it. Turkey Vultures in the chat. Haven't seen you in ages. I hope you're doing well. I think the P01 is my favorite prototype aesthetic. Yeah, Ray. I feel the same. These watches that are made to be, the examples that represent that mid phase between finished product and a working prototype. That's what makes them very interesting. I think Tudor should double down and do more of them. Of course, not everyone likes it, but that's what Born to Dare is about. And NATO, please say I ain't so. The humanity. Yeah, NATOs are great. I love them. I wear all my dive watches on straps these days. It's crazy. Awesome shot, Thomas. Thanks for sharing this with us. Again, I'm just motoring through. Boy. What a time. We just hit the 2:00 mark. That means 4 hours. We've just crossed. It's now like 4 hours, 2 minutes. So glad I made the end of the show. Just finished decorating the tree. Now it's great having you here, Turkey. I'm glad you weren't sacrificed for Thanksgiving too. That's a really nice thing. It's good to have you here for another year. Yeah, it is a great pickup. Yep. Huge congrats again, Thomas. And there's another Thomas. What do we have here? Oh, gee. Now we're going to a completely different category. We're still not done yet. Omega Constellation. Good old Paipan. Oh, I love it. This is from Thomas D. Now, this Connie is from 1963. And I dig these watches. Chatted a lot about the Globemaster and about so many other bits and pieces. It means it's bloody late. It is. It sure is bloody late. Look at this piece. It's such a cool little example. Did a whole video about the Constellation. Clearing throat. Hold on. We're going to get there. Almost done. Constellation is one of those great pieces. The Globemaster, the tungsten carbide bezel, all of those little bits and pieces, I think you need to look at more because those watches are seriously well regulated and they have all their inspiration from this piece. Paipan dial, that 60s aesthetic is a dream. Ain't no party like an IDGuy party because the party don't stop. Yeah, it doesn't. That's the freaking problem. How do you shut me up? I pulled off my bombing run on the Worcester Stag only because the advanced technology of the Tudor prototype is here. The Worcester Stag AC. I don't know what that means. Are you talking like 1960s? I was looking at the Paipan for Amiga Berthia. Good example from Hans. They're still easy to find and great condition too out there. It's a gem, really special little watch, and so many quirks. The applied logo, this is like so true to 60s Omega. The three-dimensionality, Paipan has a whole cult following to it. The way the lugs have been done, yeah. I've just accepted now this is over 4 hours, so what the hell? Let's keep on going. Thomason, you're up next. Start talking about no-date watches. I love no-date watches. There, we're done. Thomason next with the Thomas. Thanks for this. Thanks for sending it in. Thomason with the Milgauss on a Jubilee. I thought this was fun. We haven't featured a Milgauss for a while, so why not? Bruce, you rock a Globemaster as a daily. So good. So good. Best feature of the Big Eye will go all night. I tell you what, Neff, I could sit and chat about that watch for freaking hours. It's bad. Yeah, and Megan, it's like 3 a.m. there. Honestly, ladies and gents, you must knock off if that's the case. It's getting really late. I can't freaking believe how long the show's been going. This is what happens when I don't talk about watches for 3 days. Is it Christmas yet? This is a great Milgauss, Thomason. If you're still here with us, dig it. Chatted about it before. Love it on the Jubilee. This is a bit different though. You got straight end links, and you have what looks like the end link that you would integrate with a leather strap, which is quite cool. So it's like that Rouleau bracelet from a Breitling. It's interesting though, right? It's a real quirky piece. Got some vintage vibes to it, the way it's been done. And this is a fascinating watch. We spoke about it earlier. One of the last seriously quirky examples from Rolex in their modern line. There's another shot from him on the Jubilee. Very interesting ring there. Don't know where that came from. It's just so good. Again, I have to rush through some of these now because we are in record territory at the moment. 4 hours, 5 minutes. Happy New Year. You guys are the worst. More whiskey for me? Damn right. I think I deserve it after 4 hours. Thanks for that shout. Oh, 16 year. So smooth. It's so bad. It's so good. The Milgauss is for Rolex nerds. It sure is. It sure is. These will be. I believe these will have a serious interest in years to come because, sadly, modern watch brands are sticking to the formula of being on the nose so often. Rolex especially. They don't take those kinds of risks anymore. Rolex Jubilee or aftermarket looks great. Yeah, I think this is aftermarket. Straight end link. I don't expect to see a modern straight end link bracelet on Rolex today. Okay, carrying on. Not done yet. Oh my god. Tyler. Our man Turbo, if he's still in the chat, don't think he is. He picked up the exact same Santos ADLC coated bezel the other week in Honolulu on holiday. That's in Hawaii. And it's so good. Anthracite dial looks so nice. Date window. It's a charming piece. And same reason as the last submission, since these are both Santos's. Oh, look at this. He loves it because of the profile. It's flat on the wrist. Santos is just a legendary design. I mean, when an industrial designer can sell off his collection to buy only Cartier and Santos, you know you're in good shape. This watch defined so many eras, and I think a lot of people are looking at this brand for, it's just so good. Just so good. I love the Santos bracelet. This was integrated bracelets. This was so ahead of its time in many ways. And loom shot, as Mark says. I mean, he did mention, I think, at the very beginning of the show that the loom fades away pretty fast. But I just love the fact that you're getting a fully loomed watch here. I mean, you can't say that about the tank, right? The tank doesn't glow in the dark. It's a goodie. Got the crown guards, got all of that to it. And another shot he took outside. This became the community post earlier on. Still here. It's good to have you. Good to have you here. Love it. Absolutely love it. Huge congrats. You have a very interesting taste. So I dig the watches you go after. This one's an outlier. I've always been a huge fan of the Santos skeleton. It's one of the most interesting transitional models that shares this level of modernity, but also keeps the classic Roman numerals around the dial. Fully loomed. Works in such a special way. Scratch magnets. You gotta love it. That's what makes them great. I mean, yeah, the Santos, great little piece. Blaine, please place a little something under the tree. Blaine, thank you. Seriously, thank you. Yeah, these shows are always a blast. I love it. I'm definitely going to take like 3 days off from watches next week and get a video prepared. I want to talk about Cartier versus JLC and the reverso tank thing. That'll be a lot of fun. Not done yet, though. We still got some watches to go through. Russell, you're almost up, and we've hit the 4 hours and 9 minutes, I think, roundabout. Next up to Vince. Last but not least, before Russell, huge congrats on this, Tyler. The two gents that picked up the Santos at the same time, basically, this past month. It's fantastic. And Vince, finally, with the Grand Seiko, he just picked this up too, saying that he loves the spring drive. This is the SBGA 293, recently picked up. He thinks that this, I think he mentioned that the whole spring drive aesthetic is well emphasized here. And this watch epitomizes the way Seiko does their watch. And you can see, I mean, look to the case. There's a GMT that Grand Seiko works on that has a similar case aesthetic to this, I think. Really elegant little piece. And yeah, Grand Seiko deserves its own territory, its own category. And let's carry on in the chat. See what I missed. That's the only downside of AC. I don't know what's going on. Here I thought the grey dial I bought was awesome, but less popular. But they have 3, right? That's exactly it, Instablaine. That's what happens. That what I really loved about the whole concept of relationship with watches, this show being something that we haven't seen barely any Rolexes or Omegas today. It's all been whatever. That's what makes it fun. That's good. It's very good. And carrying on through, another hit from the whiskey because 4 hours, 10 minutes. Really dig this shot too. Amazing photos that you all submitted in. Anything else going on in the chat? I'm still on the fence when it comes to power reserve. I think a lot of us are. I think the majority of us are in agreement that a power reserve should be on the back of the watch, especially when it's an open case back, because then it gives you the ability to look at the movement more, gives you an incentive to do it, and it just feels more practical from a watchmaking sense. But then again, I mean, the spring drive has always been defined by having the power reserve on the dial too, so it's pretty nice. It's all about the 9S A5. That's the movement, right? That's the reference. You guys and your movement numbers. It's good. Carrying on through. What's everyone having for breakfast? Oh, Mark, that's a kick in the nads. So yeah, everyone's waiting for breakfast now. We're pretty much lining up. For me, it's going to be bacon, 3 eggs, toast, probably pretty soon. Okay, so we've done the full selection. Now we're going to Russell. Eric is leaving us. Eric, that's bad form. You tell us that we need to go on until like 4 in the morning. Last but not least, Russell. Some of his best pickups of the year. We have 3 watches from him, and then we can call it. How cool is that? We can actually end the show. For all of you who have sent in your watches, you're amazing. Thank you. So, just before we finish off, just a few more lungers to cap off the show. Eggs Benedict. That's not a bad idea, Hans. Not a bad idea. It's so good. Dig it. I'm skipping breakfast. Intermittent fasting. Well, 73 math. I'm the same. Breakfast for me is normally between like 12 and 2 every day. That's what it seems. Watch companion. I am just thinking about your stream. This isn't just a show. It's performance art. How do you go on hour after hour? I've been doing it for a while, Watch Champion. I don't know what it is. Maybe I should be a lawyer. I should maybe go to law school and, be pretty good at just standing up and talking for 4 hours straight. Okay, almost done. 1815 honey gold. This is this is a problem. When our man Jean-Claude Beaver from Australia is reaching in saying I'm on lunch, he's actually taking a lunch break and the show is still going. Just a few more lungers. Shit. What? Shouting you all a live stream cooking lesson. Okay. 1815 honey gold. A real gem of a watch. Russell was extremely lucky to find this piece. I think they only made 100 or 150 of these watches, something like that. Really special. Really, really special. I just checked the exchange rate. Is it bad, right? The exchange rate on the world is just bad in general. Blaine, thank you. Seriously. Thank you so much. Bacon for breakfast is typically British. Yeah, I mean, coming out of Africa, it's the same. Bacon is just the standard. Just got to do it. This is such a cool watch. Honey gold hits differently. It just hits so differently. And the 1815, no running seconds, no sub-seconds, something else that defined this watch. Very limited supply. And he also sent in a shot of the movement. We're almost done, people. 4 hours and like 14 minutes. Look at this. En Zundensweig. Got it all, boys. If you want to learn German, it's all on the back here. You don't need a dictionary. It's all there. 175. And this is what made it special. Marking the 175th anniversary of Lange as a name, I think. So Mike's saying, thank you for your kind comments on your Calatrava. What a gem of a watch. Thank you, really. To all of you out there who are on their way out. There's still 98 of you watching. Thank you. What a time. It's been fantastic. I hope this show goes down in history and everyone appreciates the record-breaking time and also just the amazement that is these watches. Come back. Hold on. Amazing. 1815 honey gold, only made 175. That's it. I think Russell, he is still with us. I can't believe he is, but he is. American bacon is an embarrassment. No fat. Oh, here we go. Now we're going to argue about friggin' bacon. Moved in, unpacked, had wine. Jean-Claude Riva. Huge congrats, by the way. Getting into your place. It's going to be awesome. Stunning movement. But we're not done yet. We've saved the best for last. Pour le Mérite. One of the most impressive watches that you'll ever see made by Lange. The what is it? The Pour le Mérite being the Order of Merit. This watch preceded. That's the word, right? Preceded the Lange 1. It required about 12 different watchmakers. 73. I tell you, once the show is done, yeah, pretty much just pass out on the chair. Thomason, thank you for the super chat. So really, thank you to all of you who've been a part of the show. I can't take the bin. It says time to take the bin out in German. Yeah, so the final watch for the show. This one is a flagship. This is a grail of grails for Lange collectors. Required about 12 different watchmakers to put this watch together. Has a fusee and chain. Has a diamond-studded tourbillon balance because a ruby is just not good enough. This was one of the first tourbillons they brought out. It's got so much. Of course, he sends in a movement shot for us to enjoy. He waited something like over a year and a half to get this piece in. And this piece is dedication to the cause. I mean, in all seriousness, it's a real work of art, to say the least. They only made 150 of these in yellow gold. And they made some in platinum and some in rose gold and some with different dials. And there's a whole book written on this one watch. So that shows you how significant it is as a collector's piece. Tell you what, these shows, they just go all over the place. 2 eyes and an open mouth, for sure. Captain, my captain, Hans, always great having you here. So I know everyone else is probably signing off soon. Even whale bacon has a bit of fat. Yeah, talking about bacon still. You got to have fat in your food. Saturated fat is the way. You got to do it. That's all I pretty much live on, but don't tell anyone. You also waited nearly 5 hours to see it on the show. I write, and that's like patience beyond patience. Russell, you're a gent. He's dedicated. Oh, man. Yeah, my work here is done. We're capping it off. So 150 total in gold, yellow gold, rose gold, white gold. It's amazing. It is so amazing. It is really one of those. I'm so glad that you're enjoying it too, Russell. This is one of those pieces that will just a hallmark moment in watchmaking. It's a shame. Yeah, it's a pity, right? Yeah, Ray's mentioning about the fusee and chain. This is very old school finishing. When you see this bridge that has these rounded elements, you can see this was made in like the 90s, transitioning across. But the fusee and chain, you can notice very briefly. There it is. It's like 1,000 parts just for the fusee and chain. And of course, this is one of the most special elements to it. Yeah, it's just so much. If you look up the history of how long it took for them to actually put this piece together, and that lots of members of the Lange family own these watches, which makes it even more special and interesting. Big Sal, I'm downloading the stream for my next flight halfway across the world. These movies. Oh, man, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, what a way to wrap up the show. I can't thank you enough for being a part of the show. As always, I mean, we've done 33 episodes of this, and it still doesn't get boring. It still doesn't get tiring, you know? Like, there's always something out there that's new. I mean, a code 1151. 59, right? That's the one. Who thought we would be able to see one of these? It's just special. And of course, Thomas to Bruce, yeah, for sure. Thank you for the super chat. So it's one of those things. This hobby needs to live on. There's been some great stories behind these pieces today, and yeah, it's what keeps us coming back for more. You know, I passed 4 hours 17. I think this is the record. Yep, 4 hours 18, 4 hours 19 minutes. I think we've just made a record, ladies and gents. 4 hours to 420. Am I close? Let's try and get at the 420. We're gonna do it. It's my pleasure. Watch Champion and Thomas again. Thank you for the super chat, man. Really, we did it. Mark, you guys are the worst. Okay, I'm gonna close this just so I get away from. Oh no! Please tell me I can escape. It's not letting me escape. Oh damn! What am I gonna do? Hold on. We're gonna do this right. There we go. Stop the sharing. Stop screen sharing. Are we going to get the 420, 419? This is fantastic. I'm going to end it at 420 because why not? Hit the blunt. Going to do it. Got another, 45 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been a treat. I want to know from you, if you have lasted this long, in the comments, what has your relationship been like with watches this year? What have you learned? Has there been something else that's impacted your experience? Yes, to 2022. Has something about the collecting hobby changed your mind in the past couple of months? You know, that's about it. As always, I can't thank you enough for sending in the watches. I hope you have a superb Sunday. Great rest of your weekend. I think I'm going to take a break from oh no, I've got 10 seconds left. Okay, everyone, take care of yourselves. Next video will be up in a week or so. I've got to learn how to use a camera. But until then, take care. Much love. Look after yourselves and end broadcast.